train Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. A God-defying film. This Christmas season is very strange. The movies with love as the theme originally made people feel bored and powerless. Just when everyone thought that this holiday would end in such a dull way, a *** movie suddenly appeared, mixed with various overwhelming reviews, and directly caught people's eyes. Yes, this is a movie that makes people feel extremely moved. It's wonderful, so wonderful. I don't know how to look at this movie, *** movie. Oh no, on the contrary, I think it describes life and love. If you don't watch Saving Rachel, you don't know what it means to be moved. Countless reviews came in an overwhelming manner. Those curious audiences entered the cinema at the same time, and then at the same time promoted this movie. Oh my god, the heroine is so beautiful. I have fallen in love with her without a doubt. It's a pity that this movie is R-rated, otherwise, I will definitely let my children watch it. The story is wonderful and touching, and the filming effect is even better. It is a miracle that a porn movie can reach this level. Amazing Yang once again proved with his movie that porn movies can be made like this. Who said that China Yi is self-degrading? I think he is constantly innovating. Those who used to laugh at him, despise him, and even hate him, I guess they have been slapped in the face now. With the release of the R-rated movie, this R-rated movie was released in the top 8 theaters. After the release, it performed well in both word of mouth and box office. Therefore, with the help of Paramount and Lionsgate, it was expanded on a large scale this week. 73 theaters in major cities throughout North America, including Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia and other places. The film won a stunning box office of $35.58 million in 3 days over the weekend, and the single theater score was as high as $11,395. This result ranks 8th in the January opening box office list in film history. It can be said that this high-quality film has attracted the attention of countless people. Countless moviegoers have been going to the cinema. The Christmas season, which was about to end, has unexpectedly entered a movie-watching boom season. Before this, most filmgoers only dared to sneak into the shabby theaters in the poor streets and alleys, and the atmosphere in the theaters was silent and solemn, and everyone kept a distance from others as much as possible. Now, they are queuing in front of the spacious and bright theaters, talking and laughing loudly to the interview cameras, saying that they are waiting to watch Saving Rachel, because it seems that others are also rushing to watch it. So, at the end of this Christmas, watching porn has become a shared experience. Everyone can satisfy their curiosity and talk loudly with each other, as if they are attending a noisy carnival. Just like the Dead Elephant Henry advertised, let this Christmas be more colorful. Now, Feiyang has done it. In the 3rd month after its screening in Los Angeles, Saving Rachel continues to attract a large number of people and its box office revenue continues to set new records. According to a report published by American Film Magazine on March 18, 1999, the Superstar Cinema was fully booked for the Friday afternoon screenings, and there was a long queue of people waiting outside to enter, including single women, young couples, middle-aged couples, and several old ladies carrying shopping bags. It is incredible that a pornographic film can attract audiences of all ages. In the past, pornographic films were mostly single reel shorts that could only be shown in underground pornographic theaters, and were specially provided for a specific group of people to watch. Saving Rachel is a complete feature film with a relatively high production standard. The most important thing is that it incorporates many touching war scenes. It is a brand new attempt for pornographic films, so it is easier for the general audience to accept. Saving Rachel has swept the mainstream film market since the beginning of 1999 and has become one of the best-selling films in the first half of the year. This grand occasion inspired New York Times reporter Preman Halls to publish an article titled Pornographic Trend on March 25, 1999. In the article, Bremen Halls described in detail how the war movies are growing stronger and stronger and have become a new social trend under the strong promotion of Paramount and Lionsgate. As the creator of this movie, the Chinese war actor Feiyang has undoubtedly become the spokesperson for this kind of war movie. A group of veterans of World War II and Vietnam War could not bear it anymore. They opposed this kind of movie that packaged war as war and believed that it was a blasphemy to war-themed movies and war-themed stories. This group of people's opposition was supported by the right-wing government in the United States. In fact, what the right-wing government really cannot tolerate is the existence of the Chinese director Feiyang. So under the intervention of the government, Saving Rachel was badly classified as NC-17 on the basis of the R-restricted level, and then directly downgraded from NC-17 to X level, which means that the big theaters are no longer allowed to show this film. This ban was jointly supported by 23 states in North America, but for the general public, the meaning of ban is equivalent to must see. The government's ban has helped Saving Private Rachel to make the most successful free publicity. The mainstream film critics originally ignored the existence of Saving Private Rachel. This new type of war and violence movie made them very confused and unable to give a correct positioning. Later, as the number of audiences gradually increased, major mainstream newspapers and magazines joined the ranks of reporting, including The Times in New York, Los Angeles and Chicago, as well as Time magazine and Newsweek, which all published interviews and reviews of the violence movie. Because this movie has generally attracted the attention of the audience, has enough ambition and adventure, and has a high report value, it can arouse the interest of readers. News and drama programs on various TV stations also used Saving Rachel as a topic for discussion or ridicule, especially some funny talk shows. Among them, the most famous one is a joke told by comedian Bob Hope, who said, "I like to watch war movies, so I went to see Rachel and thought that Rachel was Ryan's biological sister." In the first half of 1999, the box office of the North American film market in the United States was the lowest after various schedules, but a low-cost pornographic film made a lot of money, which of course made Hollywood people particularly jealous and indirectly affected their future filming route. Several Hollywood pornographic film directors and film critics believe that the play Rachel has set a good example. This year, there may be many pornographic films collectively shot or released, and Hollywood movies will gradually develop towards a more open development. Perhaps pornographic films and mainstream films will merge into one in the future. These are of course just some beautiful fantasies, which have not been truly realized in the future, but it is not surprising to hear that Paramount Studios is really secretly making pornographic films. In fact, a long time ago, many famous directors, such as Francis Coppola and Wes Craven, had made pornographic films before they became famous. It is said that Stanley Kubrick also planned to make pornographic films before his death, but this may be just a rumor. In any case, by May 1999, the play Saving Rachel had become a godlike movie against the sky. As the leading actress, Stormy became a world-class porn star that attracted worldwide attention. Countless American young men regarded her as their dream girl and posted her photos on the bedside and bedroom. The popularity was astonishing. Stormy herself was constantly interviewed and filmed. However, she always liked to say one thing in the interview, that is, if there was no China Yi, I would not be where I'm today. As the male protagonist, Big Bird Roxy swept away the previous frustration. He conquered countless audiences with his superb acting skills, but what everyone envied more was his affair in the play, being able to act in pornographic scenes with the girl Stormy, and being able to kiss her. However, when Big Bird Roxy was interviewed, he said, "Everyone only sees that I'm lucky and happy, but they don't know how difficult it is to shoot a porn scene in a trench in the ice and snow." Big Bird Roxy can be regarded as proud, but he is not like Stormy, who has countless film contracts flying in. In this regard, porn stars are always more popular than male stars. Roxy doesn't care, because in his opinion, he has found a breakthrough in his career, and will soar to the sky in no time. At the end of May, this amazing film Saving Private Rachel has reached a staggering global box office of $880 billion. Some people even speculate that, if this is not a porn film restricted by the rating, if the audience group can be a little more open, if the Christmas season is extended a little, then this porn film Saving Private Rachel will have a box office that exceeds Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan. This view is shared by many people. But the fact is the fact. With an investment of $300,000 and a box office of $88 million, Feiyang created a miracle with his incredible talent. However, according to the agreement between Feiyang and Henry the Elephant before his death, all the box office profits of this play will be donated. In other words, Feiyang, on behalf of Top Films, donated all the tens of millions of box office profits to the American charity headquarters as a charity fund, leaving nothing behind. Such a move undoubtedly pushed Rachel to a new height again. Even those who had originally wantonly denounced this play shut up this time. Various American media outlets followed up on this donation action and praised Feiyang as the master of charity and charity ambassador in the film industry. However, Feiyang did not accept these two titles. For him, these titles were too high a praise for him, and he could not bear them. And this reaction was reported by some media as modesty. To be continued. Chapter 127. Acquisition of cinema chain. With the overwhelming box office of the blockbuster Saving Rachel and the touching reputation, the name Feiyang once again resounded in Hollywood. And Feiyang himself, as a Chinese director and a genius director, has been constantly paying attention to the entire Hollywood and has become the object of countless paparazzi to track and dig up news. According to the general thinking, since he is sought after by Hollywood, he should take the initiative to stand up and show himself, so that the media and the public can know him. If necessary, he can also directly roar at the interview camera and give a few touching speeches that are not inferior to Martin Luther King, and then he will be really famous. It can be said that the above idea is the voice of most people who come to Hollywood. What are you here for? Isn't it fame and fortune and making a name for yourself? Exclamation mark. After struggling for so long, the goal is very clear. Let the spotlight dazzle your eyes. Let money accompany you forever. However, Feiyang is an outlier. At such a noisy moment, he chose to continue to keep a low profile and remain silent. Many media who wanted to interview him were puzzled. So many people were trying their best to get exposed and become famous. But why did this Chinese always hide and play hide and seek with everyone? Could it be that there is really a big difference between the understanding of becoming famous and famous in Chinese and Western cultures? Exclamation mark. These media couldn't figure it out, and even the people around Feiyang couldn't figure it out. But none of this prevented Feiyang from doing a very important thing, to pay tribute to Henry the Elephant. At Henry the Elephant's grave, Feiyang presented a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone. On the tombstone, the photo of Henry the Elephant was brand new, and he was smiling happily, a smile that Feiyang had never seen before. It is said that it was a photo he took when his daughter was just born. Under the tombstone, there is an epitaph engraved, a fat man, a dead fat man, a fat man who really died. It is said that this epitaph was written by Henry the Elephant to himself, meaning that a long time ago everyone cursed him as a bastard and a dead fat man, and now the fat man is finally dead. Feiyang felt that the title of death director seemed a bit evil. He personally shot 2 movies and witnessed 2 people leaving the world. One was Mr. John, a lonely old man. He was poor and had no friends. When he left, he was accompanied by only a puppy. The other was a rich tycoon. He had fine clothes and food, but he had no friends. When he left, he was also lonely and helpless. The 2 people, rich and poor, had the same fate when they left. This made Feiyang think, what is the purpose of life? Exclamation mark. With a sigh, Feiyang opened a can of Coke and poured it on the tombstone of Henry the Elephant. Because of diabetes, I gave up my favorite Coke. Now, you can drink enough. Feiyang said softly. Behind him, Anne Hathaway, Fatty Gao Jiabao, and Henry the Elephant's private lawyer stood there. Everyone understood Feiyang's mood, so they didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, Anne Hathaway gently pulled Feiyang and said, let's go back. Yes, Mr. Yi, we should also talk about your acquisition of the top movie company's theater chain. the private lawyer said. Yi Feiyang nodded, and the group walked out. As soon as they walked out of the door, a large number of media reporters surrounded them. Yi, can I give you an exclusive interview? Mr. Yi, what are your plans for the next step? What is your next movie going to be? How is the future development of Dream Pictures? How do you see yourself constantly creating miracles? What do you think of those film reviews? Facing the swarm of reporters, Yi Feiyang just said, sorry, I have no comment for the time being. Then he walked away with his head down, and those reporters chased after him. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. A TV reporter held a microphone in his hand, with a chaotic scene behind him, and reported from the scene. Everyone has seen it. This is the first appearance of Chinese director Yi Feiyang after his new movie broke the 100 million yuan mark, but he does not accept any interviews. Today, China Yi has become the most popular young director in Hollywood, especially when each of his movies has become a classic and sparked a topic. Many famous Hollywood stars and film companies are looking forward to working with him, but China Yi does not seem to have a specific plan to shoot the third movie, and his fans can't wait. Yes, we really want to know what will be China Yi's next work. What kind of miracle can he bring to us all? Oh my god, did you see that? A reporter wanted to step forward and grab China Yi's arm, but he shook him off. This is a serious physical conflict. Slow down the action quickly. Now the audience can see clearly on the screen that the black reporter tried to grab, yes, he tried to grab China Yi's left arm, and China Yi threw him away without any hesitation, with such great strength that the unfortunate black reporter almost fell to the ground. The camera turns back. The black reporter seems to be cursing, probably cursing China Yi. China Yi got into the car directly, ignoring him, and other reporters rushed to take pictures of him getting into the car. The car started slowly, but many reporters were still standing in front of it and taking pictures. It can be imagined that the spotlights must have dazzled China Yi's eyes. From this angle, we can vaguely see that he is blocking the flash with his hands. It seems that China Yi's heart is not cruel enough. If it were other stars, they would have stepped on the accelerator by now. Wow, China Yi's car finally started, but those reporters are still chasing after it. They are so dedicated that they don't care about their lives to grab the headlines. But we hope that these reporters can be more rational and give China Yi more private space. Also, we kindly remind dear China Yi that you should hire a few bodyguards, because you will encounter more troublesome things in the future. Everyone knows that in the United States, reporters are more terrible than robbers. Well, today's report has come to an end for the time being. Please continue to lock on to see **SGV and current affairs facts to share with you. I'm Blake Newman, reporting for you on the scene. Yi Feiyang finally got rid of the reporters who were chasing him and drove directly to the highway and headed for Top Films. It was still the same place that looked more like a nightclub than a film company, but the original dazzling Top Entertainment Company sign was being removed. Anyone who was slightly informed knew that since the death of the *** tycoon Henry the Elephant, Top Films has been dead in name only. If it weren't for the fact that Saving Rachel produced and released by the company was too popular in the North American market, it is estimated that Top Films would have been acquired by other *** entertainment companies, or even squeezed out. However, it is said that the newly rising Dream Pictures intends to incorporate the disbanded Top company employees and absorb them as new members. Regardless of whether this rumor is true or not, it is great news for those Top employees who are desperate and worried about their livelihood. Not to mention how strong Dream Pictures is, its current development momentum is definitely the best among the new film companies. Especially as the boss of the company, Yi Feiyang is a legendary magical director. Almost every time he shoots a movie, he can break the historical record. His existence is a miracle in itself. Being able to shoot movies with such a great person and create a career together is absolutely exciting. In the office of Top Film Company, Yi Feiyang sat in the boss chair that was originally Henry the Elephant and studied the acquisition of the 8 major cinemas and the absorption of the company's employees with the private secretary named William. Of course, these things involve some legal procedures and legal provisions. Yi Feiyang is not good at this, so he still invited his private lawyer Louis Cole to come. Carl carefully checked the documents that lawyer William brought out and studied several key points where there were disagreements. After Feiyang felt that the content was not bad, the two sides finalized the agreement. Feiyang used a huge amount of money of $24 million to formally acquire 8 major cinema chains including Superstar Cinema. These 8 cinema chains have a total of 58 cinemas in the prosperous areas of 6 districts in Los Angeles. If calculated by market value, it has far exceeded $30 million. Feiyang acquired these 8 cinema chains at a price lower than the market price, saving $6 million. The cost was to absorb the employees of the bankrupt top companies as formal employees of Dream Pictures and enjoy equal treatment and benefits. The most important thing is that within 2 years, Dream Pictures cannot fire these people without reason, unless there are countless reasons. Feiyang roughly calculated that he needed to absorb about 30 employees. According to the annual salary of $100,000 per employee, the annual expenditure is $3 million and $6 million in 2 years, which is exactly equal to the amount of cinema chain preferentially offered by Elephant Henry. In this regard, Feiyang had to shake his head and sighed that this elephant would not be a businessman, and he was too calculating. However, after Feiyang carefully read the information of more than 30 people, he could not help but feel delighted. These people are almost all old employees of top entertainment company, or old servants. They have been working with Elephant Henry since the company was founded. Some of them are in charge of the promotion and distribution of small films, some are in charge of finance, some are in charge of video copies, and some are in charge of tax evasion. The key point is that under the conditions permitted by US law. In addition to these, there are some experienced scouts, professional agents, etc., and these talents are what Dream Pictures lacks now. Feiyang has reason to believe that, even if these people are not all talented, there must be 1 or 2 particularly shining ones among them. What he has to do is to dig them out and let them serve him wholeheartedly. To be continued, Chapter 128. If you want to shoot, make a cartoon. 1999. After more than half a year of renovation, the Dream Film Company has been completely renovated and no longer looks like a garbage dump. Especially with millions of dollars spent on renovation, the effect is absolutely great. The first floor, which is the office area, is bright and clean. The marble floors of each office are shining, the Italian chandeliers are magnificent, and there are exquisite wallpapers and complete office equipment, which make you feel the earth-shaking changes here. The second floor is the conference area, which is designed to be even more novel and unique. The fully automated large-screen conference room can accommodate nearly 100 people to study proposals together. The projector and audio equipment are all the most advanced in the United States. It should be pointed out that in addition to meetings, this floor also has a leisure and entertainment area, a fitness room, and a cafe. The third floor is the company's newly established copy factory, which mainly includes an editing room and a production workshop. As the editing room for making sample films, it has the most advanced computer system. The production workshop is completely operated by modern machinery, with high efficiency and fast action. Of course, the 3 floors of Dream Pictures have undergone such a big change, and it is basically money that plays a role. Especially after Feiyang received more than $10 million in film revenue from Paramount Pictures. He invested $10 million, mainly in computer special effects editing and computer animation creation. Many people don't understand this, including Rabbit Bill, Fat Jack and others. They think it is a waste of money. You know, $10 million can be used to shoot a dozen $1 million movies, or invite a superstar with a salary of tens of millions to shoot a blockbuster. Feiyang can understand the opposition of everyone, because the biggest difference between him and them is that Feiyang can see the trend of the development of Hollywood movies in the future, but they can't. In the future Hollywood, all kinds of super blockbusters are rampant, such as Iron Man, Spider-Man, Transformers, Battleship, etc. Which one does not take the computer special effects route? In the future Hollywood, various animation masterpieces will dominate the crowd, such as Despicable Me, Dragon Tamer, Wreck-It Ralph, and The Croods. Which one is not famous for computer animation? Exclamation mark. Therefore, From the beginning, Feiyang planned to build his own film animation special effects aircraft carrier, and these two parts are the iron foundation. Feiyang spent money like water, which was really a waste for Gao Jiabao, who was the chief financial officer. Think about it, of the original $54 million, 24 million was used to buy the cinema chain, 10 million was used to develop computer special effects and computer animation, and now only 10 million is left to support the family. If it was in the past, it would be fine. The whole company had only a dozen people. Even if it didn't start work for 3 years, it could still maintain everything, but things didn't go as planned, and suddenly more than 30 people were added. The fat man roughly calculated that the annual salary expenditure alone was 4 million, not to mention other expenses. Let alone 3 years, it is estimated that it can't even last for a year. It can be said that Dream Pictures, from a small company that was not very popular, suddenly expanded 3 times to a mid-sized film production and distribution company. The rapid development is astonishing, but there are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are needless to say, at least the human resources are sufficient, and the disadvantages, that the expenses are too high, and Feiyang, as the head, has no plans to start a new play. If there is no filming, there will be no release. If there is no release, there will be no income. Such a big family can only eat and wait for death. Fatty Gao Jiabao is very worried about this. In fact, in addition to Gao Jiabao, the entire Dream Pictures company is also looking forward to Feiyang's new works, and a vast Hollywood audience is looking forward to it, guessing what the next work of this newly rising Chinese magician in the film industry will be. On the weekend, on a bench in the park, Feiyang and Anne Hathaway snuggled together. Not far away, there were several mothers playing with their children on the grass. Look at them, they feel so happy. Hathaway looked at the children playing mischievously on the grass. The sunshine, green grass, and cool wind made her feel that everything was so beautiful. Feiyang and Hathaway looked at each other and smiled slightly. Hathaway tucked her hair, that was blown by the wind, squinted her eyes, and said with emotion, "This place is so charming. A few months ago, it was covered with ice and snow, but now it is covered with green grass. It has really changed a lot." Feiyang next to her also said, "Well, yes, not only has this place changed, but we have also changed." Hathaway suddenly glanced at him and asked in a bit of surprise, "Have we really changed? It seems that you have changed. You are now a very popular new director in Hollywood, and I'm still the same." She shrugged playfully. Feiyang smiled and put the ends of her hair behind her ears and said, "Who said you haven't changed? In the past, every weekend, you who aspired to be a nun would go to the church to pray devoutly, but now, why are you sitting here with me to enjoy the scenery? Damn, why are you making fun of me like this?" Anne Hathaway couldn't help blushing, and added, "It's all because of you." "Oh, because of me? Because you, a bad guy, led me astray." "Yes, that's it," Hathaway said with a stern face. But I couldn't help laughing in my heart. Yes, how could I change so quickly? Where did the Hathaway who was determined to become a nun go? Where did the girl who was determined to dedicate her youth and life to God go? Although I lost my ambition to become a nun, I got something more precious, and I felt very happy. Oh, so I'm a bad guy. Then why is someone still going to the park with a bad guy? Feiyang joked. Hathaway's pretty face turned red again. She looked at Feiyang helplessly, and then said, "Sometimes I wonder, if I hadn't met you, what would my life be like now?" She shrugged and added, "But I like myself now." "Really? In fact, I like you now too." "Really?" Feiyang gently stroked Hathaway's cheek with his fingers. Hathaway bit her lip, and looked at him affectionately. Just when the two were affectionate, a football flew over, and interrupted their gaze. "Sorry, this little guy is too naughty." A young mother came over and apologized. Hathaway's cheeks were flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Feiyang. She casually said, "Ahem, what are your plans now? Everyone is waiting for you to make a new movie." "New movie? Haha, I have a plan," Feiyang said confidently. "Oh, really? What movie is it?" "That's it." Feiyang gently picked up a snail climbing on the bench. This snail was unlucky. It finally climbed onto the bench with great effort, but was caught by someone. This is a cute little snail, Hathaway said in surprise. Yes, it's a snail. Feiyang smiled slightly, but it will be the male lead in my next movie. Ah, you want to shoot a popular science film? Hathaway's mouth opened wide. Feiyang smiled. Please, use your imagination. Does it mean that snails can only appear in popular science films? Hathaway shook her head. I still can't guess. What are you going to shoot? Seeing her like this, Feiyang stopped teasing her and said, I want to shoot an animation. The story is about this snail. I have already thought of the name. It is called Speedy Snail. Speedy Snail? Hathaway looked at Feiyang curiously. Everyone on Earth knows that snails crawl slowly, and they have nothing to do with speed. Yes, this animation story is about a snail who dreams of becoming a racing driver and participates in the race on the track. He overcomes all kinds of difficulties and finally realizes his dream. Feiyang gently told the story of Speedy Snail in his previous life, and Anne Hathaway was so interested that she even forgot where she was. In fact, after finishing Saving Rachel, Feiyang has been thinking about what to shoot next. Today, he is called the most talented young director by Hollywood. In fact, Feiyang knows that many people are waiting to see his joke, to see how this Chinese director will capsize, how he will fall from the position of talent and fall on his back. As a person, you must have self-knowledge, otherwise you will be eliminated by the current situation. No matter how brilliant and bright you were, it is only a flash in the pan. This is nothing surprising. Look at the two guys Dennis and Eduardo in the Blair Witch Project. According to Feiyang's memory in his previous life, the two of them shocked the United States when they made The Witch. Because they were mainstream people, the media's pursuit of them was much crazier than their own. Not only did they accept interviews everywhere, but the two extremely lucky guys also appeared on the cover of Time together and became the darlings of the United States for a while. But what happened to them later? Did they have a bright future? No, not only did they not achieve anything. After the success of Blair Witch, in the first 2 years, they spent all their energy on suing the distribution company of Witch. Blair Witch 2 released in 2000 had nothing to do with them. The copyright of the sequel had been sold to others in the beginning. Later, the lawsuit was won. The two directors wanted to shoot a comedy, but the investors insisted that they continue to shoot horror movies. They refused and were unwilling to invest themselves, so the shooting plan was aborted. A few years later, the two directors started to shoot new movies one after another, but they all failed at the box office. In the end, no one remembered these two young people who had been on the cover of Time magazine, and no one remembered the media's praise for them. Their names disappeared with time. When you succeed, you break out of the cocoon and show your beauty to the world. Everyone is praising you. You think you own the whole world, but if you don't recognize your own situation, you will get lost. You will fly farther and farther, and eventually you can't find the way home, and then you fall down exhausted, and you are picked up and put in a book as a specimen. Occasionally, the book will be opened, and the reader will say, wow, this is a beautiful butterfly. It must have been beautiful when it was flying before. Then the book is closed, and you are nothing. This is the cruel reality. There are too many beautiful butterflies in the world, coming and going in a hurry. He is just one of them, that flies higher now. If he does not know himself, Feiyang believes that he will not be much better than these two unlucky guys. According to the general thinking, Feiyang's first play is purely a second-hand dealer, the second play is purely a low-cost thriller, and the third play has an investment of more than 300,000, but it is not invested by him. Now that Dream Pictures has grown a lot more than before, should it continue to take the low-cost route and choose some low-cost low-tech films to shoot? For example, continue to shoot horror films or asterisk films? After all, he has succeeded in 2 films and both have won great successes. He can continue to rely on his old capital and continue to play his specialties in this area. But Feiyang immediately put an end to this unpromising temptation. If a director is too content with the status quo or reminiscing about the past, he will be bound to this field and find it difficult to break through. For example, Wang Jing, a Hong Kong director in his previous life, always liked to shoot some shit and fart movies. In the end, the audience only recognized and accepted this type of movie. As long as he changed his route and went for the literary style, such as Big Shanghai and Black and White Forest, the box office would only flop. Another example is a big director in the mainland who has always been good at shooting Northern New Year films, using some Beijing accents to please the audience. Occasionally, he was ready to take a serious route and made a big production, revisiting 1942, which was very well made in terms of story and shooting. As a result, the box office almost starved him to death. Therefore, as a director, it is easy to be stereotyped by the subject matter of the movie, just like the ladies in high-end clubs. Some are good at ice and fire, some are good at massage, and some are good at uniform temptation. In short, everyone has different skills, but the purpose is the same, that is to satisfy the customers, let them praise, and reach a wonderful state. The director is the lady, the reporter, and needs to use his own shooting skills to let the audience substitute into it, and when watching, there are only cool points, no urine points, and go directly to the shooting point. Feiyang is unwilling to be that kind of person, unwilling to be a stereotyped director. In his opinion, as a director, you must have a broad vision. Whether you can become a great director, you must have great courage and generosity, and be able to shoot and control movies of any subject matter. Why are there so few great directors? The reason is simple. The director is a storyteller. Whether you can tell the story completely, beautifully, and make people have endless aftertaste, then it will determine whether your skills have reached a superb state. Let's make another very simple analogy. Many people can write novels, but some are good at writing romances, some are good at writing martial arts, and some are good at writing science fiction. So, is there anyone who is good at all these fields? The answer is yes. But there are definitely very few such people, because they are geniuses, masters among masters. Feiyang wants to be a great director and a master in the film industry, so he will never be bound by any subject matter. In his opinion, it is best for him to continue to take the low-cost route and shoot *** movies or horror movies, but in that case, it will be very difficult for him to get rid of the two symbols of *** and horror in the future. On the contrary, if he takes a different approach and shoots movies of other themes, whether he succeeds or fails, in the eyes of others, this guy's definitely not simple. At least he is a great director who has created across themes and fields. Don't underestimate the word big. Countless Hollywood directors can't get it in their lifetime. There are only a few real big directors, such as Martin Scorsese, George Lucas, and Spielberg. Secondly, from another perspective, Feiyang is not only a director, but also the boss of Dream Pictures. He has a big family and a family to support. There are 30 or 40 people waiting for him to eat. If he still does small things, he can only stay at the stage of food and clothing, and can never drive a Mercedes-Benz to a well-off life. Therefore, he must make a big move. In addition, the newly established Dream Pictures computer animation design studio needs to accumulate experience, and the best way to accumulate experience is practice. So Feiyang plans to shoot an animated film to motivate and hone the animation talents of this company. Finally, Feiyang once shouted a slogan that moved countless people, that is, no matter how big the dream is, it is not too big, and no matter how small the dreamer is, it is not too small. This classic quote, plagiarized from the previous life Speedy Snail, has become Feiyang's most impressive personal image symbol, or a symbol of the spirit of struggle. Feiyang hopes to transfer this symbol from himself to Dream Company, so that the company can become the representative of this golden sentence, so that when people mention this sentence, they will say, "Oh, isn't this Dream Pictures? It was originally a small company, but now it has become an aircraft carrier." Feiyang hopes that the company can have such development and hopes that the company can be recognized by the mainstream media in Hollywood. Therefore, it is necessary to start filming Speedy Snail, which contains the golden sentence. In summary, the filming of the animation Speedy Snail is imperative for the above 4 reasons. Anne Hathaway had no idea what Feiyang was thinking. She only knew that Feiyang had never been exposed to animation design or the production process of cartoons. Hollywood cartoons are famous for their technology and money-burning style. If they are not handled properly, they will be self-defeating and fail miserably. Otherwise, why is it that among so many big movie companies in Hollywood, only Disney is the best at making cartoons? The reason is that this field is too difficult to control. Without funds and technology, even if you have a good story, it will be in vain. But now, Feiyang looks confident and is ready to rush in rashly. The result is predictable. Not to mention losing miserably, it is a miracle that he can get out of it unscathed. Feiyang saw that Anne Hathaway hadn't spoken for a long time and seemed to be thinking about something, so he touched her elbow on the chair and frowned and asked, "Annie, what's wrong?" Anne Hathaway responded with a no, shook her head to end her thinking, looked at him and smiled. "Nothing, I'm just thinking about something." Then Hathaway looked at Feiyang, took a deep breath, and gave her own advice in a serious tone, saying, You know, your next movie is very important, which affects your future, so I hope you don't make a rash decision, not to mention that you don't seem to be very good at animation." "I understand what you mean. Animation is difficult to make. This is a recognized fact in the entire film industry. But don't forget what my nickname is, Magician, Magic Yang. There is nothing I can't do in this world," Feiyang said confidently. "You just know how to brag. Let's see what you will do if you fail." Anne rolled her eyes at him. Feiyang smiled, put his arm around her shoulders, and said, "What are you afraid of? Even if I really fail, you are still by my side. I will live in your house and let you support me." "What?" Anne was stunned for a moment, then laughed, thinking that Feiyang was joking. But Feiyang looked serious, which made Hathaway a little unsure. She was surprised and said, "Oh, are you serious? Live in my house and let me support you?" Feiyang nodded and said, "Yes, what, don't you want to? In fact, I'm very easy to support. As long as I have 3 meals a day, it will be fine. By the way, it would be best if you can give me a bath every week, take me shopping, and take a walk occasionally." Anne Hathaway laughed again. "Why do I sound like I'm raising a puppy?" "Yes, don't you like it?" Feiyang raised his sword eyebrows and made a face, which made Hathaway laugh so hard that she laughed, and her worries and concerns just now were swept away. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Preparation for Speedy Snail. Los Angeles, Chinatown. Dream Pictures. In the newly renovated second floor conference room, Feiyang sat at the head of the long conference table, and on both sides were Fatty Gao Jiabao, Rabbit Bill, Fatty Jack Black, photographer Cindy, lighting designer Charlie, makeup artist Mickey, and some top executives who had recently joined. In addition, across the conference table were 2 new members of Dream Pictures. One was Mike, the head of the computer special effects department, and the other was John, a computer animation designer. They were all top talents hired by Feiyang at high salaries. The female secretary brought the coffee and placed it in front of everyone. Feiyang picked up the coffee, took a sip, and then said, "Okay, today we called everyone here, mainly to announce the production of our company's next play. Congratulations, boss, you are finally going to shoot a new play." "Yeah, we have been looking forward to it for a long time." "What kind of theme? Is it a horror movie? How scary?" "I guess it's a asterisk movie." A group of people talked and guessed. "Okay, stop guessing." Feiyang put down his coffee and said. Everyone was quiet after hearing what he said, waiting for him to announce the answer. Being watched by so many eyes, Feiyang felt a sense of satisfaction as a boss. No wonder many people like to be bosses. It feels good to be watched. "Before I announce the answer, take a look at this." Feiyang snapped his fingers crisply, and a slide of a small animal appeared on the conference tablet screen. A round shell, a bald head, 2 big eyes like tentacles, and a smiling mouth. Anyone can recognize that this is a snail, or more precisely, a cute cartoon snail. Feiyang glanced at everyone and asked with a smile, "Do you all know what this is?" Everyone laughed a few times. How could they not know? Fatty Jack first spread his hands and smiled. Of course, boss, although I don't like French food very much, I also know that there is a delicacy called French potato baked snails. Damn, thinking of this dish, I actually have an appetite now. Who will go after work? But remember, pay the bill in half. Test, dead fat guy, only knows how to eat. But this little snail is quite special. The fat man touched his chin and continued. Feiyang thought, not bad, I finally figured out something. It's too small. How many are enough to bake a plate? Feiyang spit out a mouthful of coffee. Incurable foodie. Besides eating, don't you see anything else? Feiyang asked. Fatty Jack scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Ahem. People are talking about the facts. Boss, you suddenly put out a snail and didn't explain the reason, which really tests everyone's imagination. Okay, who of you has a different opinion? Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to him. I have it. Bill Rabbit raised his hand impatiently. You, tell me, what did you find out? Feiyang called out. I've seen a lot. First of all, this little snail is very cute. What's so cute about it? It looks very cartoon-like and lovable. It's the kind of thing that children will like at first sight. Secondly, you see it's stupid, just like the fool next to me. He pointed to the fat man Jack who had just been frustrated. Therefore, it becomes even more cute, honest and interesting. It can be said that little guys like this are naturally lovable. Oh, it's really a gift from the creator to us. Finally, and also the key point, this gift from the creator to us was taken out by you personally, so it must be a treasure. What kind of treasure it is, of course we can't guess, if you don't tell us, boss. But a wise and talented person, like you would never speak without a purpose, so I believe this little snail must be carrying an unparalleled secret. Yes, it must have a very exciting story. Let us look forward to it. Rabbit Bill said a lot in one breath. It seemed that he said a lot, but when he thought about it carefully, he said nothing. He just praised Feiyang. Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and snapped his fingers. Shut up, you guys should just watch it first. Then the slides kept flashing and changing. Snails, racing cars, tracks, drivers. Soon everyone found that these things were getting more and more interesting together. Looking at the changing pictures, Bill the Rabbit easily figured out the intention and asked, Boss, I see you want to make a cartoon about snails and racing cars? Feiyang grinned and said to everyone, why not? When Feiyang said this, everyone almost fainted. Oh my god, this is too crazy. Originally, I thought he would continue to shoot horror movies and pornographic movies, and even everyone used their imagination to guess that he would shoot war movies and kung fu movies. But I never thought that it would be a cartoon. From a movie about people to a movie about non-people, this leap is too big, isn't it? Exclamation mark. Everyone was stunned by Feiyang's sudden decision. Seeing that he had scared everyone with just one sentence, Feiyang couldn't help but feel funny. Although I'm the boss of the company and have direct decision-making power, if I have the final say on everything, how can a company work together? How can others work seriously? Any decision must have a reason and be able to at least convince others to agree. In the meeting room, everyone plays a role of an investor, so I must use a business perspective to tell everyone that this is feasible. So Feiyang took the initiative to explain before anyone asked. First of all, this decision of mine is not a whim, but a result of my careful consideration. The main reasons are as follows. Feiyang paused and continued. First, although we have no experience in filming cartoons, our newly established computer animation design studio can regard this filming as a kind of training. Only those who have really been on the battlefield can be good soldiers who can fight. If you work behind closed doors, you will never achieve anything. Second, you don't have to think too much about technology and funds. Although I have decided to direct this play, I will not drag the entire company into it. Therefore, I will find a film company to cooperate with. The intention of cooperation has been initially reached, that is Paramount. Paramount? Are we going to cooperate with Paramount? Everyone started to discuss unconsciously. You know, although Disney has always been the dominant player in the field of Hollywood cartoons, Paramount, as an old giant, is not willing to lag behind and has been trying to seize the market in the field of animation. The most powerful weapon of Paramount is the DreamWorks animation production company behind it. In the future, Paramount will acquire DreamWorks and be responsible for the distribution of all DreamWorks cartoons, producing a series of popular cartoons such as Madagascar 123 and Farm Craze. Besides, DreamWorks, every time it produces an animated film, it is the sweet dream of the audience, but for Disney, it is their nightmare. The cartoons produced by DreamWorks are known for their realistic images. Its animal hair, skin, and skeleton technologies can be said to be among the best in the industry. With the support of Paramount, DreamWorks can now perfectly create exquisite, realistic and textured pictures in animation design, whether it is the engine, renderer, modeling map, etc. It can be said that in terms of animation technology, as long as Paramount is involved, it is equivalent to DreamWorks, which is definitely worth cooperating with. As for why Paramount cooperated with Dream Pictures, there are three main reasons. First, the director of this cartoon is Feiyang, who is the most popular person recently. Almost every one of his movies has become a legend, which makes Paramount look forward to his new works. Second, among the 7 major Hollywood film companies, Disney has Disney Animation, Fox has Fox Animation, Sony has Sony Animation, but Paramount has not yet established its own animation company. However, Dream Pictures has established an animation design studio first, which makes Paramount feel very interesting. It allows them to explore the way first and see whether the animation is easy to handle. Third, and most importantly, although Paramount has in-depth cooperation with DreamWorks, DreamWorks is not a very obedient child. Paramount urgently needs a new ally who can replace DreamWorks or even surpass DreamWorks, and Dream Pictures is undoubtedly the best choice. The reason is that compared with DreamWorks, which has already hardened its wings, Dream Pictures has just started and seems easier to control. The above are the reasons why Paramount is willing to cooperate with Dream Pictures to shoot cartoons. The participation of Paramount obviously surprised the Dream Pictures members present, and they couldn't help asking, is Paramount really willing to cooperate with us? Yes, we want to cooperate and develop this cartoon together. They have funds and experience in making cartoons. Cooperating with them will only benefit us and not harm us. In addition, I have already thought about it. While filming this play, the company will shoot a low-cost horror film to prevent the animation from being delayed too long, and our company will not have new movies released during the good schedule. How to say it, this horror film can be regarded as buying insurance for the animation. Horror films are the golden sign of our company, aren't they? Finally, why shoot a cartoon? Because the animation market is bound to become the most competitive hotbed in the future. We are shooting now, just to warm up for the future. Remember, if a company wants to develop, it must look further ahead. Don't be too concerned about some immediate interests, and don't be afraid of taking risks. We have an old saying in China called, wealth and honor are sought in danger, which is a truth. The above are the reasons why I decided to shoot this cartoon. If you have any questions, you can ask questions. Feiyang asked everyone's opinions very actively. I have a question. Fatty Gao Jiabao raised his hand and said, how much will you invest in this animation? Feiyang smiled. Originally it would cost at least 4 or 5 million, but with the cooperation with Paramount, we only need to pay about 3 million. Of course, this money is not only for filming, but more importantly, we need to learn the animation production technology over there. Well, anyway, even if this movie is really a failure, we will just treat it as paying tuition. Fatty Gao Jiabao was depressed. Your nanny, this tuition is too expensive. But he still shut up and didn't object. The fat man didn't know that the 3 million that Feiyang mentioned was actually a discount to the nth power. The movie in the previous life cost $135 million and the production cost was simply sky high. The reason is that the special effects made by computers are time consuming and labor intensive, much more time consuming than the performances of actors. The special effects of Hollywood blockbusters are made by supercomputers. The processing of ambient light is the most important for the real and fake special effects, and the application cost of supercomputers is very high. In a word, special effects are very expensive. But this time, Feiyang didn't plan to make it into 2D, just the simplest ordinary cartoon. First, there was no time. Second, there was no money. Third, there was no energy. What Feiyang had to do was to tell the story of Speedy Snail completely and make his golden sentence the golden signboard of Dream Pictures. Therefore, spending 3 million yuan was very painful for him, and the degree of pain was no less than that of the fat man Gao Jiabao. I also have a question. This time it was Bill the Rabbit who spoke. You just said that you want to make a horror movie, so who will be the director of this movie? Yes, everyone knows that the first shot of Dream Pictures is horror movies. Now Feiyang wants to make an animation. Of course he can't be the director, so who will be the director who bears the responsibility of savior? Bill the Rabbit, Fatty Jack, even the photographer Cindy, and a few guys who came from the top all showed eager eyes. Feiyang smiled. I have thought about this issue clearly. I will be the producer of the new play, and Bill will be the director. Last time you were my assistant director, you worked very hard, and in the end I took all the credit. I wronged you, so this time I will compensate you. Fatty Jack, don't feel wronged. You follow me to tinker with this cartoon. I heard that you have done dubbing behind the scenes, right? I need talents like you around me. Others will not be idle either, and there will be a lot of things for you to do immediately, so everyone should be mentally prepared. A big battle is about to begin. Needless to say, since Feiyang is going to be the producer, with his temper and command ability on the scene, he is the absolute emperor. No matter who is the director, they are only the nominal top leader, and in fact they are still running errands, so it's meaningless, even if everyone earns money. Therefore, everyone shut up and continued to listen to his arrangements. Okay, now let's get down to business. Let's study this movie called Speedy Snail. Feiyang turned his head and looked at the clever and cute little snail on the flat screen and smiled. This big guy has never appeared on the market, and it obviously has great potential because it is not only a cute snail, but also a crazy speed racer. What does a racer represent? Struggle, and challenge all the impossible. They are heroes, so our movie is about how a little snail becomes a racing hero. Everyone laughed. It was an interesting story. Of course, there is no dispute on this point. The snail is indeed cute, and is indeed an excellent animation element. Moreover, the huge contrast and impossibility of linking it, which runs the slowest, with a speed racer as the biggest selling point. Fat Jack, who had been chosen by Feiyang to be his assistant, looked at the screen thoughtfully and asked, "Boss, what kind of movie do you want to make? An inspirational animation like The Lion King?" "Yes, it's an inspirational animation. Its theme is what I once said, no dream is too big, and no dreamer is too small." Feiyang smiled and said, "But this inspirational drama is based on comedy, that is, a family-friendly mode. Only in this way can the animation we make attract all audiences." When Feiyang said these words, what he was thinking of were several more alternative black animations in his previous life, such as Corpse Bride and Coraline. These two dramas were classified as USAPG, which are not suitable for children to watch, or require parental guidance to watch. In that way, many audiences will be lost invisibly, which will bring pressure to the box office. Don't think Feiyang is too fussy about the box office. Dream Pictures is not a wealthy company, and it is not easy to support a group of people. Feiyang himself is not a billionaire. Everything he does now must be money oriented, otherwise, no one will pity him, even if he starves to death. Listening to Feiyang's words, Fatty Jack and Rabbit Bill both agreed very much. He added, "Laughter is always pleasant. As long as the cartoon is full of laughter, it will be suitable for the whole family to watch together, and it will also be suitable for young people to date or watch alone, and then it will be successful. Please remember that cartoons are fairy tales. Try to preach less. All the truths we want to tell the audience should be done in a relaxed and interesting way, and this is also to serve the story." Okay, I have basically said what I want to say. Do you have any questions? Feiyang looked around. The whole conference room was quiet, and no one said anything. Guys, believe me, Feiyang put his hands on the table and said decisively, as long as the story is good enough, and it is a good movie, no matter how difficult it is to shoot, it is worth our attempt and creation. After a pause, Feiyang finally said, also, any movie and any attempt have risks. If you always think about the damn risks, will anyone still make movies? His voice gradually became louder. Well, movies are inherently high risk. If you are afraid, you might as well sell KFC. Everyone laughed and looked at each other. Bill the Rabbit raised his hands and laughed. I have no objection. I totally agree. Fatty Jack Black also said, I don't think the market will be that fragile. Cindy nodded and smiled. Wow, a snail that can race? Very cool. Seeing that everyone had thrown away those worries and concerns, Feiyang couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face and said, then, from now on, let's start running at full speed like this snail. To be continued, Chapter 130. Spielberg's Pitfalls. In Hollywood, Paramount Studios, Feiyang met the president, Mr. Raymond. As soon as Raymond saw Feiyang, he smiled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let me introduce you to someone. As he spoke, Mr. Raymond introduced a bearded white man to Feiyang and said, this is the head of DreamWorks, Mr. Steven Spielberg. Looking at the unimpressive bearded man in front of him, Feiyang's first reaction was that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Who would have thought that this guy who looked like a weak teacher in front of him was actually one of the few great directors in the United States? He created many classics such as Jaws, *Et*, and Schindler's List. He also won the Oscar for Best Director twice for his films, and is the director with the highest total box office in the world in history. Spielberg can perfectly combine the profound thoughts of the film with the commercial element, allowing the audience to experience the shocking and magnificent visual effects, while feeling the profound connotations conveyed in his films, which makes people want to continue, and have endless aftertaste. This is very rare in the entire American film industry and even the global film industry. In the future, Forbes magazine estimated Spielberg's net worth at about $3 billion. Premiere listed him as the most powerful and influential figure in the film industry worldwide. He was listed in Time's list of the 100 greatest people of the century, and was named the most influential person of his time by Life magazine at the end of the 20th century. Now, the super powerful figure in Feiyang's time and space stood in front of Feiyang, but the feeling given to Feiyang was not domineering or extraordinary, nor did Feiyang feel the temperament of master level tiger body shaking, but completely looked like a poor uncle. Hello, my name is Feiyang. You can call me China Yi, or Yi. Feiyang extended his hand politely. My name is Steven Spielberg. The other party finally said this sentence. Feiyang was shocked again. Our film master actually has a mild stutter. Okay, I called you here today, just to let you know first. Steven also read the script outline given by China Yi, and found it very interesting, but also made some comments. Well, Steven, what did you say? Raymond turned to ask Steven Spielberg. Spielberg grinned. I mean, this little snail image is very pleasing, but from Mr. Yi's painting pattern, it is still too intuitive and pale, especially the flat painting, lacking a sense of three-dimensional aura. It would be better if it was equals. As soon as these words came out, Feiyang was immediately shocked. He was worthy of being a master. He hit the nail on the head and immediately saw the flaws on his side. Yes, the snail kid drawn in a flat composition is not as cute as Equals, but the problem is that the production cost of Equals is simply both pitfalls and against the sky. According to his current strength, he can't afford it at all. In this situation, Feiyang was really afraid that Raymond would be persuaded by Steven to make this film into a 3D production, and then he would be dragged into the quagmire and might never be able to turn over. Mr. Steven is right. Feiyang said hurriedly, the composition of my snail is a bit too thin. I originally wanted to 3D it, but after thinking about it carefully, I gave up this idea. After Feiyang finished speaking, he deliberately paused to arouse Raymond's curiosity. Sure enough, Raymond asked, oh, why? Is it not good? It's not bad, it's really too good. Feiyang's words made even Steven curious. Feiyang continued, I've roughly calculated that, if we make this cartoon into a equals animation, then additional investment budget will inevitably be required. Even for an animation professional like DreamWorks, it will take a year or even 2 years to create such a long animation. The additional cost will increase from our investment of $6 million to $60 million, which means that the investment amount will increase tenfold at once. Feiyang's series of numerical concepts made Raymond a little worried. As the president of a film company, every penny of investment must be made with caution. After all, making movies is not charity, it is about selling tickets and making profits. Seeing that Raymond was already hesitant, Feiyang asked Steven Spielberg directly, Mr. Steven is an expert in animation production. I wonder if my calculation is correct? Steven pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and nodded. What you said is generally correct. If this cartoon is designed to be an animation of more than 90 minutes, it will be very troublesome to produce. It may take 1 or 2 years, or even longer. As for the investment amount, around $60 million is also possible. But what I want to say is, since we have such a good story, why should we care about things like return on investment? We should look at the long term. This movie may very well become the best animation for you, me, and Paramount in recent years. I have reason to believe that, as long as we do this movie well, we can even surpass Disney. Old man Steven is really a rip-off. Feiyang didn't expect this old guy to be so stubborn, and he didn't expect him to be so bold. He didn't even breathe a sigh of relief when he said the investment of $60 million. But Feiyang immediately understood that compared with a low-cost professional like himself, Spielberg was a master who specialized in big productions. What about Saving Private Ryan and Jurassic Park? All of them invested hundreds of millions of dollars. $60 million is probably just a drizzle in his mind. Damn bear, if I had known earlier, I would have said $600 million. Wouldn't you scare an old man to pee his pants? Exclamation mark. Steven's words couldn't help but touch the sultry fighting spirit of President Raymond. Since taking over Paramount, he wanted to make a few big moves to show his unparalleled wisdom and leadership ability. Investing in Titanic is the best proof, but this movie almost capsized like the giant ship in the movie. Fortunately, the box office counterattack was successful in the later period, and Mr. Raymond also won glory and respect, but some people who envied him would still secretly say that he was lucky. Now, after hearing Steven say that he could make this cartoon into a classic, he couldn't help but feel a little excited again. Feiyang didn't expect that Raymond would be so irresistible. Who doesn't want to make this movie into a classic? But the problem is that classics come at a price. As far as Feiyang knows, the return on investment of this cartoon in the past was not high, but it had a very good reputation. Haha, Mr. Steven said it very well. Feiyang habitually affirmed the other party's remarks again, but he made another turn. But now animation production does not necessarily have to fight for money to become a classic. What is a classic? It is long-lasting and people praise it after watching it. Therefore, even if we only invest $6 million, we can make a classic animation masterpiece. A classic of $6 million and a classic of $60 million. I think there will not be much water in it, right? Feiyang's sophistry directly persuaded President Raymond again. Yes, since $6 million can make a classic, why should we spend $60 million more? I'm not an idiot. After thinking for a while, President Raymond made a decision. Okay, what you said is alright, but according to the current situation, China's decision is safer. After all, we are businessmen, and doing business requires a return on investment. If this play really needs an investment of $60 million, but the box office does not meet expectations, then it will be useless, no matter how classic it is, because the shareholders on our board of directors don't care about these. What they want is colorful banknotes and exciting box office. Alas, I have to say that this is the sadness of us filmmakers. Our will is always controlled by interests. Seeing that Raymond had said this, Steven could only shrug and accept it. As the head of DreamWorks, Steven asked to make this play a classic, and actually had another idea, that is, his company could charge more production fees, especially computer special effects, which is an industry that makes money quickly. Feiyang didn't expect President Raymond to be so open and directly support his intention. he immediately decided, don't worry, our cooperation will definitely achieve greater success this time. I hope so, dear Yi. I'm optimistic about you. President Raymond said with a smile. Hey, I'm sorry. When leaving President Raymond's office, Feiyang said to Steven Spielberg. What? Steven was a little confused. Are you apologizing for the dispute just now? Haha, man, you think too much. I'm not the kind of petty person. Steven said with a smile. Feiyang liked this old man a little, but still said, no, I'm apologizing to you for another thing. You know, the movie Saving Private Rachel I shot took up a lot of your attention. Oh, so that's it. You think too much, man. My movie Saving Private Ryan is not a treasure. On the contrary, your porn movie is really well shot. I also watched it, and it was a midnight show. Of course, I kept it secret from my wife. I didn't expect that Steven was so humorous. Feiyang smiled and then extended his hand very solemnly. Really, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Steven. I think I will be able to learn a lot from you in the days to come. Steven was stunned for a moment and finally shook Feiyang's hand and smiled. We Jews have a saying that there is always a lot of truth in jokes. So, your movie is really good. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. To be continued, chapter 131. Uncrowned King. In the studio full of lighting equipment, with a dazzling background, Mr. Raymond in a black suit, sat on a round stool, with Feiyang and Steven Spielberg on his left and right. All three of them had bright smiles on their faces, looking in the direction of the camera lens. Okay, that's it. You look very handsome like this now. Over there, a photographer holding a camera kept pressing the shutter, taking pictures, and said, Mr. Raymond, try to make your eyes deeper and more charming. Mr. Steven, can you smile a little? Don't always have a tense face. And dear Yi, you'd better put one hand in your pocket. Face a little towards me. Yes, one hand supporting your chin, eyes slightly looking at the ground. That's it. Very artistic temperament. You are a good model. Feiyang posed as he said, with one hand in his pocket, one hand supporting his chin, his face turned sideways, and bowed his head 30 degrees in contemplation. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the flash again, and there was a continuous clicking sound. He couldn't help muttering in his heart, KO, is this really elegant? It feels pretty silly. But today is to promote the cartoon we co-produced, so I'd better bear it for now. Thinking of this, Feiyang put down his gesture and said with a smile, hey, guys, don't you think it will be boring to shoot like this all the time? Why don't we take some funny style photos? Raymond, Steven and Feiyang are taking photos for the next issue of the American New Film magazine. The shooting of Speedy Smale is planned to start, and the three male gods cooperate for the first time. Although this interview is not a cover headline, it also occupies a large page in the magazine, which is the first round of publicity for the upcoming animation. Sure. The photographer from the magazine nodded, spinning one hand and said, just make some funny faces, make faces, stick out your tongue. Raymond and Steven were stunned. Do we have to do this? Are we too old? Feiyang smiled and said, there is no priority or age for being funny, as long as you have fun. Come on, guys. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Raymond and Steven smiled helplessly, then imitated Feiyang, and started making funny poses. Mr. Raymond put his hands in his pockets, with his chest and belly sticking out, and his chin raised high, imitating the film master Hitchcock, except that Hitchcock had a pipe in his mouth, but he was biting a big cigar with his teeth bared. Steven Spielberg was even more interesting. This bearded guy pulled his beard with his hands to make a baboon, while his face was long and his eyes rolled up. As for Feiyang, he never expected that the two guys who were originally shy would suddenly steal the spotlight so much, and said that they were old and would be embarrassed, and they were kidding. In order to stand out in the camera, Feiyang thought hard and immediately came up with a good idea. He stood firmly, stretched out his tongue vigorously, and then raised his middle fingers with both hands. The cutest funny pose on the internet in his previous life was made by him first. No, this won't work. The photographer laughed, put down the camera in his hand, shook his head, and said with a smile, your fingers are too bold and avant-garde. Our magazine can't publish such a thing. your image will be ruined. Raymond and Steven both laughed and said, "Oh, not bad. Very cool. Okay, then I'll try a new pose." Feiyang shrugged indifferently. He didn't think that raising two middle fingers would ruin his image, and what was his image? How about this one? Feiyang still stuck out his tongue this time, but the hands that originally raised the middle fingers were made into deer antlers, with the thumbs as the apex, inserted on both sides of the head, and then his eyes were wide open. Oh, man, this will work, right? Feiyang thought he must look very cute. The photographer made an okay gesture, then bent slightly, and raised the camera, pointed it at them at the best angle, and praised, "Beautiful, let's start." With a click, the film froze the picture. After taking photos in the studio, the three of them came to the elegant reception room to accept an interview for the text report. A good-looking black female reporter took a pen and a small notebook, looked at the three people sitting on the red main sofa, and asked with a smile, "First question, Mr. Raymond, who came up with the concept of the cartoon Speedy Snail?" President Raymond smiled casually and said, "Of course it was Dear Yi's idea, yes, he came up with it. At that time, I thought, oh what, an ordinary garden snail, but by chance, it has the special ability of speed, and follows the dream, to become a racing driver, and competes with the real champion on the track. I have to say, at that time I thought that this story was very creative and imaginative. How to say it, just like Spider-Man was bitten and turned into a hero, the snail finally became a hero. Yes, this is a good story, I like it." President Raymond talked to the reporter. "There is another question. If I remember correctly, this should be Mr. Feiyang's third work. Why do you suddenly want to shoot an animation instead of the horror and porn movies that you are most familiar with?" the black female reporter asked curiously. As for this question, Feiyang pondered for a while. "First of all, I'm a very strange person. If you get along with me for a long time, you will know that I don't like to do things in a conventional way, and I don't like things that never change. I like to challenge myself. How should I put it? I'm not willing to be mediocre. I like to do something fresh and strange. This is me, a weird director and a weird person. Then can I think that you do this to attract people's attention?" the female reporter asked with her head tilted. This question is very sharp, but Feiyang shrugged and said directly, "You can say that." Feiyang knows that in the United States, if a person expresses himself too much, it is not derogatory. Unlike China, if you highlight it a little, you will be said to be not humble enough, too arrogant, and like to stir up trouble, and make small moves. The United States is a country that pays great attention to people's self-expression. To put it bluntly, it is because of the different humanities and education methods. If a child makes a frog out of plasticine to scare his deskmate in a classroom in China, he will be criticized for disrupting the class and being naughty. In the United States, he will be praised for his good craftsmanship and creativity, and then he will be guided on how to use this skill properly. This is the difference in culture and education. The black female reporter seemed surprised by Feiyang's frank answer. She smiled slightly and took notes with the tip of her pen. Next question. Dear Yi, you have never shot an animated film before. Will you feel a lot of pressure as the director of this film this time? The black female reporter looked up and asked. Well, of course there is pressure. As for whether it is big or not, I don't consider it. But in my opinion, pressure is motivation, isn't it? Feiyang smiled and touched his earlobe. Besides, Mr. Steven Spielberg next to me is the best animation master in the United States. With him helping me, I believe that, no matter how much pressure or difficulties there are, this cartoon will be successfully shot. Feiyang praised the bearded man next to him from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, the black female reporter immediately turned her attention to Steven Spielberg and asked, "Then Mr. Steven, do you have any different opinions about Mr. Yi being a director? After all, he is so young and has never had experience in animation production and action shooting. In your opinion, will it be a big trouble?" the black female reporter asked sharply. In fact, in general interviews, those reporters will inevitably use some tricks such as stirring up discord, and they are always effective. However, Steven, who is a good guy, did not take the bait. Haha, how should I put it? Actually, I envy him for being so young and inexperienced, because only when you are young you have time. Inexperience means that he is a blank sheet of paper, and it is easy to paint various colors on a blank sheet of paper, and China Yi is also a smart person. I believe that, since he has this confidence, he will definitely be able to direct this animation well. Haha, your answer is very interesting. Then I would like to ask, China Yi's last place saving female soldier Rachel seems to imitate your World War II blockbuster. Aren't you angry about this? The female reporter continued to make the two of them have some temper. Angry? Oh, no, on the contrary, I feel very honored. Mr. Yi also said that his play is actually a tribute to me. Is that right, dear Yi? Stephen turned his head and asked Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang smiled. Of course, you are an old predecessor. I can't help but pay tribute to you and learn a lot from you. Yi Feiyang went with the flow. But I heard that the movie you shot almost ruined Mr. Stephen's work. The female reporter insisted. No, haha, how is that possible? If that were the case, I would be dead. Yi Feiyang shook his head and smiled, took a sip of the tea served on the coffee table, and shrugged. But some of it is true. I took advantage of the popularity of Mr. Stephen's movie. Yes, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people complaining about it. After a pause, he laughed again. Oh, by the way, this word is a little fresh. Takeo means to talk about it. But the consequence of complaining is that the box office is getting higher and higher. Oh god, sometimes I really don't understand. Are those people helping me or scolding me? Some people watching the interview couldn't help but laugh, feeling that this Chinese Yi is quite humorous. Others were also amused by Yi Feiyang's so-called Takeo. What a fresh word. Is this also the invention of Chinese Yi? Exclamation mark. The interview continued. Seeing the female reporter's ballpoint pen sliding quickly, Yi Feiyang reminded solemnly, oh, dear lady please, it's better to delete this part, because I'm afraid that after those guys know it, they will shut up and stop scolding me. Oh, my poor box office. Everyone couldn't help it anymore, and this time they all laughed haha. The black female reporter felt angry and funny, and asked the last question. As we all know, the cycle of shooting cartoons is generally very long. Some are half a year, some are a year, and some are even 2 or 3 years. During this long time, will your dream pictures have other works? In fact, there is no need to answer this question. We are a film company. When we encounter a schedule, we must have a new film released. Otherwise, dozens of people in our entire company will have to starve. That means you have plans to make a new movie? Is it a horror movie? The black female reporter guessed. That's right, there are other works, and as you think, it's still a horror movie. Yi Feiyang praised and advertised to those who like his movies. Oh, then can you reveal the story of this play? The black female reporter couldn't help asking. Sorry, I can't tell you about this for the time being. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm too stingy, it's really because I don't know what to shoot yet. Yi Feiyang told the truth. Ah, what to shoot, you don't know yet? The black female reporter widened her eyes. Yi Feiyang nodded. Yes, I only know that I should shoot a horror play that I'm good at, but I haven't found any good stories or good materials yet. Maybe, beautiful reporter, you can give me some advice. What do you think I should shoot? Yi Feiyang winked at her. This? How do I know? Under Yi Feiyang's burning gaze, the female reporter blushed, really black and coquettish. This Chinese Yi is too outrageous asterisk female reporter on the scene. Mr. Raymond had to cough and interrupt someone's bold behavior. I think the time is almost up. I wonder if you have any questions, ma'am? The black female reporter hurriedly said. Oh no, sorry to bother you. It's our honor to be interviewed. The 3 men were very gentlemanly. When leaving the interview hall, Mr. Raymond couldn't help but remind Yi Feiyang, dear Yi, this is a public place. Those famous reporters are basically the uncrowned kings in this industry, especially that female reporter, who is famous for being difficult to deal with. Don't mess with her in the future. Yes, I've heard of her. She has always been disdainful of those male stars. Stephen couldn't help but say. Yi Feiyang shrugged. I really don't know about this. At this time, the black female reporter stepped on high heels and walked over arrogantly. Obviously, her target was Feiyang. See, I was right. She must be here to cause trouble. Women can't be messed with, just like the great white shark I took a photo of. Raymond and Steven seemed to have seen Feiyang about to be torn apart by the great white shark in front of him. Oh no, it should be the great black shark. The female reporter said to Feiyang, "Yi, can I treat you to dinner?" After saying that, she blinked her eyes. The two old guys next to him fainted directly. To be continued. Chapter 132. Teacher, please turn around for me. Maintaining a good relationship with reporters is a necessary means of communication for a filmmaker. So when faced with a dinner invitation from the black female reporter, Feiyang accepted it without hesitation. It was not because he coveted beauty, although this black pearl looked very voluptuous and nice. However, Feiyang dated her because of the mutual benefit for both parties. Obviously, his behavior worked. A few days later, the latest issue of the new film magazine in Hollywood, USA, was put on the shelves, and this interview was published as scheduled. When talking about Feiyang's animation shooting this time, people from all walks of life had mixed opinions. Some people said, "Oh my god, stop kidding. Is this Chinese Yi really a genius? How dare he challenge the animation field?" Others said, "Chinese Yi just doesn't follow the ordinary path. Let's see how he goes against the sky this time. Chinese Yi is dreaming again, and the dream is about animation. I just don't know if it will turn into a nightmare this time. Don't make us American audiences stupid. Chinese Yi is making cartoons. It's hilarious." No matter what, Hollywood mischievous element like Feiyang always attract the attention of Hollywood. It's impossible to keep a low profile. With these incidents, the animation Speedy Snail has quietly started production and filming. The filming of cartoons is different from the filming of ordinary movies. Ordinary movies need to select male and female protagonists, extras, pomp, photographers, etc. In short, there are a lot of things you need to deal with, and shooting animations is the easiest and the most difficult. The easy part is that you only need to face the computer, the drawings, and the script to build the story structure. The difficult part is that the drawings and computer design are all technical work. You can't just tinker with a camera to shoot it. The protagonist of the movie can't be shot just by listening to the instructions. They are not people. To be precise, they are just animations you conceived. You give them life, emotions, life, and experience. From beginning to end, you are a god. You are God. But this god is the most difficult to be. Feiyang himself does not have very sophisticated animation design skills. Basically, he learns and applies it at the same time. But fortunately, Steven Spielberg is definitely a good teacher, or a terrible teacher. He has only one trick to teach his students, that is practice. In just 1 week, he made Feiyang watch all the classic cartoons produced by Disney, Fox, and DreamWorks, and asked Feiyang to dismantle and reassemble every shot of these cartoons. This is definitely a huge project. Think about it, there are at least tens of thousands of shots in a cartoon. If you dismantle and reassemble them one by one, it will definitely be a pitfall. Feiyang's eyes were red, his beard was untidy, and he was half thin. Now, in his eyes, in his mind, and even in his dreams, there were groups of moving animations. In a word, he was obsessed. Obsessed. Feiyang, according to his own script of Speedy Snail, led the computer special effects artist Mike, animation designer John, and the people of DreamWorks, to create the racing story of Snail Turbo. At the beginning, their speed was very slow, even slower than the Snail Turbo in the draft, so slow that they could only make a dozen frames of animation a day. Such a hard life continued, and Feiyang was in pain and happiness. At the end of April, Anne Hathaway was about to go to New York to take a dance exam. During this period, Feiyang was close to her, but not close to her. On the one hand, he was too busy, and on the other hand, in Feiyang's own words, he didn't want to disturb Anne and let her pass the exam with peace of mind. Anne Hathaway felt very aggrieved that Feiyang didn't come to see her. Although their relationship had not been truly established, which girl didn't want her boyfriend to be with her forever? Anne Hathaway took a plane from Los Angeles to New York. After arriving in New York, she didn't call Feiyang. In fact, She just waited by the phone, hoping that the phone would suddenly ring, and then Feiyang's clean and charming voice would appear. "Hi, how are you?" However, Anne was disappointed. After nearly 3 days in New York, Feiyang didn't call her at all, which made Anne Hathaway very sad. Yes, she was very sad. She felt that Feiyang didn't have her in his heart at all. The dance exam was over soon. Anne's outstanding performance on the stage was praised by the judges, but in the face of these praises, Anne was not happy at all. In the dressing room, the classmates who took the dance exam together picked up the phone, either to report the good news to their families or to call their boyfriends to complain. Only Anne held the phone, but didn't know whether to press those numbers, which were Feiyang's phone number. Just when Anne was holding the phone in a daze, the phone rang. When Annie saw the number, her heartbeat quickened. Yes, it was that damn guy. This was the first time he called her since she came to New York. Annie took a deep breath and tried to appear calm. She answered the phone. "Hello, is this Annie?" The other end said. "Yes, it's me. Are you? Yee. Of course it's me. How come you can't even recognize my voice after just a few days of not seeing each other?" "Oh no, why did you suddenly call me?" "I just wanted to confirm how you did on the exam." "Not bad." "What does not bad mean? Did you pass or not?" "Passed," Hathaway said softly. How she wished she could share this news with the person she loved, just like now. The other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and then there was a burst of excitement. "Great, I knew you could do it." "Yes, I said you are the best, didn't I?" Feiyang seemed very excited. Listening to the other party's crazy talk, Anne Hathaway felt sweet in her heart and spat into the phone and said, "Don't make such a fuss. It's just a small test." "What? Being able to enter the greatest university in the United States? How can this be a small test? Our Anne is too modest." Hathaway was extremely happy when Feiyang said our Anne, but on the surface she said, "Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to hang up. Let's talk when I get back, okay? Of course, I will go to the airport to pick you up. Remember, take good care of yourself, otherwise I will be worried." Listening to the beloved saying such caring words, Anne felt warm in her heart. After hanging up the phone gently, she exhaled and looked at the classmates next to her who were still holding the phone and chatting with their boyfriends, talking on the phone for a long time. Anne smiled brightly. She no longer envied them. On the contrary, she felt that her boyfriend was the best in the world, and she was the luckiest girl. Here in Los Angeles, Feiyang hung up the phone on the street, put the phone in his windbreaker pocket, and then turned up the collar of his clothes. It was not because he was too famous, but because it was to cover his face, but because Los Angeles in April was still a little cold, unlike Hong Kong, where it was almost spring all year round. Today, the super scary animation teacher Steven Spielberg was kind enough to give Feiyang a day off. Feiyang was a survivor. He first called Anne Hathaway, who was going to New York, and then prepared to take a taxi to do some private business. Someone might ask here, why didn't he drive himself? If he had money, wouldn't he buy a new car? The reason is simple. This car was borrowed by someone again. Feiyang regretted it. He regretted that he could just buy a cheaper car when he bought it, but he couldn't help but be nagged by the fat man Gao Jiabao, so he finally bought a BMW that looked very cool. Then, Feiyang's days without a car began. Gao Jiabao, Bill Rabbit, and Jack Black, these guys, made excuses every now and then. One said he wanted to go back to his hometown to show off and borrow the car to make himself look good, and the other said he couldn't have a good car without a girlfriend. In short, Feiyang's new car, which he had bought a few times, was borrowed by these guys. Feiyang sighed. Should he put a sticker on his car saying wife and car, not for loan? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Feiyang walked to the side of the road and stopped a taxi. After asking the taxi driver, he took the taxi to a section near Hollywood. This section is close to Hollywood, so every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It is called the Golden Rental Area because most of the people living here are some small stars who rent here. Because the land price is too expensive, they can't afford to buy a house here, but they like to save face, so they rely on renting to live here, thinking that this is very down to earth and maybe one day they will suddenly turn over and become famous. In fact, because there are too many people who gather here to dream of becoming a star, the housing prices here have always been high, and the rental fees are even more different every year. Instead of renting, it is better to buy it directly. Of course, the premise is that you must have money. The reason why Feiyang came here is to buy a house. For a long time, he and Fatty Gao Jiabao have rented and lived in Mrs. Lawrence's old building. The old building will be shaky every time there is a storm. In the words of Fatty Gao Jiabao, this is not a house, it may become a grave. Feiyang can't help but plan to move under the nagging of Fatty. First of all, it is too unreasonable for the two of them to squeeze in a small room, especially Fatty and he like to throw socks and trousers around, so that the two of them often wear the wrong things for each other. In addition, the house is too small and the environment is too bad, which is also a bit too inconsistent with their current status. You know, Rabbit Bill and Fatty Jack have already bought a small apartment, and they always invite the two of them to the rooftop of the apartment to play barbecue, just to show off. This made Feiyang feel annoyed, as he felt that being a boss was not as good as being a clerk. Having made up his mind to move and buy a house, Feiyang went out to look for a house himself. Fatty Gao Jiabao wanted to follow him, but was kicked back to the company by Feiyang, because today was the day for employees to get paid. As a person who had experienced this, Feiyang kept in mind, we must not delay the payment of wages to migrant workers. To be continued, chapter 133. Dog eyes look down on people. After arriving at the destination by car, Feiyang got off the car and strolled around Hollywood. Not far ahead is the famous shopping area in this area, which mainly sells high-end consumer goods, most of which are imported brands from France and Italy, and have become an indicator of Hollywood fashion trends. In addition to most of the high-end places where people spend money, there is also the Avenue of Stars that attracts the world's attention. This is a sidewalk that stretches along Hollywood Boulevard and Vine Street in the United States. There are more than 100 star-shaped medals with the names of celebrities honored by the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce to commemorate their contributions to the entertainment industry. The Hollywood Avenue of Stars has always been a must-see for tourists to Los Angeles, but many foreign tourists who come to the Avenue of Stars for the first time think that it does not have the Hollywood style they imagined. There are often beggars and various small vendors, and the cleanliness is poor. However, in Feiyang's eyes, this is a good place for walking and leisure, because you can see more clearly the true face of Hollywood behind the prosperity. Feiyang walked on the Avenue of Stars, looking at the scenery on the roadside, while looking for a real estate company here. He did not use his company's connections. In addition to relaxing, he just wanted to experience the fun of finding a house. In his previous life, he was a homeless person. He thought about having his own house and living a stable life all day long. In this life, the reality allowed it, so naturally he wanted to fulfill this wish. After walking on the street for a while, he finally saw a real estate agency at a corner. Feiyang pushed the door and walked in. In this small agency, there was a white lady in her 40s sitting on a chair watching a talk show on TV. Seeing the guest coming, the white lady turned her eyes away from the TV, stood up and greeted Feiyang. "Hi, young man, how can I help you?" Feiyang nodded slightly at the white lady and politely stated his purpose. "Hello, I'm here to look for a house. I wonder if you have anything suitable." "Ha, you look like a student, coming here to study. Then what kind of house do you need to rent? If I don't tell you, you don't know. I like young students like you the most. Our Jack is also in school." The white lady smiled. "Also, let me guess, you are Chinese, right?" "Hey, how did you know?" Feiyang was surprised. Could it be that this white lady was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger and recognized him a long time ago? Need I say this? Those Korean and Japanese students won't come here to rent a house. It's too expensive. They can't afford it. Only you Chinese students like to live in such high-end areas. Sometimes I wonder, is China richer than Japan and South Korea? Feiyang blushed after hearing this. Those who can come to the United States to study are all second-generation rich or second-generation officials. Their families are either rich or powerful. Of course, they like to live in high-end communities for the sake of face. Of course, it can't be said that all of them are like this. There are still most Chinese students who work and study. Some second generation officials and rich second generations also know that people have to rely on themselves. In fact, the early Chinese students studying in the United States gave people a very good impression. They are hardworking and full of fighting spirit. Just like the opening of a popular TV series in China said, if you love someone, send him to New York, because it is heaven. If you hate someone, send him to New York, because it is hell. This sentence explains all the problems. Seeing Feiyang shut up, after listening to her words, the enthusiastic white lady continued to nag. Oh, by the way, tell me, dear Chinese friend, what are your requirements, such as the height of the floor, the size of the area, and the environment, sanitation, transportation and other aspects? As long as you put it forward, I will try my best to meet you and help you find a suitable one. Yes, I promise to God that my service is absolutely first class. Seeing that Feiyang was not very old, the white lady thought he was still a student, but she guessed wrong about Feiyang's purpose. Feiyang was buying a house, not renting it. Sorry, maybe I didn't make it clear. I'm not here to rent a house, but to buy a house. Feiyang was not surprised. Before entering this door, he knew that he might be misunderstood. After all, he looked too young now, and he came alone. Here, not many people of his age come to buy a house by themselves. Oh my god, did I hear you right? The white lady exclaimed in surprise. You mean, you come here to buy a house? Yes. Feiyang nodded affirmatively. After confirming that he heard it right, the white lady's eyes were on. Honey, do you know that the house price here is very expensive? The white lady didn't look down on Feiyang, but was afraid that he couldn't come up with so much money, but reminded him that he was afraid that he didn't know the house price here, and ran over Ashley. Feiyang raised his mouth and smiled confidently. Of course, I know this too. Well, dear, I believe you, but you know, you look too young. When the white lady heard what Feiyang said, she knew that a big customer had come, and she apologized quickly. In fact, these places mainly provide more rental information, and selling houses generally goes directly to the sales points specially set up by the real estate developers. If the house can be sold here, you can get a fee far exceeding that of the rental agency. I want a ready-made house. Decoration doesn't matter, but the house can't be too small. It has to be in this area. The traffic conditions nearby should be better. Well, it's better to have good lighting. I wonder if you have a suitable house for sale? Feiyang directly stated his requirements. Although it seemed a bit wordy, he still raised it with a thick face. He was not afraid that the white lady in front of him would find him annoying. According to his requirements, if the lady found a suitable house, it would definitely be a large income. Besides, it would be his permanent residence in the future. Feiyang didn't want to treat himself badly. Oh, I understand. Yes, I understand. Let me see if there is a building that is particularly suitable for you. Hearing Feiyang's request, the white lady immediately turned out the information and began to search. Since Feiyang asked for a higher-end residence, there was not much information. Soon, the white lady finished reading the information. Does it have to be a building? Is a two-story Western-style house okay? Not finding the building that Feiyang mentioned, the white lady asked a question. A single-family villa. Feiyang thought about it for a while and agreed. As long as the other conditions are met, I have no problem. Oh, in that case, I'll call you and ask. The owner of this house is going to immigrate to another place and is in a hurry to deal with it. Maybe I can give you a very favorable price. Thank you very much. Please call and contact him. Feiyang said, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. The white lady picked up the phone, dialed the number, and called. In a moment, the call was connected. Yes, there is a young man who wants to buy your house. Not rent it, but buy it. What? The price can't be cheap. This. The white lady glanced at Feiyang, and Feiyang nodded and smiled. It doesn't matter, as long as the location is good and the environment is good. The white lady continued to call. The young man said that the price is negotiable. Yes, he is. It seemed that the phone asked about Feiyang's race. He is Chinese. The white lady said very honestly. The voice on the other end of the phone changed immediately. The voice was so loud that even Feiyang, who was beside him, could hear it. The voice on the other end of the phone said, "Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? I hate those Chinese people the most. They are rude and unhygienic. When I rented it before, they messed up my house. Even if I can't sell it, I won't sell it to the Chinese." The white lady looked very embarrassed. She didn't expect the landlord's thoughts to be so low level and have such strong racial discrimination. The white lady looked at Feiyang and was too embarrassed to speak, but still said, "I'm sorry, dear, I can't do anything." The landlord seems to be reluctant to sell the house. Feiyang was so angry that he wanted to get through the phone and kick the bastard twice, but he still suppressed his hot temper and smiled and said, "It's not your fault, ma'am. You have tried your best, right? How about I look for you again to see if there is a building suitable for you?" The white lady felt very sorry for Feiyang, and of course, she couldn't let go of the agency fee. Feiyang shook his head. "Thank you very much, I'll look for other places." He was about to leave. The white lady hurriedly took out a business card and said, "Hey, here is a business card. It's a big real estate agency nearby. You can go there and take a look. Believe me, you will definitely be able to find a house that suits you." Faced with the enthusiasm of the white lady, Feiyang was embarrassed to refuse, so he had to take the business card and thanked her again. After leaving the company, Feiyang looked for the address on the business card. It was not far ahead, which saved a lot of effort. The white lady was right. This real estate agency was much larger and more luxurious. There were also smiling receptionists at the door of the company. A white girl and a black girl stood at the door, complimenting each other. Feiyang came on foot, dressed very ordinary, without the appearance of a rich man, a tycoon, or an upper-class person. Even the watch on his wrist, anyone who knew a little about the market could see that it was a cheap item on the street stall. Alas, there is no way. As the most famous area in Los Angeles, Hollywood basically represents prosperity and luxury. No matter how poor a person is, they try to make themselves look brighter and more shiny. Therefore, Feiyang stood at the door of the real estate company and did not attract the attention of the beautiful women black and white twins. It was as if he was an insignificant person who did not matter whether he existed or not. On the contrary, while Feiyang stopped to look at the magnificent facade of the real estate company, a luxurious BMW car parked at the door of the real estate company. Two people got out of the car, all wearing gold and silver. One was a white man with a big belly, and the other was a blonde beauty dressed seductively. "Oh, honey, are you really going to rent me a nice apartment?" The blonde beauty snuggled in the fat man's arms and said coquettishly, "Of course, honey, so that we can meet often. Do you know how much I love you? If I don't see you for a day, my whole heart is thinking about you." The fat man nudged the blonde beauty's face with his fat lips in disgust. "Welcome, sir, please come in." The black and white girls made a very coquettish welcome, inviting the fat white man and the blonde beauty to go in together. The fat white man looked at Feiyang proudly, then hugged the blonde beauty, and walked in swaggeringly. Later, Feiyang followed forward, but was stopped by the black girl. "Excuse me, sir, this is a real estate company." "Yes, I know this is a real estate company. I'm here to look at houses," Feiyang said with anger. "Look at houses?" The two women looked at Feiyang suspiciously, but were frightened by Feiyang's sharp eyes. "Why is this person's eyes so scary?" Shivering, they hurriedly said, "Then you go in. Good luck to you, sir." Only then did they let them in. Feiyang snorted coldly and walked into this seemingly grand real estate company. The staff inside were very enthusiastic. Very enthusiastic to the fat white man and the blonde beauty who just entered. A skinny agent nodded and bowed to them, smiling constantly, and was introducing the property they rented. Feiyang came in, but no one paid any attention to him. Yes, basically no one took him seriously. Feiyang had no choice but to walk up to a lady who was applying nail polish and said, "Excuse me, I want to." Before Feiyang could finish his words, the lady yelled to the skinny guy, "Oliver, there is another customer here," and then buried her head in applying her nail polish. The skinny Oliver was spitting at the fat man, but was suddenly interrupted. He couldn't help but glance at Feiyang and said, Can't you see I'm busy? Let him wait a moment. Sorry, Oliver is busy. Wait a moment. The girl applying nail polish said without raising her head. Feiyang was angry, and then he shouted wildly, "Are all the people here dead?" Arrogant. He scared everyone in the sales department. A real estate agent who looked very young beside him saw Feiyang yelling like that, hesitated for a moment, and finally came forward very enthusiastically to help pour a cup of coffee. "Hello, sir. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Please have your coffee first." Feiyang then let out a breath and asked in a very lordly manner, "What's your name?" The young real estate agent said a little awkwardly, "You can call me York. I've only been here for 3 days. I'm a newcomer." Feiyang understood the meaning of the so-called newcomer. That is, I don't know much about the situation here, and I can't serve you for the time being. But if you don't mind, I can give you a general introduction to the situation here. You can use it as a reference. York mustered up the courage to say, to be honest, he has been here for 3 days and has suffered from the difficulties and contempt of these old agents, and even prevented him from contacting those wealthy customers. And those big customers don't like guys like York who are too young, thinking that he is inexperienced and hard to trust. In the United States, trust is 100% important. It is more important than talent and ability. It is a necessary condition for accumulating connections and expanding careers. It can be said that trust is a disguised social pass. As long as you can be trusted, there is nothing you can't do. Seeing that the young agent volunteered to introduce a house for him, Feiyang frowned and said, "Okay, York, thank you for your help. Haha, no trouble at all." York was very happy to see that Feiyang trusted him so much. Not far away, Oliver, who was introducing a house to the fat man, heard that the new guy was going to recommend a house to this poor Chinese man, and couldn't help but sneered. "What a fool. It's strange that such a guy can afford to rent a house." Under normal circumstances, Oliver would definitely kick York aside and snatch the client away, but now, he just wanted to wait and see the joke. With Feiyang's permission, the newcomer York began to tell him in detail about the pros and cons of various properties here. After all, he was a newcomer and was inevitably not very clear about some things. He called to ask directly, which was a good service for Feiyang. Over there, the white fat man was very pretentious to the agent Oliver, saying that this one was not good and that one was not good either. The skinny Oliver kept wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, thinking, what bad luck, meeting such a difficult guy. "Sir, this is already the best villa here. Yes, I can assure God that it is absolutely the best. Whether it is the environment or the supporting facilities, it is the best in this area." Oliver recommended it to the other party with all his heart. The white fat man looked up. "Really? Is it really as good as you said?" "Yes, if you see it, I guarantee you will be satisfied. But the rent is a little more expensive." "How much more expensive?" "At least $20,000 a year." "Ah, so expensive." The white fat man's face drooped. The blonde beauty next to him hooked her arm around the fat man's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Why is it so expensive? I think it's pretty good, honey. Don't you love me anymore?" "Oh, my dear, how can you say that? It's just that the damn house price is too high." The fat man was so coquettish that he felt numb all over and couldn't speak clearly. The agent Oliver smiled and said, "It's not expensive. In fact, compared with similar houses, there is a lot of room for appreciation." "What are you talking about, idiot? I'm renting a house, not buying one." "Oh, yes, I'm sorry, but this house is really worth the money," Oliver said as politely as possible. "TSK, you said everything. God knows if you are fooling me," the white fat man said with disdain. "What an idiot." Feiyang couldn't help but speak up, and then said to the fat man, "Man, this villa is definitely worth the money. Whether it's the environment or the supporting facilities, it should be one of the best in this area." "Well, the rent of $20,000 a year is not expensive at all." The white fat man laughed. "Damn it, who are you? How dare you call me an idiot? You don't have the right to speak here. Besides, how do you know if the price is right? Are you in the same group?" Seeing that Feiyang was dressed ordinary, the fat man didn't take him seriously at all, so his tone was full of ridicule and sarcasm. No, I'm just a guest here. To be precise, I'm also here to see the house. Yi Feiyang raised his sword eyebrows. Ha, you're here to see the house like this? I thought you were here to apply for a security guard. But it seems that there is no house suitable for people like you. The house prices here are very high, you know. It is not something that a small person like you can afford to rent. So, I advise you to go a little further away. For example, those dirty residential areas for overseas students, and the old areas with dirty and messy environment. Maybe they will give you a discount, because you are Chinese. Facing the fat man's sneer, Yi Feiyang was not angry, but said coldly to the agent York, I have taken a fancy to his house. I wonder if he can transfer it to me. This, I can ask for you. York was overjoyed, and then asked the fat man politely, excuse me, sir, are you still renting it? If not, the gentleman next to me is very interested. TSK, why shouldn't I rent it? It's only $20,000 a year, I can afford it. The fat man picked up the coffee pretentiously and said coquettishly, I'm sorry, I want to buy this villa. Yi Feiyang added coldly. Puff. The fat man sprayed a mouthful of coffee, which just hit the unlucky Oliver in the face. What did you say? You want to buy it? The fat on his face trembled, and he looked unbelievable. The unlucky Oliver didn't even bother to wipe the water stains on his face. Yes, that's a villa worth $580,000. He just said, can you afford such a high price? Yi Feiyang ignored the two guys at all, turned to the newcomer York and said, if it's okay, can I pay by check? York was still in a dreaming state. He originally thought that Yi Feiyang was going to rent the villa so he could get a commission of several $100, but he didn't expect that he would buy it directly at a fixed price. What is the concept of this? It means that he can get a commission of more than thousands of yuan or even tens of thousands of US dollars at once. God, you are so kind. I love you so much. York shouted in his heart. Oliver also came back to his senses. He was envious and jealous of York at first, then he rolled his eyes and was ready to kick York away, who was so lucky. Ah, dear sir, York doesn't know much about this villa. Why don't you let me introduce it to you? A 180-degree turn from the previous disdain to the current respectfulness. No, it should be said to be flattery. Yi Feiyang smiled coldly and said, that's not necessary. I think York is very good. Let him come. Oliver was met with a cold shoulder. He didn't expect that he would be met with a cold shoulder, so he had to laugh dryly. As for the newcomer York, he originally thought that this big client was going to be snatched away again, but he didn't expect Yi Feiyang to trust him so much. He was extremely grateful and excited in his heart. Here, the blonde beauty saw that the house she liked was going to be snatched away, and she couldn't help but say to the fat man, oh, baby, I really like that house. Why don't you buy it? The fat man was furious. He was slapped in the face by this Chinese youth. He wanted to fight back, but the house was too expensive. He didn't know what to do. Then, the woman next to him provoked him, and he couldn't help but said, wait, man, I also like that villa. I want to buy it. The agent Oliver didn't expect that the fat man on his side would make a move. He was overjoyed. Before he could speak, Yi Feiyang said first, okay, I'll give you the villa. Then he blinked at Oliver. Oliver didn't understand why Yi Feiyang was flirting with him. The fat man saw clearly that a buyer of a house was flirting with a seller of a house and let go so quickly. What does this mean? It means something fishy. You dare to bully me for having a low IQ. So the fat man was furious. Ha, do you really think I will fall for your tricks? It's obvious that you are in the same group. Oliver was miserable. You misunderstood. Absolutely misunderstood. I don't even know him. Misunderstanding you. The fat man slapped Oliver, who was only beaten in circles. Let's go. We won't buy here. Damn, we almost got fooled. The fat man pulled the woman up and went out directly. Alas, this guy has such a bad temper. Yi Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Oh, by the way, since no one wants that house, then the price, can it be lower? The newcomer York and the old man Oliver were stunned again. To be continued. Chapter 134. Skills of sex. Yi Feiyang was the kind of person who required high efficiency, so after a simple negotiation, He cut the price of the villa, which was originally worth $580,000 down to $550,000. Of course, if the deal was confirmed, the price could be a little lower, but before that, he had to go and see the house. If the actual situation was too different from the description, Yi Feiyang would be a real fool. The real estate agent named York had long regarded Yi Feiyang as the god of wealth of the East. At Yi Feiyang's suggestion, he couldn't wait to drive his car and take him to the villa to take a look. If he was satisfied, the two parties could sign the contract immediately. Yi Feiyang didn't expect that York was more anxious than himself. He looked like a newcomer, unable to hide his joy at all, and he seemed to be too rough in doing things. But this kind of person just sweetened Yi Feiyang's appetite, at least better than those slow guys who couldn't produce a fart even after 3 sticks. Yi Feiyang followed York and got into his private car. The car was not in good condition. They left the real estate company after a long time. Before leaving, the old agent Oliver was almost in tears. Originally, this god of wealth was his, but the cooked duck flew away. As for the black and white twins standing at the door to welcome guests, they greeted Yi Feiyang passionately for the first time and flirted with him. Looking at the two girls' naughty looks, Yi Feiyang believed that, as long as he hooked his fingers, he would be able to make them naughty tonight. But the premise was that he was willing to do so. Not long after, about 10 minutes later, the car Yi Feiyang was riding in stopped in a small parking lot. Yi Feiyang got off the car and looked around. He felt that this place was really good. The traffic around was very smooth and the environment was good. There were 2 rows of big trees on the roadside. Under the sun, beams of light sprinkled through the gaps in the leaves, which looked very refreshing. On the edge of the parking lot was a beautiful green park with some people walking in it. Here it is. York took Yi Feiyang for a walk and came to a beautiful Western-style villa. He pointed at it and said, "Here it is, sir. Do you like it?" Yi Feiyang looked at the villa carefully. It covers an area of about 1,000 square meters, of which the house occupies more than 300 square meters, and the rest is grass. In the middle of the grass is a tall beech tree, which is taller than the roof of the house. There is also a small swing under the tree. The outside of the house is painted with milky white wall paint, and the roof is half pointed and half flat. The pointed part is brick red, and the flat part is surrounded by a fence. The whole villa is surrounded by a wooden white fence, making the whole house look like a small kingdom of reading, which is very interesting. York took out the key and opened the door of the villa. After seeing it for the first time, Yi Feiyang decided to buy the house. After entering the door, the whole first floor was a large space. There was no wall to separate it. Instead, some wooden pillars and hanging curtains were used to divide the whole space into several parts. Yi Feiyang liked this frame type structure of the house very much. In addition to the large space in the house, the decoration also passed Yi Feiyang's review. The whole house adopts a bright and simple style, and the color tone is relatively simple, mainly black, white, and gray, without any particularly prominent and bright colors. This also made Yi Feiyang very satisfied. He has never liked the kind of luxurious decoration. Simple and practical is what he has always pursued. After looking at each room for a few times, Yi Feiyang stopped York's introduction and said directly, "Okay, man, no more introductions. I've decided, this is it. Yes, I'm very satisfied." Hearing that Yi Feiyang was very satisfied with the house, York was very happy, but he was still a little worried that Yi Feiyang, who looked very ordinary in his dress, would really be able to buy the house. So he coughed and reminded, "Sir, have you really decided? If you have decided, if you don't have enough money, you can also pay with a credit card. You know, there is a popular proverb in the United States, cash is not omnipotent, sometimes you need a credit card." Yi Feiyang smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I'd better pay it in one lump sum with a check." To be honest, buying such an expensive place was also beyond Yi Feiyang's expectations. Originally, he just planned to spend about $100,000 to buy a place to live, but he soon figured it out. The Hollywood area is a land of gold, and the future housing prices will soar to nearly $10,000 per square meter. According to the scale of this villa, it will appreciate by dozens of times by then. Moreover, the real estate in the United States is different from that in China. In China, the right to use is 70 years, which makes sense, because many dynasties in China's 5,000-year history did not last 70 years, or were shorter than 70 years. 70 years is a reasonable middle value. In the United States, the property rights are permanent, which means that once you buy the house, it will belong to you, or your descendants for generations. Of course, there are taxes on houses in the United States, but there are no taxes on houses in China. For example, the monthly tax for this house is $1,100, about 71 yuan, and the annual tax is 85,536 yuan. The management fee is $1,600 per month, about 10,368 yuan, and the annual management fee is 124,416 yuan. The two fees add up to 10,000 yuan a year, which is one of the reasons why houses in the United States are not for speculation, while houses in China are for speculation. In the United States, you have to maintain the house after buying it, and the cost of maintaining the house is very high. In China, if you buy a house, you put it there and wait for it to appreciate, and you don't have to pay taxes, so naturally everyone will buy and speculate in the house. However, for Feiyang, it is not difficult to maintain a house, not to mention that you can live in a house for a lifetime now. No matter how you calculate it, it is equivalent to a disguised investment, which will only make a lot of money. After confirming the intention to buy, seeing that it was still early, and York happened to bring the necessary information such as the property certificate with him, Feiyang and York went through the formal procedures with the help of the nearby government real estate agency. After the transfer, it was considered that they officially got this house that satisfied them. Now, apart from the decoration being completed, there was no furniture in this house. The whole house seemed unusually empty. Feiyang opened the French door leading to the yard, sat on the corridor under the eaves at the door, and began to think about the furniture that must be added. Taking out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, Feiyang began to record carefully in the notebook while thinking. Bed, sofa, table, chair, kitchen supplies, electrical appliances. He listed them one by one, and before he knew it, the notebook in Feiyang's hand had been filled with several pages. After maintaining a posture for a long time, even Feiyang, who had been practicing standing for a long time, could not help feeling a little uncomfortable. He stood up and stretched his waist, stretching his muscles and bones. Only then did Feiyang feel that the soreness in his waist was relieved a little. After carefully closing all the doors and windows, Feiyang then walked out of the yard, looked back at the house he had just bought today, smiled, and muttered to himself, "Now, I finally have my own home." Just as Feiyang was daydreaming about his happy new home, the phone rang. It was Bill the Rabbit calling. He and others had been urging Feiyang for several days, asking him what horror movie he was going to shoot. But Feiyang had been busy with the cartoon these days, and had forgotten about it. "Give me some time, I will write a story outline as quickly as possible." Well, you guys should also pay attention, and collect any good stories. Brainstorm and work together. Feiyang finally hung up the phone and sighed, thinking, what kind of horror movie should I shoot? It can't cost too much, and it has to have a good reputation. The most important thing is to make money. It's a headache. While racking his brains to think, Feiyang came to a Western restaurant and prepared to eat something. After all, he was busy for almost a whole day. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening and his stomach was already rumbling. This Western restaurant was quite clean, and the Western food was not bad. At least Feiyang ate 3 steaks by himself, which stunned the foreigners at the next table. Just as Feiyang was enjoying the black pepper steak on the plate, he suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him. "Hi, sir, it seems that you like the steak here very much. Would you like another cup of hot coffee to refresh yourself?" A black fat man with a bow tie on his neck asked with a smile while holding a tray. Feiyang saw that he looked familiar and his accent was familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him before, so he said, "Okay, a cup of strong coffee, thank you." The black waiter was very quick and quickly brought the hot coffee and put it in front of Feiyang very politely, then said, "Please enjoy, sir." After saying that, he stood by but didn't leave. Feiyang was surprised. What else? The black fat man smiled and said, "It seems that you have been busy all day." "Yes," Feiyang said with feeling. "People are like this. They were not busy and had no money before, but now they have money, but they are getting busier and busier." Yes, so many people are like this. They have money but no time, and they have time but no money. The black fat man said casually. Feiyang was stunned. "I have money but no time, or I have time but no money?" It seemed like he had said this before. The fat black man continued, "But as a person, you must be more open-minded, and don't ruin your body for money. When you have free time, go out and travel more instead of always burying your head in the office. Of course, you must also pay attention to safety when you go out to travel. For example, I have a buddy who is about your age. He once went to Texas to attend the Terminator movie tour party. Do you know Texas? It's the place where the chainsaw killer appeared." Feiyang was becoming more and more familiar with the dialogue in front of him. He couldn't help but said, "What's the matter? Your buddy was killed by a chainsaw?" "No, he is not that lucky. The chainsaw killer doesn't kill anyone he catches. It's been filmed in movies. Most of the people he kills are beautiful women. My buddy was unlucky. The car started smoking halfway through the journey. He thought it was out of gas, so he opened the tank to check, but it was nighttime. In order to see clearly whether there was any gas in the tank, he took out a lighter. The result is imaginable. He is not a real Terminator." With a bang, he turned to ashes and was killed by an explosion. Seeing the fat guy talking with gusto while holding the tray, Feiyang suddenly remembered who this guy was. Last year, he went to visit the great writer Stephen King, and when he came back, he passed by a gas station, and the guy who was responsible for refueling him was the fat black guy in front of him. The fat black guy obviously didn't recognize the acquaintance in front of him who owed him gas money, and he was still chatting. In short, you must have foresight in life and learn to protect yourself and your family, just like my unlucky friend. Although he died, he bought insurance, and it was a large amount of insurance. The insurance company is so generous. After finding out the truth, it paid the claim without saying a word. So, man, for the safety of yourself and your family, and for your family, to get comfort in the future, you must have the awareness of buying insurance. One person is insured, and the whole family is happy. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Being a waiter in a restaurant is just my interest and hobby. In fact, I'm a manager of the Alsted Insurance Company of the United States. Do you want to get a full insurance? Our company is doing excellence recently. Get an insurance of 10,000 and get 3,000 for it. Feiyang. Why does it seem like your company is offering discounts every year, and it's also getting 3,000 for an insurance of 10,000? Feiyang couldn't help asking. The black fat guy was stunned. "How did you know?" Feiyang shrugged. "It just so happens that I have a friend who also works in insurance, and he also happens to be black, and he also happens to be fat, but he was filling up his gas at the gas station." The black fat guy finally recognized who Feiyang was, and his old face couldn't help but blush. He thought, if he didn't buy insurance, there was no need to fool himself like this. Feiyang smiled slightly and took out $300 and put it on the black fat guy's tray. The black fat guy was stunned, then said, 3 steaks and a cup of coffee don't cost so much money. This 100 is for the meal, this 100 is for gas, and this 100 is for the tip. Ah, $100 tip? Wow, boss, you are such a good person. The black fat guy was extremely grateful. The damn customers, almost all of them were stingy, and the tip was no more than $1 at most. You earned this because you helped me a lot. What? When did I help you? Just now. Feiyang smiled. Okay, I have something to write now. I understand. I won't bother you anymore. The black fat man left happily with a 100 yuan tip. Feiyang took out the notebook that recorded the furniture, opened a page, and wrote a few big words. Saw. To be continued, chapter 135. Saw. That's right, the story outline that Feiyang is writing now is the Saw series that shocked the horror world in his previous life. This horror film, directed by Chinese director James Wan, has set records for its short shooting time, low cost and high box office, and is regarded as the most classic horror film. The first Saw premiered at the Sundance Film Festival in January 2004 and was released around the world in October of the same year, bringing in a box office of $55.18 million in North America. Due to the success of the first series, the production team shot 6 sequels in the next 6 years, and each of them was a classic. James Wan also became the veritable father of Saw, and it can be said that he gained both fame and fortune. However, due to the excessive violence and bloody element in this series of films, there have been many incidents of viewers fainting in the theater after the release. The horror level is definitely no less than the hybrid version of Paranormal Activity shot by Feiyang. Just now, when the black fat man talked about the Texas Chainsaw Maniac, Feiyang suddenly had an idea and thought of this famous chainsaw series. At this moment, his pen tip turned quickly and wrote out the outline of the first part of Saw on a white paper. Adam was thrown into a bathtub with water. When he woke up, he immediately struggled out and found himself in a dilapidated basement with one foot handcuffed to a rusty iron pipe. Opposite him, there was another person handcuffed, who was also a kidnapped person who was at a loss. Drive. Lawrence Gordon. In the middle of the room, there was a corpse lying in a pool of blood, holding a .38 pistol in his hand. No one knew why they were kidnapped, let alone why they appeared in this strange place. No one knew what to do, but the murderer had left instructions for them. The corpse held a small tape recorder in his right hand, which recorded the kidnapper's instructions. Gordon must kill Adam within 6 hours. If the mission failed, not only would both of them die, but Gordon's family would also be killed. Time passed slowly for a long time. When Feiyang finished writing the story outline of more than 1,000 words, almost an hour had passed. The restaurant was about to close. Feiyang packed up the notebook, carefully put it in his pocket, and then left the Western restaurant. Finally done. These days, Feiyang was urged to death by Rabbit Bill. When he thought about handing the story outline to him tomorrow and surprising him, he found it funny. Feiyang was in a good mood and took out the cigarette box to smoke a cigarette, but found that the cigarettes in the box had been smoked long ago. It happened that there was a convenience store with a shining sign not far away. Feiyang walked in and took a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from the shelf. The owner of the convenience store was a white old man. While pretending to watch the talk show on the wall-mounted TV, he looked at Feiyang very vigilantly. You know, the security here is very bad at night, and there are often robberies, especially those of African and Asian descent. The white old man has been running a store in this place for so long, and he has been robbed by these people at least 7 or 8 times. Every time he called the police, nothing happened. You know, the police in this neighborhood are lazier than pigs. It's better to rely on yourself than on them. Feiyang didn't know that his skin color had been regarded as a dangerous element by the boss, and he was still looking for cans of beer and some snacks on the shelf. At this time, the wind chimes rang, the door of the convenience store was pushed open, and another person came in, a thin and weak Asian young man. The young man was wearing a baseball shirt and a baseball cap, and his expression seemed a little nervous. He stood in front of the shelf opposite Feiyang and took the goods, occasionally glancing at the surveillance camera above the convenience store and then looking at the white owner. The white owner had already noticed him. Damn, how could it be such a coincidence that 2 Asian guys came down at once? 8 or 9 are wrong. The white owner, who thought he was experienced, had secretly opened the drawer, and there was a black pistol he had purchased not long ago. In the United States, as long as you can get a gun license, you can legally carry a gun. Especially for those who open shops and do business. Most of them have applied for a gun license. The thin young man sniffed his nose, as if he had decided something, and took some things at random, and wanted to go to the counter to pay. Suddenly, hey, man, I think some of the things you bought don't seem to be needed. Ah, what did you say? The young man was startled. I mean the things in your hand. Feiyang pointed to the female sanitary napkins in the young man's hand. These seem to be for women, right? The young man realized that he was too nervous and took the wrong things. He hurriedly put the sanitary napkins back on the shelf and clumsily selected the goods again. At this time, Feiyang had walked to the counter, smiled at the nervous white old man who was guarding against thieves, and then reached into his arms. What are you doing? The white old man immediately became alert. Pay money, take out my wallet. The white old man stared at Yi Feiyang's hand. Yi Feiyang's hand slowly came out of his arms, and he really held a wallet. Haha, seeing how nervous you are, it seems that the security in the area is not very good, Yi Feiyang said with a smile. The white old man snorted coldly, that's because there are too many damn guys. After saying that, he glanced at the thin young man who was still selecting goods at the shelf. Hey, man, have you finished picking? We are about to close. The white old man yelled. Alright. Already done. The young man came over in a panic. He was holding some miscellaneous things in his hands. The miscellaneous things were placed on the counter, and the young man's hands were shaking a little. He was about to put his hand into his arms, but Yi Feiyang grabbed his hand and said, okay, you don't have to pay, I'll treat you tonight. Then he turned his head and smiled and said to the white boss, how much is it in total? Including his. Yi Feiyang pointed at the things the young man picked. The white old man looked at Yi Feiyang suspiciously, then at the young man, but still silently collected the money and checked out. Alright, the money has been paid, let's go. Yi Feiyang patted the young man on the shoulder. The young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and followed Yi Feiyang out of the convenience store like a puppet. Behind him, the white boss exhaled and loosened his hand holding the gun handle in the drawer. Outside the convenience store. Why are you helping me check out? The young man asked Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang shrugged. Do you really want to know the answer? Then he took out a knife from the young man. The young man was shocked. He didn't expect his action to be so fast. He didn't have time to react. If you have money to buy things, you won't bring this thing into the convenience store. The young man smiled bitterly. It seems that I'm really useless. I can't even do this kind of thing. Haha, this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do. Do you want to learn the plot in the movie? It's all asterisk asterisk. Yi Feiyang returned the folding knife to the young man, put it away. Sometimes you can't turn back if you take a wrong step. But I really need money, the young man said distressedly. There are many ways to make money. There is no need to take risks. But Before the young man could finish his words, Yi Feiyang took out his wallet and took out $200. After thinking for a while, he took out another $300 and handed it to the young man, saying, take this money and use it first. I know that people will not take such a step unless they are in trouble. Why? Why do you want to help me? The young man looked at Yi Feiyang in disbelief, wondering if he had met some noble person. The reason is very simple. Just because you have black hair and black eyes, and I also have black hair and black eyes. Is this a sufficient reason? Yi Feiyang's joking tone made the young man feel very kind and moved in his heart. Just when the young man was about to thank Yi Feiyang, a voice suddenly said, look, guys. What are these two yellow-skinned pigs doing in the middle of the night? Are they gay? I guess one of them must have a hard dick. 3 black men who didn't look like good people surrounded him. The tall black man who led the group stared at the $300 greedily. I knew that the security situation in each neighborhood in the United States is different, especially in some prosperous neighborhoods, which are even more unsafe in the middle of the night. Most people would not go out for a walk so late. But Yi Feiyang still didn't expect that trouble would come. The 3 black men didn't expect that they would meet such a fat sheep, especially when the other party was Asian people like bean sprouts, who were the easiest to bully. The leading black man licked his thick lips. Hey man, did you hear what I said? Do you want to bet and pull out your dicks? Ha ha ha. The other 2 black men laughed, as if they really caught 2 gay men being gay. Facing the verbal insults from the blacks, Yi Feiyang still had a smiling face and said, I don't care where you come from or where you are going. Now, I'm chatting with my friends, so you'd better leave. Are you talking to us? You son of a bitch. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. If you know what's good for you, leave the money. Yes, all the money, including the watch on your wrist. Damn, I like the style of your watch very much. Then get out of here honestly, or, hum. Or what? Or I will. Before the black man could finish saying kick your balls, Yi Feiyang grabbed his head and kneed him in the face. Fast enough, fierce enough, and cruel enough. Puff. The black man's whole face was broken, and his head was dizzy and painful. He staggered back a few steps and squatted on the ground. The thin young man and the two blacks were dumbfounded. "Oh, bitch. Beat him. Beat him quickly." The other two blacks roared. One of the black youths viciously pulled out a dagger from his trouser pocket and tossed it between his two hands. The fear on the face of the gangster was fully revealed. The dagger was switched between his hands, shining with a strange light under the dim light. Looking at the familiar light, Feiyang couldn't help but smile, playing with a knife. Interesting. The black youth felt that Feiyang's expression was not afraid at all. He could not bear the other's sharp eyes and the ghostly right hand. With a whoosh, his eyes blurred. When the black youth came to his senses, he found that the dagger in his hand was actually in the other's hand. "Knife, that's not how you play," Feiyang said coldly. Before the black man could speak, he saw the dagger spinning and flying in Feiyang's hand, which dazzled the black youth. When he finally calmed down, he found that his cute new curly hair was falling all over the floor. "My hair. Oh, my poor hair." The black youth choked sadly. Without this cool hair, how can he pick up girls? Exclamation mark. Well, something is missing. Feiyang thought for a moment, and whoosh! Exclamation mark. The two remaining eyebrows of the black youth also fell off in response. Ah! The black youth collapsed on the ground like a woman and screamed loudly. This time it was not because of his poor eyebrows, but because of Feiyang's magical knife skills. You know, as long as there is a slight mistake, it may not be his eyebrows that are cut off, but his nose. Seeing their buddies lying on the ground and screaming like a woman, the black man who just stood up and another black brother looked at each other in bewilderment. Asterisk asterisk, are you filming? Before they could figure out the situation, Feiyang raised his foot and kicked the two unlucky guys to the ground. Oh, God. Asterisk asterisk are you CELEE? Exclamation mark. The three guys didn't dare to pretend anymore, and they supported each other and ran away. Seeing that Feiyang actually beat the three bastards away with just 3 moves, the young Chinese man couldn't help but admire him secretly. He didn't expect that he would meet such a powerful person. Was that Chinese kung fu? The young man asked boldly. I guess so, Feiyang said. You are really amazing. The young man gave a thumbs up. Feiyang shook his head. It's not that I'm amazing, it's that Chinese kung fu is amazing. Every Chinese should learn a little self-defense, right? The young man shrugged. I'm of Chinese descent, not Chinese. Feiyang, but you have Chinese blood in your veins. The young man shut up. Feiyang looked at him. I'm leaving, and you don't have to pay back the money. How can that be? Before the young man could finish, Feiyang had already left. The young man knew that what he said just now might have made Feiyang lose his favor for him, but it would be useless, even if he chased after him to apologize. He paused for a moment, and when he was about to leave, he saw a notebook on the ground. The young man was a little curious, so he bent down and picked up the book. He saw that it was full of boring furniture names. When he was about to close the book, he suddenly saw something interesting. It was a story outline. He looked at it carefully and found it very interesting. It was his favorite horror story, and the name of this story was Saw. Oh my god, it's so interesting. I didn't expect that James Wan, would have a lucky time. Well, if I write this story into a script, then James Wan, who has always dreamed of being a director, immediately had a very bold idea. However, this idea flashed through his mind. This book should belong to that Chinese man. Should I give it back to him, or not? He doesn't look like he's short of money. Well, why not let me take a chance? James Wan held the book tightly. This is the opportunity God gave me. Why shouldn't I take it? He muttered to himself. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. Enlightenment. The next day. We don't want this broken refrigerator, we don't want this broken fan, and we don't want this washing machine. Let's keep it. When the fat man Gao Jiabao knew that Feiyang had bought a villa, his first reaction was surprise, then bitterness. He spent too much money and finally faced the reality happily, threw away everything that should be thrown away, and calculated how to live a happy life like a rich man. Feiyang didn't have time to pay attention to the fat man. He was still writing the outline of the script of Saw. The bed and the floor were all covered with papers. I don't know if it was because of teaching those black people a lesson last time that I accidentally lost the outline of the script. I had no choice but to start over. Rabbit Bill was urging Feiyang to write the script so hard that he almost got angry, and the script written by their group was really unbearable. In fact, it was not that Bill Rabbit and his gang did not work hard, nor that they were not talented enough. The script they wrote was too bad, which made Feiyang feel too bad after reading it. It was because Feiyang himself had too high a vision. As a horror movie fan in his previous life, he had watched countless movies and had a strong ability to distinguish. Ordinary horror movies were not in his eyes. Therefore, no matter how hard Bill Rabbit and Fatty Jack worked, the script they created could not meet Feiyang's aesthetics. Feiyang originally did not have time to rewrite the script, but in order to stabilize the morale of the troops and make the guys in the company shut up, he had to run back to his original residence in his busy schedule and started to rewrite Saw. He wrote, and I don't know how long he wrote. At this time, Mrs. Lawrence downstairs shouted, "Yi, can you come down for a while? I have something to ask you." Feiyang was completely immersed in the creation of horror stories and did not notice that someone was calling him. Fatty Gao Jiabao couldn't stand it anymore, so he patted Feiyang on the shoulder and said, "You guy, you hooked up with someone's granddaughter and ignored her grandmother. I'm calling you, did you hear me?" Feiyang realized that someone was calling him. "Oh, I'm so busy. I've been eating and living in the design studio these days. It's a rare trip home, but I forgot to visit Mrs. Lawrence." Putting down the work at hand, Feiyang went downstairs and saw Mrs. Lawrence sitting in a wheelchair looking over here. When she saw Feiyang, she smiled and said, "Hi, Yi, I see you. Haha, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've lost a lot of weight." "Yes, I've been busy recently." Feiyang smiled and pushed the wheelchair and took Mrs. Lawrence into the room. "Actually, I called you to ask you, did you call Annie?" "Hey, how do you know?" "Oh, it was Annie who accidentally said it when she called." Mrs. Lawrence laughed. "To be honest, I was worried about you these days. One of you was busy filming, and the other was busy going to New York to dance. I didn't see you together much. What if there is really a misunderstanding between you? That would be terrible. Don't worry, Annie and I are very good. When she comes back from New York in a few days, I will go to the airport to pick her up, and then we can taste the Italian stuffed pie you made together." Feiyang laughed. Seeing Feiyang say this, Mrs. Lawrence was relieved. For 3 consecutive days, after Feiyang finished writing the outline of Saw, he directly gave it to Bill Rabbit, asking these guys to revise it and send it to the Film Association for review, so as to avoid it being returned after the start of filming. You know, the guys in the Hollywood Film Association don't like me now. Alas, who made me Chinese? Maybe in their eyes, only white people can be geniuses, and Chinese people can only wash dishes. After finishing the horror script, Feiyang turned around and continued to create his first cartoon. If you don't do it, you don't know the hard work of it. If you don't do it, you don't know the sadness of it. Especially in the field of animation, Feiyang has seen many excellent cartoons in his previous life, such as Firefly and Spirited Away by the Japanese director Hayao Miyazaki, and Chicken Run, and Ice Age in the American Model. I think the cartoons look pretty and the plots are also childish. But now I know that these beauties and childishness are all drawn with one stroke. No matter what, since I have decided to do it, I must make it look good. Therefore, Feiyang led computer special effects designer Mike and animation designer John to enter the state of obsession again. They kept running back and forth between the computer room of Dream Pictures and the design room of DreamWorks. It has been almost half a month since the announcement of the filming of this cartoon. He can't live without being crazy. He doesn't eat, drink, take a bath, or shave. Yi Feiyang's crazy state continued to be fanatical. You can see drawings, animation design concepts, and see realized clips everywhere on his desk. You can see his sparks and inspirations anytime and anywhere on the computer. Of course, the movie Speedy Snail in his previous life gave Yi Feiyang a lot of help. If he really conceived and imagined it out of thin air, even if Yi Feiyang was really a genius, it would probably be impossible to produce results so quickly. Yi Feiyang's crazy state not only shocked Mike, the computer special effects designer of Dream Pictures, and John, the animation designer, but also made those guys in DreamWorks who originally looked down on Yi Feiyang secretly admire him. But even more shocked was Yi Feiyang's nominal animation mentor Steven Spielberg. What did you say? China Yi has already produced a work. I must take a look. After receiving the news, Steven from DreamWorks also became excited. He did not even say hello to Yi Feiyang and drove directly to Dream Pictures. Upon arriving at the company, Steven walked straight into the computer design room, but saw Yi Feiyang working hard. Someone next to him saw him and hurriedly greeted him. Steven waved his hand, meaning not to disturb Yi Feiyang and let him work slowly. Yi Feiyang was troubled by a picture, which was the traces of the snail protagonist turbo flying, after he had special abilities. In his previous life, he had seen that movie, and the snail would leave fluorescent road marks on the ground after flying. But now Yi Feiyang tried several kinds of gloss, but none of them matched the animation pictures, and they always looked abrupt, or the traces were not conspicuous enough. In fact, Yi Feiyang fell into a misunderstanding in animation design, that is, excessive pursuit of light effects. Generally speaking, animation is a pattern composed of colorful colors. Each pattern has certain requirements, such as the harmony of cold and warm colors, the choice between transition colors and touch-ups, and the ratio of light and dark colors between colors, etc. These are the key parts of making a good animation. As a novice, Yi Feiyang paid too much attention to these things, thinking that only by following the principles of standard animation, the so-called standard animation is the classic cartoons that Steven asked him to watch, he must choose a suitable color to outline the snail's route at full speed. At this time, Yi Feiyang forgot that no matter how beautiful the picture or pattern is, its ultimate purpose is to serve the plot or to serve the character. Yi Feiyang was stuck in a dead end and couldn't extricate himself. Steven, who was holding his arms behind him, shook his head. Just when he was about to remind Yi Feiyang, he saw Yi Feiyang waving the mouse and directly brushing over the original picture, and the traces turned into thick ink marks. That's it. No change. Yi Feiyang said. Snap snap snap! Exclamation mark. Okay, that's the right thing to do. Don't take these theoretical things too seriously. As long as you can highlight the theme, it's fine. Steven couldn't help but say. Yi Feiyang then realized that Steven had come. When did you arrive? Just arrived not long ago. Haha, it seems you are very busy. I have no choice. In order to get this play on the screen as soon as possible, I have to work hard. Yi Feiyang smiled bitterly. Yi, there are some things I don't know if I should say. Steven looked at him and hesitated. Seeing Steven's strange look, Yi Feiyang was surprised. If you have anything to say, just say it. Then, I'll say it. Yi, please remember that you are a director, not an animation designer, so you don't have to be so serious about design. You know, on the battlefield, only the soldiers can charge into battle, and only generals like Napoleon can really plan and strategize. The director is the general. But now, you have completely entered the role of a soldier, which is a very bad sign. Of course, I don't object to you learning more about design, but I still hope that you can accurately recognize your position. Steven's words woke him up. Yi Feiyang felt that he had been having a very hard time recently. He had to do everything by himself, and he was so tired that he could hardly breathe. Now I understand that all of this is what he asked for. Originally, he was a director, but he had to tinker with these animation designs in every detail. I just need to let Mike and John and others complete the development and evolution of the animation story, the shaping of the characters' personality traits, and the control of the animation rhythm. But I'm really a jerk. I turned into an indestructible cockroach and worked hard. I did the work of 2, 3, 4, or 5 people by myself. I'm so great. Seeing that Yi Feiyang seemed to have been enlightened by me, Steven changed the topic and said the purpose of his coming here. Okay, dear Yi, I have said what I should say. You are the most studious student I have ever seen. However, let's talk about something practical now. I heard that you have made some clips. Can I take a look first? Yi Feiyang came back to his senses and said hurriedly, oh, of course. I also need your advice. As he spoke, Yi Feiyang smiled and then started to get busy. The moment to verify the results of their hard work during this period finally came. To be continued, chapter 137. Proud Snail. In the animation design room, Yi Feiyang asked people to prepare the animation clips made during this period. Soon, the projection screen on the wall appeared, and then a section of animation began to play. In the beautiful green vegetable garden, on the branches full of fruits, red tomatoes sparkled with dewdrops, and the whole picture seemed unusually peaceful and happy. The opening animation showed the beauty of the vegetable garden. No one present spoke, but the beautiful scene had deeply attracted them. Then, the camera zoomed in, and finally a round shell slowly appeared in the center of the screen, and a cute little head popped out of the shell. Everyone present was familiar with the script and immediately realized that this was the little protagonist snail in the story of Speedy Snail, Tubo. Needless to say, the appearance of the little snail Tubo was completely without any traces of chiseling, and seemed to be as real as a living thing. If such a picture made everyone hold their breath, then the next scene made them exclaim. Just when everyone was exclaiming how cute the image of the little snail was, a large group of snails of various kinds suddenly appeared from the corner of the screen. Yes, it was a large-scale snail team, lined up in neat formation, and rushed towards the tomatoes hanging in the vegetable garden. The following scene was even more amazing. Soon they arrived in front of the vegetable garden, and the group of snails used various means and techniques. The dazzling shots of collecting tomatoes made people smile. In such a fierce collection of tomatoes, the protagonist snail Turbo was hit by the falling tomatoes from time to time. It thought of countless ways to avoid it, but the results were very bad. Then, it was time to enjoy the fruit. The little snails pushed the tomatoes to the middle, cut them into small pieces through the mouth, and then each person took a piece, holding a delicious meal, and the whole vegetable garden became a time of enjoyment. From beginning to end, everyone kept their eyes fixed on the screen, and didn't care about anything else. Although this clip is short, it shows the animation skills. If everyone didn't know that it was created by Yi Feiyang, they would doubt whether it was made by an old hand. The picture finally freezes on the beautiful scenery of the vegetable garden, but everyone has not recovered from the state of being attracted by such childlike and beautiful scenes. When Steven finally woke up, his first words were, "This vegetable garden is simply a paradise for snails." Very subtle words, but very real. Yes, that's the feeling. Others agreed. Yi Feiyang smiled and glanced at the special effects Mike and animation designer William beside him. The two guys were very excited to be praised by old man Steven. You know, Steven is a very stingy person. He has never liked to say compliments to others. Like just now, saying that the animation is beautiful is a great compliment. Okay, this animation effect is worse than I thought. Steven praised. Now I have more confidence in you. Seeing you work so hard, I'm very moved. How about we hold a symposium right away to discuss the specific production plan for the next step? Steven rubbed his hands and looked like an impulsive teenager. But it's not surprising. Film is an art, and art requires passion the most. When Steven's passion was ignited by Yi Feiyang and others, his excitement and desire can be imagined. Steven's eagerness is also very much to Yi Feiyang's taste, and he nodded in agreement immediately. So after asking the staff to serve coffee and desserts, all the crew members sat down and began to listen to Steven's explanation of his ideas. It must be said that a master is a master. What Steven said is more detailed and vivid than what Yi Feiyang and others did. As Steven said, animation is dead, people are alive. How to make animation alive? There is only one technique, that is to substitute into it. You think of yourself as a small animal in a cartoon, a puppy, a kitten, or a puppet, and then use your mind to think about their behavior and living habits. Remember, this is not to anthropomorphize everything, because animals have their own cuteness. When we shoot cartoons, we are not trying to erase their naturalness, but to give them new life. Stephen's words made Feiyang, Mike, and John nod their heads frequently. As Stephen opened his mouth and spoke with great joy, everyone listened with relish, and more than an hour had passed slowly. Suddenly, Feiyang said which scared Stephen, who was in the climax of the lecture. What kind of student is this? So startled. Then Feiyang said anxiously, sorry, Mr. Stephen, I have something urgent to do now. I need to leave for a while. I'm sorry. After that, Feiyang ran out without waiting for Stephen to reply. Stephen, what the hell? He should be in a hurry to go to the airport. A guy who knows Feiyang best said, but it's already 10 o'clock now, and I don't know if he can pick someone up. Stephen knew without asking that the only person who could make a man rush to the airport to pick someone up was a woman, and a beautiful woman. That's right, Feiyang was so anxious to pick someone up at the airport, and the person he picked up was a beautiful girl, Anne Hathaway. Originally, Feiyang remembered clearly that the flight was around 10 o'clock in the morning, but he forgot the time to pick up the plane when he was fascinated by Stephen's animation. When Feiyang hurried to Los Angeles International Airport and looked at his watch, it was almost 10:35. Fortunately, after asking the front desk service, he knew that the plane was delayed and had not arrived yet, so Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. About 10 minutes later, the time passed. The news that the New York passenger plane had arrived sounded in the hall. Feiyang stood up and began to look for it in the passage. A large group of people began to pour out from the exit, and Feiyang's eyes were almost dazzled. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, Feiyang saw a beautiful figure. She was wearing a purple jacket and dragging a small suitcase. Her long black hair was still so soft and elegant. It was Anne Hathaway. Hathaway saw Feiyang here and immediately smiled. That elegant and beautiful smile was still so sweet. She walked over faster. When she was about to come to Feiyang, she slowed down again, looked at Feiyang, smiled and bit her lip. Hi. Feiyang waved and smiled at her. He looked Anne Hathaway up and down and smiled. You look good. Really? Anne Hathaway smiled slightly. For some reason, her heart beat very fast. She also looked at Feiyang and whispered, you don't look so good. It seems that you have lost weight again. Her hand let go of the suitcase and took another step forward. Seeing her like this, Feiyang opened his arms, stepped forward and gently embraced her, gave her a hug, and said with a smile, welcome back, dear Anne. Leaning on his shoulder, Anne Hathaway felt very comfortable and smiled. I'm glad to see you too, dear Yi. The two of them gently embraced each other, and people were passing by them, and they just hugged each other gently. After a moment, Anne shyly left Feiyang's arms and smiled. Let's go, it's almost time. Feiyang smiled, stretched out his hand to help her take the small suitcase, looked at her and said, let me do this kind of heavy work, dear beautiful lady. Anne Hathaway shrugged and said, of course. Then, the two of them walked out of the airport, talking and laughing. Although they hadn't seen each other for almost 2 weeks, Feiyang and Anne Hathaway didn't feel strange to each other. On the contrary, the distance made them cherish this ambiguous relationship more. When the two came to the roadside, Hathaway did not take a car home immediately, but pointed to the ice cream stand not far ahead, and said to Feiyang, hey, Yi, I want to eat the ice cream there. Feiyang smiled, it's only May now, eating such cold things will give you a stomachache. I'm not afraid, but I'll have a stomachache if I don't have anything to eat. Anne Hathaway chuckled. Seeing her laughing, Feiyang couldn't help but scratch her nose and said, when did you become so naughty? Okay, wait, I'll buy it. Soon, Feiyang bought the ice cream and came back, but Hathaway was nowhere to be seen. He looked around and saw her standing on the beach not far away, admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea. Feiyang shook his head and walked over. Here, your ice cream. Hathaway took it with a smile. Thank you. Then she faced the sea and said, it's so beautiful here. Really? Feiyang shrugged. Why, don't you think so? Hathaway turned her head and asked. Maybe it's because I've seen too much. I really don't feel anything about it. Haha, you don't know how lucky you are. Don't be so lucky, eat it quickly, the ice cream is almost melting. Feiyang reminded. Annie then took a bite of the ice cream gently and then closed her eyes slightly, seeming to enjoy it very much. Feiyang shook his head again. These girls are too easy to satisfy. It's just an ice cream. Is it so delicious? The ice cream in Los Angeles is still delicious. The one in New York always feels too astringent. Hathaway said. Ice cream is the same everywhere, but it's different where you are. Feiyang couldn't help but say. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him, as if blaming him for not understanding romance. Don't you believe it? Then try it, and see if it tastes different. Then she sent the ice cream to Feiyang's mouth. Looking at the ice cream that Hathaway had bitten off, the faint rose-colored lipstick could be vaguely seen. Feiyang couldn't help but gently bite it. It was sweet, smooth, and had an indescribable taste. Yes, it was a scent of lipstick. To be continued, chapter 138. Script collision. Seeing Feiyang taking a bite of the ice cream he handed over, Hathaway couldn't help but ask him with a tilted face, how is it? Is it delicious? Feiyang nodded, and then said, but it's still not as delicious as the lipstick you left on it. Such a sexy word made Hathaway blush instantly. Feiyang looked over and saw that Hathaway, who was shy, became even more beautiful. Her cheeks were red, as if they would ooze out juice with a slight pinch. There seemed to be a layer of pearlescent light flowing under her tender breasts, which looked even more crystal-like under the sunlight. The exposed half of her breasts under her neck also turned slightly red. As they continued to extend and bulge, they gradually formed two towering breasts, which stood tall and trembling, and fluctuated from time to time under the action of breathing, which could arouse people's primitive impulse to climb and explore. Annie, I really missed you during this time. Feiyang said affectionately, and hugged Anne Hathaway into his arms. With a click, the ice cream in Hathaway's hand fell into the sea, but Hathaway could no longer care about it. Feiyang's two hot eyes seemed to shoot into Hathaway's heart, making her whole body hot. With a soft moan, Hathaway raised her head, closed her eyes slightly, and the two warm reds gently touched Feiyang's lips. Two clusters of red clouds immediately covered Hathaway's cheeks, like a ripe persimmon, so tender that it seemed to squeeze out water. It's rare for this girl to take the initiative. Looking at Hathaway's nose trembling slightly because of nervousness, Feiyang became more emotional and kissed back passionately. The tip of his tongue gently pushed open Hathaway's two rows of white teeth like woven shells, capturing her smooth and tender 3-inch cloves. Hathaway's breathing became more and more rapid. The orchid-like and musky fragrance was full of the breath of passion. Sprayed on Feiyang's cheek, it was like a strong aphrodisiac that made his lower abdomen burst into a hot flame. Sensing Feiyang's changes, Hathaway's body couldn't help but tremble, and she moaned softly. Her body pressed closer and closer to him, as if she wanted to merge with Feiyang. The sparks of passion spread from their entangled tongues to their hearts, as if all the cells in their bodies were active. Feiyang and Hathaway twisted their bodies from time to time, but it was still difficult to dispel the unspeakable desire. I don't know how long it took. Annie. Feiyang let go of Hathaway's red lips and called softly, and Hathaway woke up from her dreamlike intoxication. Looking at Feiyang in front of her, and the couples talking on the beach not far away, Hathaway was so shy that she wanted to get into Feiyang's arms again. Why did she do such a shameful thing just now? Hathaway could never have thought that she would take the initiative to kiss Feiyang, and she seemed to enjoy it from beginning to end. Could it be that this is the magic of love? I'm going to die. What should I do? I'm really too embarrassed. Ahem. And shyly tried to find a topic. Well, how is your movie? Feiyang smiled. Fortunately, the animation has finally started, but it will probably take about half a year or even longer to complete the production. However, during this period, I plan to start shooting a new horror movie. I heard you say it. What's the name? Hathaway calmed down a little. So, the story script is almost finished, and now it's sent to the Film Association for review. Will those people let you pass easily? Anne Hathaway knew some inside information. The Film Association was not very interested in Feiyang, a Chinese director. Haha, Hollywood produces dozens or even hundreds of horror films every year. There is no reason for them to keep holding on to my braids. If that's the case, that would be great. Anne Hathaway looked at the blue sky with white clouds floating in it, smiled, and suddenly complained to Feiyang, "You don't know, I was almost annoyed when I took the exam in New York. Especially when I was walking on the way to school, many people would shout when they saw me, 'Oh my god, isn't that Jiayan from Paranormal Activity? She is not dead.'" Hathaway said this and smiled helplessly. "You know, if I really get admitted to the dance academy, then I can't imagine it. My classmates must treat me like a monster. Haha, you can't blame me for this." Feiyang laughed and said he remembered the purpose of Anne Hathaway's previous trip to New York. He hadn't asked just now, but now he remembered it, so he asked, "By the way, Anne, how was your dance exam? Is it okay?" Anne Hathaway nodded and answered him, "It's okay. I passed. The teacher gave me a good comment. He said that I was born to dance classical dance and ballet, and I have a deep understanding of the connotation of dance." Actually, I'm a little confused now. I used to be an unserving god, but now I want to be a dancer, and I even want to try acting again. When Feiyang heard that Hathaway wanted to try acting again, he was stunned, and then said, "I think you should learn dance. I'm very optimistic about you. Maybe you will be a very good dancer in the future." Hathaway suddenly burst out laughing. Feiyang was puzzled by her laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you. You always chased me before and asked me to be an actor to film. Why not now?" Hathaway's words really stumped Feiyang. To be honest, Feiyang used to chase Hathaway and asked her to give up her ambition to be a nun and become an actress in order to get benefits from her. But now that they are officially dating, Feiyang no longer sees those selfish benefits, but Hathaway's true hobbies and future. If you like someone, you will like everything about her. This is why Feiyang changed his mind. In short, Anne, I will respect all your ideas. Whether you choose to dance or act in a movie, I will support you, Feiyang said firmly. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so good to me. Well, how can I repay you?" Anne Hathaway blinked and said, suddenly, "How about this? I will be the heroine of your new movie Saw. What do you think?" What? Feiyang was stunned. He never expected Hathaway to say that, but that movie was too bloody, and the role in it didn't seem to be suitable for her. Just when Feiyang was thinking about what to say, suddenly, his phone rang. The call was from Bill Rabbit. He said, "Oh no, boss, our script was not approved. Could it be that it was really blocked by the Film Association?" Feiyang couldn't help but get furious. Damn, these guys are bullying too much. They really think that they are easy to bully just because they are Chinese. What is the reason for the block? Too bloody or violent? None of them. Bill Rabbit said. They said that our script and the script submitted by Lionsgate Films collided. Script collision? How is this possible? Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that Lionsgate Films is also preparing to shoot Saw, and the script content is the same? When Feiyang rushed to Lionsgate Films, the boss Guster seemed to have expected him to come, so he received him very cordially. In the office, Guster personally handed a cup of coffee to Feiyang, and then said, I just heard about this. It's really a pity that the movie scripts submitted by you and me collided. It's just a pity. Aren't you curious?" Feiyang asked. "Curious? Haha, of course I'm curious. That's why I waited for you to come." Guster said with a smile. "You know, when I heard the news, my first reaction was, who plagiarized whom? But I immediately dispelled this doubt. You are a famous talent in Hollywood. I shouldn't doubt your character. On the contrary, I doubt the scriptwriters around me." Guster seemed to trust Feiyang very much. "Then now, let's reveal the final answer." Guster clapped his hands while speaking. "Let James Wan come over." James Wan! Feiyang's heart moved. Such a familiar name. Just when Feiyang was thinking about how this name was so familiar, he saw a man walking in from outside the office. The man was thin, with black eyes and yellow skin. When he looked at his face again, Feiyang recognized it. It turned out to be the young Chinese man he helped that night. It turned out to be him. He picked up his own script outline, wrote the story, and handed it to Lionsgate. Feiyang's mind was working quickly, and he immediately understood the whole story. The young man named James Wan didn't expect to see Feiyang here suddenly. He was stunned at first, then felt guilty, and didn't dare to look at Feiyang. "Hello, James, let me introduce you. This gentleman is Feiyang, a famous young director in Hollywood, also known as the legendary Magical Yang." Gustav introduced the two people with a smile, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. The young man named James Wan was surprised when he heard Feiyang's name. Feiyang's name is well known to him, especially as the pride of the Chinese community. James Wan, who is a professional screenwriter, even named him his idol. It's just that Feiyang has always been very low-key and rarely appears in the media, so James Wan didn't know him. Seeing James Wan looking at him in surprise, Feiyang seemed very relaxed and smiled. "Hello, we meet again." James came back to his senses, his old face turned red, and he said with a stiff face, "Yes, we meet again. What a coincidence. Oh, so you know each other. That's even better, old friends meet. We should have a good chat." Gusta looked at the Chinese friends with interest. James didn't know what to say to Feiyang. Since he picked up the script that Feiyang had left behind, he had expected this situation to happen, but he never expected it to happen so quickly. "How are you doing recently?" Feiyang asked James. James Wan nodded, lowered his head and said, "Well, I'm fine. Is it strange to see me?" Feiyang smiled. "Ah, what? I mean your expression is very strange." Feiyang smiled. James' old face turned even redder. Suddenly, "I'm sorry," James said. "Why do you say sorry?" Feiyang asked. "That script outline was picked up by me." James exhaled and finally told the truth. Gustav, who was standing next to him, seemed to have expected such an answer. He was smiling and not surprised. In fact, when Gustav saw the script submitted by James Wan, his first feeling was, "This is a very good horror story." Then the script approval of Lionsgate and Dream Pictures collided, and Gustav's reaction was, "There must be something strange." On his side, James Wan was unknown and a complete newcomer in the film industry. It was not convincing to say that he could create such an excellent script. On the contrary, Feiyang was a well-known talent in Hollywood. Everyone knew that he was the best at shooting horror movies. It would not be surprising to say that he could write such a script. Therefore, before Feiyang arrived, Gustav had basically confirmed that there must be something wrong with James Wan. Therefore, when Feiyang met James Wan, Gustav was so calm because for him, the answer had already been revealed. Feiyang didn't expect James Wan to be so straightforward. Before he could question him, he had already confessed. He smiled. "Yes, you picked up my script, but that's just the outline, man, not the complete story, so." Feiyang smiled. "So you didn't completely plagiarize it?" James Wan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Feiyang to say that. He was just trying to excuse himself. Gustav was also slightly stunned beside him, but he immediately recovered his expression. He drank coffee and didn't say anything. "James, but I did plagiarize your story after all. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you." Feiyang shook his head. "I said, you just borrowed my outline. As for the story, you didn't completely plagiarize it, so you don't have to blame yourself." Feiyang's magnanimity made James even more ashamed. In an instant, he felt that he was so small, shameless, and despicable, but Feiyang was so great, pure and noble. Even Gustav, who had been standing by and had not spoken, could not help but secretly admire Feiyang's generosity, thinking, as expected of the Chinese no one can match his generosity. As for Feiyang, he had already figured out that the guy in front of him named James Wan was none other than the original creator and director of Saw in his previous life. To be continued, Chapter 139. Boundless Oceans and Vast Skies. James Wan is definitely a talented Chinese director in the future Hollywood. Like himself, this guy's film career is not smooth. As a Chinese, he is also discriminated against by many white colleagues. Even after he created the super classic horror film Saw, some people said that he plagiarized the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Hitchcock's suspense films. The creativity of this series of films does not belong to him at all. Later, James Wan filmed a more distinctive horror film, Dead Silence, which was loved by horror fans in Europe and the United States. The mainstream media said that this Dead Silence was not James Wan's original work. The prototype of the story came from the first Indian chief in the early horror film The Haunted House series. In any case, James Wan worked hard to build his own horror film brand, but was questioned, rebuked, ridiculed, and satirized by some people again and again. He can be regarded as a talented director who has experienced many hardships and was finally recognized by people. If I remember correctly, Saw was only released in 2004. Now it is 1999. Due to an oversight by Feiyang, the film was returned to James Wan and released 5 years earlier. Feiyang has never believed in reincarnation, but this time it really reincarnates. The work that originally belonged to James Wan slipped away from his hands and fell into the hands of the original creator. Faced with this reincarnation, Feiyang had no choice but to pretend to be magnanimous and not pursue James Wan's plagiarism, and showed all the grace that a noble person should have. Dear Yi, now that we have figured out the truth of the matter, the next question is, how to solve this situation? Gustav asked without losing the opportunity. How to solve it? Feiyang looked at Gustavo and asked, what do you think? Haha, Gustavo smiled. How should I put it? I like this play very much. Yes, I like it very much. When I read the script, I immediately decided to invest in it. Who knew I would bump into you halfway? Haha, this can be considered fate. KO, bullshit fate. This kind of fate is better off not having it. Feiyang thought. Let's talk about practical things. Feiyang smiled. I already understand what you mean. There is no need to say so many polite words. Ha, I like your straightforward personality, dear Yi. Gustavo smiled. I heard that you are working with Paramount to shoot a horror movie recently. How about this? We can also have a deep cooperation. Cooperation? Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes, this script is created by us together. Of course, we have to choose the best story to shoot. I have people and funds, and you have talent. As long as we work together, we will definitely make this movie an absolutely classic horror movie. It must be said that Gustav's suggestion is very asterisk. Cooperation means sharing risks and benefits equally. The most important thing is that Lionsgate has a good reputation for horror movies, and Feiyang himself is a super horror director. The combination of the two strong forces will definitely produce a masterpiece. In Gustav's opinion, this suggestion he made would definitely make Feiyang agree immediately, but he was wrong. Feiyang did not feel overjoyed or accept it as he had imagined, but said calmly, I'm sorry, Mr. Gustav, although I value this movie very much, but let you shoot it. I abstain. What? Abstain? Gustav was stunned by Feiyang's incredible reaction. This time he really couldn't see through this Chinese talent. If Gustav had the confidence to control Feiyang's every move, then from this moment on, Feiyang has become an elusive figure for him. Dear Yi, I hope you can think it over. Yes, think about it carefully. It will definitely be good for both you and me if our two companies work together. I understand what you mean, Mr. Gustav, and I thank you for your kindness. However, this drama is about building a brand. If this drama really becomes popular, do you think this brand belongs to you or me? Feiyang asked this question, which immediately made Gustav difficult to answer. You know, many big film companies in Hollywood regard the successful series as treasures that can lay golden eggs, such as Paramount's Transformers series, Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean series, and Columbia's Spider-Man series. These big companies hold the copyright of these stories firmly in their hands and will not easily give them to others. This is what Feiyang is talking about now. If Saw becomes popular, who will own the copyright? Who will be the owner of the subsequent series? Exclamation mark. Faced with this question, Gustav smiled and then kept silent. Feiyang certainly understood what he meant, so he shrugged and said, so, let you shoot this play, I will shoot other new plays. Feiyang's courtesy moved Gustav, who always kept his composure, a little. Yi, you are at a disadvantage by doing this. Yes, Mr. Yi, this play should have belonged to you. I stole your outline in a despicable way. James said excitedly. Don't say that. Yi Feiyang smiled. As long as you admit that you are Chinese, then it doesn't matter who shoots this play between us. James suddenly understood something. He had never been proud of being Chinese, but now he vaguely felt that as a Chinese, he had obtained the most precious thing. Of course, Yi Feiyang suddenly changed his tone. If you really feel sorry, then give me some royalties. This script outline is just like what I sold to you. Fainted. Gustave, who had just secretly praised Yi Feiyang for his noble character and lack of desire, fainted immediately. Ahem. Then how much do you think is a suitable fee? Gustave asked cautiously. Well, let's just say 550,000. With a plop, James one next to him almost fell off his chair. You know, this is just a script outline, and Yi Feiyang actually asked for 550,000. But what James one didn't expect was that Gustave agreed immediately. 550,000 is 550,000. With a plop, James one fell again. But I have a condition. Gustave said, your name must be listed among the screenwriters of this play, which means that you and James one wrote this story together. Old fox, worthy of being called an old fox. Yi Feiyang praised. You know, although his fame in Hollywood is not first rate, his reputation for horror movies is very loud. This Gustave is very good at using his brand effect. He nodded helplessly. Okay, I agree to your proposal. You can use my name. After all, I wrote this outline, but that's all. There is another 550,000. I want to get it immediately. I don't want to wait until your movie is officially released. Haha, that's no problem. I will let my private lawyer transfer 550,000 to you immediately. And last time, haha, I'm sorry, I could have transferred the money, but you should understand. The matter has passed. No need to say more. Now that the script collision has been resolved, then I should leave. I wish you good luck. This movie will definitely be very good in the future. Yi Feiyang waved goodbye very coolly. Seeing Yi Feiyang leave, Gustave touched his mustache and couldn't help but admire. Sometimes I really don't understand. How can an outlier like China Yi appear in this profit-seeking film industry? James said. I thought he was modest, but in fact he is very meticulous. We can't reach such an unpredictable state. After saying this, he had another plan in mind. Yi Feiyang, who walked out of Lionsgate, sneezed loudly. KO, who said that to me again? Exclamation mark. Oh, it's so hard to be a good person. I gave them the outline for free, but I was afraid that they would be embarrassed to accept it. I asked for 550,000, which was also the money I used to buy a house. Yi Feiyang muttered while looking up at the sun in the sky. He felt it was dazzling and blinding. Was it right for him to do this? He lost an opportunity to become famous again, but created a new Chinese director. Is this gain and loss right or wrong? That night, the sky was overcast. Inside Dream Pictures, Fatty Gao Jiabao, Rabbit Bill and others heard that Yi Feiyang had generously given up the script. They were in a panic and shouted, what's the reason? Why should we give it to them? Is it great that a company is big? If you bully people, go to court and sue them. Plagiarism. This is pure plagiarism. The United States is a country that values the rule of law, and we must seek justice. You can't be good people. These grandsons are all stuffed with full stomachs and forget their benefactors. We must fight back. All of you shut up. Yi Feiyang roared, directly shocking these guys. I know why you are angry, but things have come to this point. If it really goes to court, who will suffer? The answer is that neither side is good. It will only benefit those paparazzi reporters who have no news to break. In addition, Lionsgate's script was completed earlier than ours. What if they don't admit to plagiarism? Finally, instead of entangled in a lawsuit with them, why don't we give in and show that we are generous? But doing so is a bit too disadvantageous. Gao Jiabao muttered, that was the idea you spent a lot of effort to write, and it was just snatched away by that kid, who hasn't even grown all his hair. I, Fatty, really can't accept it. Yi Feiyang thought to himself, Fatty, you don't know. In fact, that kid is the real author. But he could only comfort Fatty and said, okay, it's just a play. Take a step back, and the world will be wide open. Why are you all so tense? Speaking of being unhappy, in fact, I'm the most unhappy. But in order to be able to inject more Chinese element into Hollywood, let everyone know that in addition to me, Feiyang, we Chinese have many excellent talents, not just those white people who are geniuses. When Feiyang said this, it was sonorous and sincere, and the fat man Gao Jiabao felt warm in his heart, and the others shut their mouths. Don't worry, I will write a new script as quickly as possible, and then our dream entertainment will be able to hold our heads high again. Feiyang patted the fat man on the shoulder and encouraged him. To be continued, chapter 140. Twists and turns. Since Steven Spielberg's Enlightenment, Feiyang was told that as a director, some things should not be taken too seriously, and you should not do it yourself. If you finish everything yourself, what will your subordinates do? Exclamation mark. Inspired by this, Feiyang decided to hand over the animation design and production to Mike and John, so that he could have time to take care of other things, such as now, writing the script. Seeing Feiyang's firm attitude, the others were speechless. Looking outside, the sky, which was originally overcast, suddenly began to rain heavily. A huge thunder struck, making everyone's ears hurt. Fatty Gao Jiabao said, "Look, even the sky is angry. No, even God is angry." Rabbit Bill shook his head. "Then the script should be ours." Dong dong dong. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was late at night, and it was raining outside. The sudden knock on the door scared everyone. Who had come to the company so late? After opening the door carefully, a wet head popped out and asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Feiyang here?" "Yes, he is here, but who are you?" "I am James Wan." Feiyang never expected that James Wan would suddenly come over in the middle of the night, and he never expected that he would say to him, as soon as he saw him, "Dear Mr. Yi, I have terminated my cooperation with Lionsgate. The script of this play will always belong to you." Feiyang was stunned. This matter was too unexpected, right? Originally, I thought that I could just give the outline of the script to James Wan and then ask Lionsgate for some royalties. Unexpectedly, James Wan suddenly came back and withdrew the script from Lionsgate and handed it to him in the heavy rain, like a chicken falling into the water. "What's the matter?" Exclamation mark. Then I saw James Wan said to Feiyang very solemnly, "Yi, I want to be with you." This line seems very familiar, as if it is a plot that is used too much in those Hong Kong gangster movies. "Give him a towel and let him wipe the rain off his body first," Feiyang said. After a while, when James Wan finished cleaning up, Feiyang asked him what happened. Under Feiyang's questioning, James Wan explained the cause of the matter in detail. It turned out that after Feiyang left Lionsgate, James Wan felt more and more that he was despicable and despicable. Although the story outline was just picked up by himself, the script he wrote was written completely according to the outline. Now Feiyang is not angry, but encourages himself to do it well, which makes James Wan's conscience seriously condemned. So, James Wan boldly told his boss Gustav about his thoughts, saying that he couldn't do this, and what was the difference between such behavior and thieves. As the boss of Lionsgate, Gustav constantly comforted James at the beginning not to think too much and let the matter pass, and now he should do a good job of the script. But James boldly asked to withdraw from the production of this play and take back the script. Gustav was in a dilemma. When James Wan came to Lionsgate, Gustav didn't think highly of him, so he didn't sign a contract with him. It wasn't until he read the script that he thought the young man was good and talented. Then he was busy sending the script for review and put the signing aside. Now James Wan has every right to take the script back. Gustav regretted not being careful enough for the first time, but there was nothing he could do. James Wan insisted on leaving Lionsgate, and he couldn't stop him. Besides, Gustav also admired James Wan's spirit of courage to correct mistakes. Although Gustav liked Luo's talent, he liked Luo's people with noble character more. Thieves would not be welcome, no matter where they were. So after some dissuasion failed, Gustav had to give up James Wan and his script, and helplessly watch the fat meat in his mouth fly away again. After understanding the truth of the matter, Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and cry. He wasn't a good person either. If he was a thief, he had already stolen 3 movies in his previous life. Anyway, seeing James Wan so sincere and running over in the rain, Feiyang had to accept his joining and announced that Dream Pictures would have one more capable person from now on. Talent. Only Feiyang knew how amazing James Wan was in his previous life. Now that he took the initiative to throw himself into his arms, how could he refuse him? Exclamation mark. It was just a pity for Gustav, who lost the script and lost the talent. But now was not the time to worry about others. Feiyang and his men faced a very realistic problem. How should this Saw be filmed? There is a very classic saying in Hollywood, comedy and horror movies are the easiest types of movies to succeed by fighting for the big with the small. If you are short of money, you make a comedy. If you are still short of money, then you make a horror movie. Because Americans like horror, just like Hong Kong people like Kung Fu. It has long become a habit in life. You can see a small child in Hong Kong holding a Kung Fu comic book and reading it with great interest, and you can also see a child in the United States always placing a lot of vampire or werewolf magazines on his bedside. These are two different cultural habits that have been developed since childhood. Feiyang, who has been in Hollywood for almost 2 years, certainly understands the meaning of this classic old saying and has also verified the truth in the horror movies he shot. Now, he is ready to lead his own team to create another horror miracle Saw. According to the information Feiyang knew in his previous life, Saw is a horror movie produced in 2004 and directed by James Wan. The film was shot in only 18 days and premiered at the Sundance Film Festival in January 2004. It was released in various parts of the world in October of the same year. In the end, it brought in $55.18 million in box office in North America. Due to the great success of the first part, a sequel was released almost every year until the 7th part. This extremely successful horror film is not only loved by audiences in North America, but also has a large number of fans in China, which is far away and has not been released at all. People are fascinated by the shocking scenes of blood and blood flying everywhere, as well as the reflection on the attitude towards life after the self-abuse and crazy show. Most people don't know how to be grateful for their lives. But you won't, and you will never be able to do so. Life and death are in your hands. This is the famous saying of Jigsaw, the founder of the Chainsaw Gate. In this show, the performance of the male protagonist Tobin Bell is comparable to that of an Oscar winner, which makes the killer deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Unexpected ending, crazy beyond common sense. This bloody killing game is different from previous horror movies, such as classic movies such as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and A Nightmare on Elm Street. It has its own unique rules. All the dead, in the final analysis, did not die at the hands of Jigsaw, but died on their own fear of death. Jigsaw did not personally kill a single player in the game. For this play, Feiyang wrote a script, and James Wan, who had just joined Dream Pictures, also wrote a script. The two scripts were compared, and the difference was obvious. Feiyang was not a professional script editor. In his wild mind, the script focused on creativity, rather than the details of shooting. On the contrary, James Wan studied this profession himself, and the script he wrote was very close to the storyboard script required for shooting, and the storyboard script was very detailed, including where to use long shots, where to use empty shots, where to shoot with a visual angle, where to rise and fall, where to swing and hang, where to reverse and zoom, and even where to use subjective shots. It was complete and meticulous, without missing a single clip. In the words of Bill Rabbit and others, the script of Saw written by Feiyang took the Dali route, which was very abstract. Only if Feiyang directed it himself, it would be estimated that it would be fast to shoot. The script written by James Wan took the Da Vinci route, which was very practical. Even an ordinary person could shoot Saw almost to the same level after obtaining this script. Such an evaluation made Feiyang feel ashamed. He, who has always been praised as a Hollywood talent, encountered such a strong opponent for the first time. Fortunately, this guy is also Chinese and has joined his company. I really don't know what terrible consequences will happen if he lets him go to Lionsgate. Feiyang thought of this and couldn't help but feel scared. Talents, it's safer to keep them in your own hands. In the next few days, Feiyang led the newcomer James Wan to start making full efforts To make a list of personnel, actors, soundtracks, ideal camera positions, shot diagrams, required material lists, etc., and try to prepare everything needed for a movie. In terms of actors, Feiyang did not choose Hathaway or Jessica to help. Considering that it is a bloody horror film, it is not good for beautiful women to appear. For actors like this type of closed room, the more ordinary and popular the better, so Feiyang easily selected a few good-looking actors from the company's reserve actors. However, the actor who plays the leading role of Jigsaw has not been selected yet. Feiyang considered whether to invite old actors from his previous life to act in the film. In addition to the fact that the male lead has not yet been decided, the entire crew is actually still missing a few of the most important props, which are the 7 weapons in this play. As we all know, the cruel torture instruments designed by the male lead Jigsaw in the previous life of Saw are definitely the biggest highlight of the whole play, including the sawtooth iron cap that breaks the head into 2 pieces, the guillotine that cuts a person in 2, and the automatic lawnmower equipped with a timer. It can be said that this play relies on these frightening and exquisite props to create bloody scenes with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Now Feiyang will lead James Wan to several prop stores near Hollywood to see if they can customize or rent these murder props. To be continued. Chapter 141. Killing Tool. There are many businesses near Hollywood that make a living by renting and customizing props. These businesses were not large in the past. In the 1920s and 1930s, they were basically scattered and mainly made a living. However, with the vigorous development of Hollywood movies, these businesses began to become more and more prosperous. By the 1970s and 1980s, many businesses had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. However, there is fierce competition among these prop businesses. In order to attract big customers, they often use various means, so that these businesses secretly have deep contacts with the 7 major Hollywood film companies. Which company starts shooting a new movie, they will immediately offer props, which can be said to save a lot of trouble and time. Don't underestimate the prop industry. In fact, this industry has amazing profits. For example, when Feiyang was filming Saving Female Soldier Rachel not long ago, he rented German Nazi uniforms. 10 sets cost hundreds of dollars a day, and they were calculated by hours and minutes. And these props are often rented from one company to another, rented for movies, and rented for TV, unless you don't shoot war movies. As an old customer, Feiyang came to the prop store that offered reasonable prices last time. This store is not too big or too small, and it has a wide range of products and a good scale. Many film companies like to rent or order the props they need here. Feiyang walked into the store and roughly explained his purpose. The boss was a small Jewish old man with a funny little hat on his forehead. He said to Feiyang, "I'm sorry dear friend, we don't have the props here. If you don't mind, I can help you find some similar props to replace them. If you are satisfied, I can give you a proper discount on the price. After all, we are old friends, right?" Haha. As expected of a Jew, he is very good at doing business. However, Feiyang did not plan to find a substitute. In the words of James Wan next to him, if even the props were replaced, then the film would only be a replica after it was filmed. "I'm sorry, the props we need must be the ones above." Feiyang pointed to the pattern on the draft and said, "These are the tools we need for filming, and they are also the original props of our play, so they can't be replaced at all." "Then we have to order them," said the Jewish old man. "I can give these patterns to the prop master of our company. He is a very good mold maker. Many good things have appeared from his hands, such as Freddy's terrible claws in A Nightmare on Elm Street and the weird Rubik's Cube in Halloween. Those things are all made by his hands. How long will it take?" Feiyang did not ask the price, but the time. It will take at least a week at the fastest. "Yes, your patterns are a bit too complicated," the Jewish old man said as he looked at the manuscript paper. "Can it be completed within 3 days? We are in a hurry." "Oh, I can't decide this. That master is a famous picky person. He pays special attention to the work done by his hands, so it takes more time. In fact, we don't have high requirements for these props. As long as they are original, it doesn't matter if they are a little rough." Feiyang had to speak out his true feelings. Since you said so, I can introduce you to another master. He makes this kind of thing very quickly, and the price is low, but as you said, it's very rough. The Jewish old man blinked his eyes and said, then please, where is he? Well, the Jewish old man rubbed his fingers. Dear, you know, time is money, isn't it? Test, playing a trick. Feiyang directly took out $10 and gave it to him. Tell me, where is he? According to the address given by the Jewish old man, Feiyang and James came to a grocery store together. Yes, this is a grocery store, but it doesn't sell daily necessities, but some very strange movie equipment, including puppets, swords, helmets, old photography equipment, cameras, projectors, video recorders, and some other messy things. There were so many things piled up that Feiyang and James had no place to move. Helplessly, the two had to stand outside and shout to the inside, hey, man, is there anyone in there? No movement. Feiyang had to shout to the inside again, hey, I say, is there anyone here? This time there were some crackling sounds in the grocery store, and then a white-haired old man with a thin face biting a cigarette came out from inside. Yes, he came out, just like an old civet cat slowly coming out of a dark cave. Who are you? Do you want to buy something or rent something? The white-haired old man looked at Feiyang and James with a pair of very deep eyes. Excuse me, are you Mr. Maximum? Yes, I am. I'm the only one here called Maximum. There is no one else. The old man said with a cigarette in his mouth. I heard that you are very good at making props, so we came to find you. My skills are just so-so, but the things I make are really useful. The old man Maximum said proudly. That's good. Here is our drawing. Can you see if you can make it? Feiyang handed over the draft of the props. The old man took the draft. Oh, damn. Why don't we go in first? My reading glasses fell inside. People are useless when they are old. Feiyang shrugged and had to follow the old man and James into the store. The space inside the grocery store is very large, and it can even be said that it is larger than Feiyang and his companions imagined. The room with a total area of about 100 square meters is full of movie equipment, including cameras, timers, boards, lighting equipment, etc. You guys just look around. I'll take a look at your props draft. Oh, damn. Where are my glasses? I just remembered putting them here. Old man Maximum was looking for his reading glasses on the counter. Feiyang and James were bored, so they looked for something interesting among the equipment. Hey, look, boss, this is the laser sword from Star Wars. James said with a smile, waving a plastic electronic sword. Yes, but it doesn't look like the original, but a replica. Feiyang said casually. Of course the original one won't appear here. You know, the original one is now worth more than $8,000 and has long been collected by those Star Wars fans. Maximum, who found the reading glasses, said on the side. But mine is not bad either. If you want it, I'll give you a 20% discount. Well, it only costs $80. Feiyang shrugged. He would not collect these junk things, even though they were very cheap. Old Maximum put on his beloved reading glasses and began to carefully look at the props draft that Feiyang gave him. James looked around the props pile and seemed to be very interested in everything. Feiyang seemed bored. After a few glances at the props, his eyes were attracted by the many retro and nostalgic movie posters and photos on the wall of the store. There were many old photos on the wall, densely and randomly pasted on the wall. There was a handsome young man in bright clothes, and the people who took photos with him were either beautiful actresses, directors, and studio bosses. Among them was the famous Oscar winner Marlon Brando. You used to be an actor? Feiyang turned around and asked. Maximum, who was looking at the props draft, said without raising his head, oh, man, you can see from the two posters on the west side. Feiyang looked at it and saw that there were indeed two very old movie posters hanging on it. These two posters were obviously cherished and framed. The first poster showed a still of a man dressed as Jesus walking in the desert in linen clothes. Below the poster was written King of Kings. Needless to say, the man who played Jesus was Maximum when he was young. Well, how should I put it? The old guy was quite handsome when he was young. The poster of the second chapter was also very old. Compared with the sacred atmosphere of the first one, this one was full of asterisk. He looked ferocious, like a devil running out of hell. Below the poster was written the seventh seal in small words. Needless to say, the man who played this devil was of course Maximum. What a talent, playing both Jesus and the devil. This old man has great acting skills. Feiyang secretly praised him, and couldn't help asking, you must have been very popular in the past, playing so many dramas. The contrast between the roles is so big. I guess so, but it was a long time ago. Old Maximum didn't seem to be very interested in this topic. Then why don't you act anymore? Why else? Of course I'm not popular anymore, and I don't have any movies to shoot. Look at me, my eyes are blurry, and I have trouble reading a draft. Who would want an old man like me? Feiyang turned around and had to re-examine this old star who looked clean, but actually had a lot of stories behind him. Okay, I can help you get the props you need. Maximum looked away from the manuscript and said to Feiyang, how long? 5 days, $600. 3 days, $1,000. The old man said very quickly. Then 3 days, $1,000. Feiyang also handed over the check very straightforwardly. Oh no, I never accept checks, only cash. Yes, this is my rule. Old Maximum suddenly said. Feiyang smiled slightly and then said, how about this? I'll ask my friend to get the cash for you and you tell me your past story. Maximum thought for a moment. Okay, although I don't want to talk about that damn past. To be continued. Chapter 142. The second spring of the old actor. Maximum's full name is Maximum von Sydow. He was spotted by the great director Ingmar Bergman when he first performed in 1955. In the following 10 years, he filmed more than 10 works of Bergman, most of which have become immortal classics. Maximum is good at playing harsh characters who oppress others. In 1965, he played Jesus in the Hollywood blockbuster Lord of Kings. After that, he traveled all over the world. In American films, he often played those stubborn and humorless characters. He is an important supporting actor in Hollywood. Interestingly, Maximum is the only screen actor who has played both Jesus and the devil. But then again, Maximum's popularity is not unrelated to the great director Bergman. It was Bergman's insight for lies that gradually made Maximum famous. But success and failure are also due to Ziohe. The great director Bergman has been active in Hollywood for more than 60 years, but his career suffered a serious setback in 1976. At that time, he was accused of evading income tax. After a botched criminal investigation, he terminated a series of pending productions, closed his studio, and exiled himself to Germany for 8 years. During this period, Maximum, Bergman's favorite actor, was also unlucky enough to be involved in the criminal lawsuit. Although he was able to take on some movies occasionally, he could only play some insignificant supporting roles. Gradually, the number of films he took on became fewer and fewer. From 1987 to now, he has almost no movies to shoot. In order to survive, Maximum had to rely on his original accumulated craftsmanship to make movie props, rent, and sell movie equipment to support his life. After listening to Maximum's words, Feiyang couldn't help but sigh that things are impermanent, especially those who are stars, who know their ups and downs. Let's not talk about that. Come on, let's have a drink. Maximum opened a bottle of whiskey from his collection, poured a glass for Feiyang, and handed it to him. Feiyang was not polite. He took a sip and gave a thumbs up, praising, very good malt whiskey. Maximum smiled. You can tell that it is malt whiskey, which proves that you are an expert. Have another glass. Feiyang hurriedly shook his hand and said, no, if I drink more, I'm afraid that I will drink up your bottle of wine. Maximum shrugged. This is nothing. When I was famous, I drank this kind of good wine as water. But now I can't afford it. After that, he took the wine glass and drank the whiskey in the glass in one breath. Feiyang certainly understood his feelings. As a popular first-line star in Hollywood, he had been glorious, but now he has fallen to this point. The huge gap would be difficult for anyone to accept. There is no human relationship in Hollywood. There is only one thing that works here, and that is money. As long as you can bring huge profits to the studio, those producers will treat you as their own father. But once you can't make money for them, they can only pack up and leave. Feiyang looked at Maximum and suddenly felt a little sympathy in his heart. A few rays of slowly falling sunlight shone on his face through the messy grocery store. He looked vicissitudes, old and kind. Only the pair of eyes that wanted to numb themselves still looked exceptionally bright, giving people a sense of wisdom that challenged God and despised the world. Looking at this strange face, Feiyang suddenly had an idea in his mind. Isn't this the Jigsaw he was looking forward to? ? In the script setting of the play Saw, Jigsaw is a middle-aged and elderly man who is powerless and terminally ill. Because of his unhappy marriage life and terminal illness, this old man decided to proclaim himself as God after his failed suicide, and select some people who do nothing all day as the target of the trial. The process of the trial is a variety of incredible traps and cruel puzzles, each of which is fatal. If you pass the trial, you can continue to live. It can be said that Jigsaw, who has no fighting power, has the same strong psychological quality as Hannibal. He always keeps the situation firmly in his own hands and plays with the test targets who seem to be much stronger than him. He is even better than Hannibal in setting traps and controlling the situation. So although he does not have Hannibal's physical fitness, he is better than Hannibal in comprehensive lethality and the means of playing with blood plasma. I remember well that the role of Jigsaw in the previous life was played by the old actor Tobin Bell. This gentleman often plays a role of criminals, serial killers, etc., so he interprets the role of Jigsaw vividly. Originally, Feiyang planned to invite this old actor to participate, but now, Feiyang feels that he seems to have found a more suitable candidate. So, facing this seemingly down and out old actor, this old man who looks frail, but actually has great acting skills, and can make a good torture device like the Jigsaw in the play, Feiyang said in a very sincere tone, "Mr. Maximum, on behalf of Dream Pictures, the Saw crew invites you to play the leading actor in this play. Are you willing?" Feiyang has a strong premonition that this man is likely to make a comeback through his movie, and this Saw will also become popular because of this man. Think about it, Maximum has a good image, good acting skills, and is a popular star. This alone can attract the attention of those newspapers and audiences, plus a wonderful script. Haha, perfect match. Ha, what did you say? Me, the leading actor? Maximum von Sydow, who was drinking whiskey and tasting bitterness and hatred, almost spit out a mouthful of wine after hearing what Feiyang said. Ahem, man, old man. Oh no, young man, I hope you can understand. Don't make such a surprising invitation just because you drank a few glasses of my good whiskey. No, it's not because of your whiskey. Then it's because you pity me. I know this. Anyone who hears my story will feel pity and say in their heart, look at this poor old man who was once glorious, but now he is half dead. No, it's not because of pity for you. Feiyang said firmly, the reason why I invited you to star in this play is entirely because you are suitable for the role here. Role? What role? Could it be that the male lead of a play will be an old man? Oh god, don't joke. Maximum's old face showed a trace of loneliness. Although I don't make many movies now, I also know that the male protagonists of movies nowadays are either handsome guys or handsome men, and those stories are even more romantic love stories or hot action movies. To exaggerate a little, I'm afraid only a white-haired guy like Leslie Nielsen can become so famous so late in life and continue to be the male lead. If Feiyang had not known Leslie Nielsen, he would not have known who this so-called white-headed guy was. Leslie Nielsen is the ancestor of Hollywood nonsense movies, and Hong Kong filmmakers borrowed a lot of plots from his works in the early days. He entered the industry very early, probably about the same age as Maximum, and was positioned as a heroic character at the beginning, but remained unknown for more than 20 years. In the 1980s, he began to try the comedy route and became famous overnight with the role of a doctor in The Flying Man and the clumsy detective Frank Durbin in the White-Headed Detective series. It was his first taste of being a star. Even now, he continues to play the leading role in the play, and his comedy style has become unique in the current film industry. Although I don't know why Leslie Nielsen can be a late bloomer, I know that you have a chance to become popular again. Yes, please believe my sincerity. The play we are going to shoot just needs a male lead like you, or an old actor. Yi Feiyang said very sincerely. Yi Feiyang's enthusiastic words made Maximum, who thought he was joking, slightly stunned. For him, the word leading actor, which was almost synonymous with him, was now completely unfamiliar, but his trembling body showed his inner excitement. Maximum raised his head and looked at Yi Feiyang. Looking at such a young Chinese director, the enthusiasm in his eyes suddenly faded, and he showed desolation again. Okay, man, don't joke anymore. I see that you are not very old. Yes, at most in your 20s, and you actually said such big words. Making a movie is not as simple as you think. It requires experience and skills. It's not just about inviting any old man who suits your role. Although I'm not an ordinary old man. After saying this, Maximum smiled bitterly again, then took a big sip of wine, and turned to look at the faded posters on the wall. He had devoted most of his life and youth to these movies, but what did he get? Just a pair of bones that were about to decay. Time is unforgiving, and the dazzling starlight has long faded. Maximum said it with great force, but in Yi Feiyang's opinion, the more excited he was, the more he showed his love for movies, the unforgettable love. Just based on this, he had enough reasons to convince him. If the old guy could see the future like himself, maybe he wouldn't say that. Just think about it, in the past life, Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Dan Sid and De Niro, all these old actors were still radiant in their 50s and 60s, and continued to play the leading role. What about the Expendables, Escape Plan, and the Expendables, etc.? It can be said that in the future Hollywood, old actors will become more and more hot as they get older, and they will be treasure level figures. But unfortunately, old Maximum couldn't see these at all, so Yi Feiyang could only convince him from other aspects. Then Yi Feiyang easily took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Maybe you are right, I don't have much experience in filming movies, but at least I have filmed a few, right? Maximum didn't understand why Yi Feiyang gave him a business card, and then he took a look. Dream Pictures, damn, why is this name so familiar? The old man racked his brains to think. Yi Feiyang smiled in a very annoying way. After a while, old Maximum said, your company seems to be a bit famous, Feiyang guy. Is this you? Yes, it's me, the real thing. Are you the Chinese director who filmed The Witch? Maximum seemed to remember something. No, I bought the copyright of The Witch, and I filmed Paranormal Activity and Saving Rachel. Oh god, I remember it. Maximum slapped his forehead. Yes, I have watched both of your movies, especially Saving Rachel, which I watched 3 times. Of course, I watched it for the sexy figure of the heroine. You don't know what I had back then, you can't even imagine. If it weren't for the unfortunate tax evasion scandal of director Bergman, I might still be lying in the bathtub enjoying a hot bath, surrounded by 4 big blonde beauties. Oh god, that's the life I should have. But now, I can only rely on those damn whiskers and meet my lovely blondes in my dreams. Hey, this is still an old bitch. Yi Feiyang smiled. So now, can you show me the script of Saw? After recognizing Yi Feiyang's strength, old Maximum seemed to have made some kind of decision, biting his lips and speaking word by word. He was shaking. For so many years, he has artificially separated himself from the movies he once loved, even those familiar terms. He lived in alcohol and the glory of the past. Once upon a time, he thought he would spend the rest of his life like this, but he did not expect that an opportunity would suddenly appear in front of him, allowing him to step onto the stage again and welcome the applause again. Yes, I will seize it. If it is worth looking forward to. I'm sorry. Yi Feiyang shrugged and said, we were originally going to order props for filming today, but we didn't expect to meet you, so we didn't bring the script at all. Haha, I can understand that. Which director would carry the script with him at all times? Maximum looked very regretful. For an excellent actor, considering the script is the most basic homework, and it is also the key to choosing whether to take a play. The script is the foundation of a play. It can be said that the essence of a play is basically concentrated in this small script. Seeing Maximum's disappointed expression, Yi Feiyang smiled and said, but if you like, I can tell you the story of this play in detail. Telling stories? Damn, I haven't heard a bedtime story for a long time, since my poor dad died. Maximum took a sip of wine. Then come on, I'm all ears. Feiyang knew that this was the last chance. Whether he could impress this old actor in front of him depended on his eloquence. He took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and thought about how to hook this old man into the story. Hey, it's said that being a director is difficult. Not only do you have to have a good ventriloquist skill, but you also have to be able to actively hook up with people. Now, he started to hook up. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Saw filming begins. Facing Maximum, the old actor who wanted to listen to the story from the script, Feiyang braced himself and tried to speak in a tone similar to that of a radio station telling a horror story. Do you really want to listen? The story is about to begin, but before it begins, I suggest you take a sip of whiskey to calm your nerves, because this story will be very scary. Old Maximum didn't buy Feiyang's tricks. Oh man, stop fooling around, hurry up, I can't wait. Ahem. Okay then, let's start. Feiyang cleared his throat, then said in a very deep and strange tone, fate will not favor anyone, unless a miracle happens to you, but this miracle is likely to be a very scary story. It is said that a man named Adam suddenly woke up and found himself soaking in the bathtub, and he could not see his hand in front of his face. Soon after, he found another person in the bathroom. When the other person found the power switch and turned on the light, Adam realized that they were both locked in a secret room. The other person claimed that his name was Gordon and he was a doctor. Both of them had thick iron chains tied to their feet. In a large pool of blood on the floor of the secret room, there lay a male corpse who was poisoned and had committed suicide by swallowing a gun. Adam found a broken saw, but he couldn't saw the chain no matter what. What should he do? Should he use the saw to cut off his legs so that he could escape? Feiyang told this horror story in an emotional tone. Not to mention, Feiyang has a talent for storytelling, especially the ups and downs in his tone, which is very attractive. Thanks to his previous life, he liked to listen to storytelling, such as the legend of Yu Fei and the generals of the Yang family, which are good opportunities to practice eloquence. Oh, who locked Adam here? How did the mastermind come up with such a terrifying thing to deal with Adam? What does he want to do? And what will Adam do? Saw off his own legs? My god, is this the only way to escape? Maximum, who was easily immersed in the play, showed a shocked expression on his face and couldn't help but lean forward slightly, as if he wanted to see the answer on Feiyang's face. At this time, James Wan came back from exchanging cash and entered the room, but saw Feiyang and Maximum playing deep. He was embarrassed to disturb the two, so he sat aside and then consciously poured himself a glass of whiskey and observed the surrounding situation. Have you exchanged the money? Feiyang suddenly asked him. James Wan, who was drinking, coughed. Ahem. Yes, it has been exchanged. It's all here. He handed the $1,000 to Feiyang. Feiyang pushed it to Maximum. This is your reward, the reward for customizing those props. Oh god, don't worry about these damn rewards, hurry up and tell your bizarre story. Maximum said impatiently. Feiyang smiled slightly, and then he told the following story in detail. Feiyang was good at speaking, and James Wan occasionally supplemented it in detail, which made the whole story three-dimensional, and Maximum was fascinated. Oh my god, what a wonderful story this is. It's even more thrilling than Edgar Allan Poe's weird stories. Yes, I like this story very much. It suits my appetite very much. Maximum said with a lingering feeling. Obviously, this story has attracted him. Then, what kind of intention do you want to express in this movie? Maximum is certainly not an ordinary audience. A horror story can make him deeply involved. He is more keen to pay attention to deeper things. How should I put it, dear Maximum? This story is actually very simple. I just hope that the audience watching the movie can experience the beauty of life and the meaning of existence in the blood and screams. Oh. Experience the beauty of life in the blood. Why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen? Can horror movies become science and education propaganda films? This is really a very interesting thing. Maximum laughed loudly, sweeping away his previous decadence. In fact, any movie should contain a certain realistic meaning. Only when it touches the depths of the soul can your movie really move people. Feiyang said very tactfully. For example, romance movies explain that true love is priceless and nothing can replace it. Science fiction movies, most of them explain the meaning that technology brings to people, but most of them are disasters. And police and gangster movies, that's even more so. Usually evil can't defeat good, and justice can always defeat evil. As for the horror movies we shoot, they are to tell people in horror to be good people, tell the truth, and don't hurt others easily. Cherish life, it only comes once. Oh, how should I put it? These words are too popular science, and too educational. I'm already an old man, and I'm not interested in these. But what interests me is, how much is my salary? Oh. Feiyang was stunned. At first, when he heard Maximum say not interested, Feiyang thought that the matter was over, but he didn't expect. As for the salary, the current situation of our company is not very good, so. Okay, you don't need to say anything. Without waiting for Feiyang to finish his words, Maximum returned the $1,000 in his hand to Feiyang and said, I don't want a salary, I just want a share of the box office profits. Yes, I want a share. This $1,000 and my salary are just investments. Good boy, you must make this movie well, otherwise I will lose a lot. Feiyang was stunned again, but he immediately came to his senses and smiled happily. Don't worry, old Maximum, I will definitely make this movie great. I believe in you, young man, because my happiness for the rest of my life is all bet on your movie. Maximum said with great enthusiasm. Come on, young man, let's create miracles again. The news that Dream Pictures started shooting horror movies spread like wildfire and immediately exploded in the whole Hollywood. China Yi returns to the horror theme again, and Saw is bound to face the summer vacation. Hollywood's New Movie Times reported. The coordinates of horror movies, Magic Yang once again directed a horror movie. Can the chainsaw bring him glory this time? Los Angeles Entertainment Weekly reported. We don't know whether Saw is based on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but we only know that the chainsaw will kill again this summer. American Entertainment New Weekly reported. China Yi is playing gimmicks again. The chainsaw will only become a laughingstock, not a classic. Magic Yang is no longer magical. Copying the chainsaw killing method is contemptible. Although the movie has not been released yet, you can tell from the name that it is a bad movie. Feiyang has become accustomed to the polarized comments of Hollywood fans. For him, these comments raised by fans are shit, and they are small articles that those reporters have to rack their brains to earn a pitiful living. Poor paparazzi, pathetic reporters. Feiyang is indifferent to the media and the police, but James Wan, who is the assistant director for the first time, can't help but be affected by these fans. He asked Feiyang more than once, boss, can we succeed? Feiyang encouraged him. There is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished as long as we work hard. After a lot of hard work, Feiyang revised the script repeatedly according to the opinions of James Wan, Bill Rabbit and Fat Jack. The current Saw focuses more on suspense, thriller and ups and downs, making the audience unable to get rid of the screen from the first minute. This revised movie has completely escaped the limitations of ordinary horror movies. It seems more like a role-playing game. It not only tells the development of the case from the perspective of the victim, but also allows the audience to be immersed in the scene through this perspective, feel the pain with the victim, and desperately search for clues with the victim, use their brains to escape, and all kinds of expected, but unexpected unknown element arouse infinite horror. The shooting location was set in an abandoned warehouse that had not been cleaned for a long time. This place was found by the Black Father, and the layout was almost exactly the same as the opening of the movie in Feiyang's mind. Black Daddy is having a very unhappy time these days. After helping Feiyang shoot a few movies, Black Daddy regards himself as a bowler and occasionally lends a hand to help Feiyang deal with some chores, which makes Feiyang very grateful to him. In response, Black Daddy just said, although I'm not from Dream Pictures, my soul is tied to your movies. If you have any questions in the future, just talk to me. Black Daddy is so straightforward and righteous that people admire him. On this basis, he even regards Dream Pictures as his own home, where he eats, drinks, defecates and urinates. Occasionally, he also takes some of the company's things out to sell, such as posters, souvenirs, and special props used in filming, including the mink vest worn by porn star Stormy, and long boots. Fatty Gao Jiabao is very depressed by Black Daddy's familiarity, and directly lists Black Daddy as a negative asset that may skyrocket at any time in the financial report. In order to avoid any accidents, Feiyang carefully gathered Bill the Rabbit, Jack the Fat, photographer Cindy, makeup artist Mickey, and lighting engineer Charlie together, and held a mobilization meeting for them, asking them to help shoot the play. At Feiyang's call, the staff was busy arranging the venue. They wanted to transform this abandoned warehouse into a killing factory. Feiyang was very satisfied with his assistant director James Wan. In name, James Wan was still Feiyang's new apprentice. He had the demeanor of a famous teacher, introducing him to all the processes of filming. He must teach this apprentice well, and make him famous all over the world. Then he would become the master of a famous director. What does that mean? It means that he will become a grandmaster in the world of directors. Someone was very shameless and fantasized. Hey, dear Wen. See. This is the latest camera purchased by our company. This thing cost your master a lot of money. Look at its graceful figure and beautiful face. It is so beautiful at first glance. Believe me, when you control it, it will be obedient and help you shoot a perfect movie. Feiyang pointed to the black 35mm film camera carefully placed in a corner and said to his apprentice James Wan, remember, being a director is like being a swordsman or a knifeman. The camera is our weapon. We must take care of it and cherish it. Only in this way can we achieve the unity of man and sword when using them. Do you know Xiaoli Fideo? It's the Xiaoli Tanhua, never misses. Why can he practice the flying knife skills so skillfully? There is only one reason, that is, he is the flying knife, and the flying knife is him. Although James Wan is of Chinese descent, he usually doesn't read martial arts novels very often, and he only knows a little about Gulong, so many of Feiyang's words are undoubtedly talking to a cow. Seeing that James Wan was confused, Feiyang lost interest in teaching him, so he waved his hand and said, okay, you should familiarize yourself with these things first. Don't be ignorant. Otherwise, how can you come out to work with me? Got it, master, I will definitely study hard. James Wan seemed very humble. Feiyang nodded, and then walked to a place not far away. James Wan behind him couldn't help asking, master, where are you going? Feiyang turned around and said seriously, I'm going to pee. What, do you want to go with me? James Wan. That's not necessary. I'd better read the script first. Feiyang shook his head. Alas, students who have studied abroad are different. They don't even follow me when I pee. To be continued. Chapter 144. What is acting? 1999. The weather was exceptionally good that day, with bright sunshine and clear skies. Los Angeles rarely has such good weather, and even the rare birds began to chirp on the branches, making the scene lively. At Dream Pictures, the crew of Saw began the opening ceremony of the filming as usual. The statue of Guandi, revered by Feiyang as the Chinese god, stood majestically in the center of the filming site, with incense burners, sandalwood, roasted suckling pigs, fruits, and other offerings. Bill Rabbit, Jack Fatty and others seemed to have gotten used to this very Chinese worship ceremony, while James Wan, the assistant director, Maximum Foncito, the leading actor, and other actors were all experiencing such an interesting opening ceremony for the first time, so they all stared at the people in front of them, and then followed them to light incense and kowtow, muttering a few words. God bless you. Why is this Chinese god so red-faced? The actor Lei Wanel who played Adam next to him couldn't help asking Dan Setner who played Drive Gordon next to him. Oh, he must have drunk a lot of wine. You know, Chinese people love to drink, especially their guotao. I drank it once. It was just alcohol. It's rare to see a god who drinks like this. Don't say that. I've also seen a Chinese god with a black face called Bao Qingshan. That guy's even more awesome. I heard that he can travel through the underworld and hell to interrogate prisoners who have made mistakes. The opening ceremony of worshipping gods was finally over. As a director, Feiyang stood majestically in the middle of the venue, smoking a cigarette and looking at the crew members who were preparing around him. Next to him were Assistant Director James Wen and Rabbit Bill. Fatty Jack was the coordinator this time, responsible for the gathering and arrangement of the entire crew. Originally, Feiyang should be responsible for his own cartoon, and Rabbit Bill should be the director of this play, but after a series of things such as script conflicts, in order to save time and improve efficiency, Feiyang still went to the battlefield himself, and became the director of this play. In this regard, Rabbit Bill could only sigh that his fate was not good, but Feiyang promised him that after the company's situation stabilized, he would definitely give him a new play to let him indulge in being a director. Director, the preparations are all done. All the personnel are in their positions. We can start. A staff member ran over to Feiyang and said, "Oh, can we start? Okay. Let's all start working hard together." So ready to shoot. Feiyang threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground, looked at it, then stepped on it, twisted it hard, waved his hand, and ran towards the new beginning of his life. In the well-decorated factory bathroom. "Dant, there will be a long scene later, which is the rivalry between you and Lei. You must show your true ability." Feiyang held the script in his hand and said to Dan Sidon, who was standing on his left-hand side. Then he handed the script to him and said, "Perform it once. Now you think of me as Adam." Under the stylist's dressing, Dan was painted with pale makeup, giving people a feeling of torture. He took the script handed by Feiyang and nodded, "No problem." Then he performed for Feiyang. Looking at Dan, who had finished his performance, Feiyang called Lei Walna to come over. He didn't have much makeup on his face. It was mainly because of the character setting. A guy who climbed out of a bathtub full of water, does he need makeup? Feiyang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Lei, you have to know that you are going to play a photographer who specializes in taking photos of people's asterisk. You are a small person who envies a life of rich people, but you are also a little selfish and timid. You always like to be suspicious and guard against others. Do you understand?" Ray Walner nodded repeatedly and listened carefully to Feiyang's request. After talking for a while, seeing that the photography equipment was ready, Feiyang clapped his hands, looked at Lei and Ant, and said with a smile, "Guys, take your positions." A moment later, "Everyone, get ready." Feiyang calmed down his extremely excited mood, stood behind the monitor, and slowly looked around. The script supervisor stood on the camera with a script board. He looked at Feiyang, with a notebook and a pen under his arm, ready to sit aside and record after the start. The cameraman Cindy carried the camera and looked at the camera attentively. The lighting technician Charlie dimmed the lights to achieve the dark environment at the beginning. Dan Sutton was chained to a thick iron chain, sitting on the ground, frowning and closing his eyes to get into the role, while Ray Walner was immersed in the pool and the glowing key floated across his face. Looking at the clapperboard in front of him, it said, "Snap." The clear and loud clapperboard suddenly closed, and the movie officially began. The camera lens focused. Adam, played by Ray Walner, suddenly woke up in a bathtub full of water. He struggled to climb out of the bathtub with a cough, and fell to the ground in panic. Close up, the light was extremely dim at this time. Ray Walner seemed to be unable to see what was in front of him. He was horrified to find that his feet were locked by a thick iron chain. He fumbled with the chain, trembling, and stood up, shouting, "Help, help. Damn it, who locked me up?" Pulling the chain hard, Ray Walner gasped and shouted, "Oh, God. Is there anyone here? I need help. Damn, I might be dead." The camera switches, changing the perspective. "You're not dead." Dr. Gordon, played by Dan Sutton, sits on the ground and says weakly, like a guy who has lost hope after struggling hard, "Who's there? Who is it? Speak up. No need to shout. I've tried. Hey, whoever you are, turn on the light. I want to, but I can't find the switch." Ray Walner and Dan Seaton are both ordinary actors who were reserved after the establishment of Dream Pictures. They have never attended any acting school and have not had many performance opportunities, so they are not very good at skills. However, the film so pursues the story effect and does not require too high acting skills from the actors. Therefore, as long as the performance is not too out of line, Feiyang will not say much. It is okay if it can pass. To put it bluntly, this is a fast food movie. In the previous life, it was only filmed for 2 weeks before it was released. In the camera, the character played by Ray Wilner finally decided to use the hacksaw in his hand to saw off his feet alive so that he could escape. In the close-up, he was shaking with the hacksaw in his hand. Feiyang instructed the photographer Cindy, use the subjective lens to shoot so that you can enhance the sense of substitution. In the close-up, Ray Wilner has cold sweat on his forehead and is hesitant with the hacksaw in his hand. Outside the camera, his heavy breathing can be heard. Cut. Feiyang, who was standing behind the camera and watching the scene, suddenly called a halt. On the set, Ray Wilner and Ant Sitten, who were performing, were stunned for a moment, not understanding what went wrong in their performance just now. Feiyang made a come-over gesture with his hand, asking Ray and Ant to come to him. Then Feiyang asked Ray, "Dear Ray, let me ask you, what is terror?" "Terror is fear, yes, very scared." Ray shrugged and replied. "Then what is fear?" "Fear is..." Ray didn't know how to answer. "It's very scary, yes, very scared of something or someone." "Then what do you think? A very scared person, when encountering a very scary thing, his reaction will be this, should be screaming loudly or shouting for help loudly. In addition to this, well, shaking all over, trembling lips, and okay, since you know this, then why did you sweat on your forehead when you were filming just now? Is there something wrong? Dude, sweating on the forehead is nervousness, not fear. But I think it's about the same." Lei thought Feiyang was being too serious. Dan next to him also said, "Yeah, when someone is scared, not only does their forehead sweat, but they also sweat all over, isn't it?" Feiyang shook his head. "Then let me ask you, do you like watching horror movies?" "Yes, of course we do. We are fans of horror movies. If we didn't like horror movies, we wouldn't come here to film," Lei and Ant said in unison. "So when you watch horror movies, have you ever been scared or terrified?" "Of course, what we watch is the heartbeat, the kind where the heart is pounding. The more tense and exciting, the more weird and terrifying, the better." "Okay then, now I'll tell you a story," Feiyang said suddenly. "Huh, telling a story now?" Everyone who was filming was stunned, not knowing what Feiyang was up to. James Wan, the assistant director and Feiyang's apprentice, was even more confused, but he firmly believed that Feiyang must have his reasons for doing this. Then, Feiyang began his own strange story. "My aunt is a doctor in Hong Kong and graduated from a medical school. The following is her description of the first time she came into contact with a dead person. It was not long after I entered school. One morning in the anatomy class, the teacher asked me to help get something. The thing was placed in a tray and covered with a piece of cloth. I took the thing to the classroom as he instructed. I thought it was a model, but when I opened it, it turned out to be a real human head, a middle-aged man's, with a full beard, eyes still open, and a strange expression. Some girls in the class screamed, and it was no wonder. Although they were medical students, they were mentally prepared for these things, but they were still quite surprised when they saw them at first sight. I couldn't eat for 2 days, and I couldn't sleep well at night. Later, I saw more and more, and my nerves became numb. After I really entered the industry, I could even go to the anatomy room alone on the eve of the exam to fiddle with those things. This is a process, and almost all medical students can go through it. Of course, there are exceptions. The exception happened to a thin boy. He was in another class, rarely talked, but studied very hard. In the evening, he could always be seen reading under the tree by the field opposite the dormitory with some books. Because the anatomy class was taught together, we often saw his panic when facing the corpse specimens in class. At first, we didn't take it seriously, but later, when even the most timid girls were no longer afraid, he was still so scared and uneasy, and everyone thought it was unusual. Some people made fun of him and said that he was allergic to those things. He didn't refute it. At the end of the semester, something strange happened. The bodies in the morgue were severely damaged. Some were bitten to pieces, and the situation was horrible. The school increased the security force but found nothing, so many students spontaneously organized to take turns to keep watch, vowing to capture the saboteurs. Only the little boy did not participate. He was still allergic to that kind of thing. He vomited several times during class. It seemed that the symptoms had worsened, but no one cared. Since the troublemaker could not be caught for several days, people began to suspect that it was an internal thief. Someone came up with a way to smear dye on the bodies and removed the patrol that night. After a night of peace, the most shocking thing happened the next day. The bodies were bitten again. At the same time, the little boy who was allergic to the bodies was found dead in front of the dressing mirror in the bathroom, with purple red dye all over his mouth. My aunt sighed and said, "People, sometimes you can't tell what you like and what you fear." Yi Feiyang's story came to an abrupt end, which made Lei and Dan terrified. They felt that the story told by the director was very Edgar Allan Poe, full of gothic suspense and darkness. Others began to think about Yi Feiyang's last sentence. People, sometimes likes and fears are indistinguishable. James Wenwu was the most senior and quickly understood the deep meaning of Yi Feiyang's expression. Actors Lei and Ant were still not recovered at first. They just thought that Yi Feiyang's story was very strange and could be published in an American horror magazine. But soon, they realized that Yi Feiyang was not telling a story, but teaching them how to act. A person who likes to watch horror movies likes to put himself in the role and feel the fear experienced by the character, but deep down, he knows that he is watching a play and will not be hurt at all. Filming is different. As an actor, when you want to put yourself into the role, you must forget who you are, and that kind of fear is absolutely deep in your bones. Sometimes, people can't tell the difference between likes and fears, but actors must separate the two, not for anything else, because you are an actor. You are the character in the play. When filming, you must never have the idea of "I'm filming, I'm safe." You must go deep into it. Inspired by Yi Feiyang, Ray Wilner and Ad Seaton cheered up and began to devote themselves to filming. Not to mention, as long as the actors are willing to work hard, the shots taken will be different. Ray, who was originally a street vendor, suddenly became the unlucky Adam in the movie story, and Ant, who was originally carrying pork in the freezing factory, also suddenly became the cowardly Dr. Gordon. The two competed with each other in acting in the play, and their state was not the same as Steel. To be continued. Chapter 145. Rampaging the police station. Fantasy entertainment. The filming site of Saw. Okay. Perfect. Sitting behind the monitor, Yi Feiyang watched their performance and compared it carefully with the opening of the original Saw in his mind, shot by shot, line by line. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the revised Saw, with Ray and Ant's acting, was even more perfect. Stop. Beautiful, very good performance. Ray, you're great. And Ant, you're so cool. This scene was finally completed, and Yi Feiyang took the lead to stand up and applaud the two with a smile. The surrounding staff also applauded, and some whistled loudly. They had worked in Hollywood for a long time and had seen many big and small stars filming, and the performances of these two people were really good and very touching. Let's prepare for the next scene. Come on, everyone. Yi Feiyang shouted enthusiastically and encouraged all the staff. Such an approachable performance made everyone happy, and they worked more actively and efficiently. The first day of shooting. The second day of shooting. The third day of shooting. Yi Feiyang led James Wan and others to shoot the movie Saw very smoothly at an extremely efficient speed. At this moment, in the filming set of Saw, Yi Feiyang looked at the watch on his wrist anxiously. The hour hand on it was almost 9 o'clock, but the fat man Jack who was responsible for transporting the props was not seen yet. These murder props were all ordered by Yi Feiyang at Maximum's grocery store at a cost of $1,000. Now that Maximum is the male lead of this movie, he is more attentive to making these mechanical props. In his words, "In the past 3 days, I have completely regarded myself as Jigsaw in the movie. Yes, I'm him, and he is me. Those mechanical props are the fruits of my hard work with Jigsaw." With Maximum's dedication, the originally rough mechanical props were made extremely delicate by him. The scenes that will be filmed today will use these mechanical props, which are also the killing weapons of Jigsaw in the play. Feiyang asked Fatty Jack to drive these props over, but there has been no news until now. Maybe something happened? James Wan, who was standing next to Feiyang, said. In the past few days, he has learned a lot about filming with Feiyang. These experiences are not taught by his teachers when he was in school. The theoretical knowledge taught in the textbooks has been put into practice, which has benefited him a lot. No, Fatty has always been very serious about doing things, especially he knows that I'm in a hurry to use these props, and he will never delay halfway. Feiyang shook his head and said. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, Feiyang's phone rang. The call was from Fatty Jack. He gasped on the phone and said, "Oh no, boss, I was arrested and taken to the police station. Come and save me." Ah. Fatty was arrested and taken to the police station? Feiyang was shocked. The others were also stunned, and a thought came to their minds: what happened? After receiving the call that Fatty Jack was arrested by the police, Feiyang contacted his personal lawyer, Louis Carl. Carl soon arrived at the door of the police station in a certain neighborhood in Los Angeles. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Feiyang rushed over from the set to meet him. "Dear Yi, what happened?" Carl asked Feiyang. Feiyang explained. According to Fatty, he was stopped by a patrolman while driving to transport props. He happened to forget to bring his ID, so he was searched, and the killing props specially made by the crew were found by the police as real lethal weapons. Originally, this matter could have been explained clearly, but Fatty was impulsive and greeted the grandmother of the idiot policeman, saying that he was a prop, not a weapon. The policeman was not easy to mess with, and he directly raised his baton with an arrogant attitude and arrogance, causing Fatty to argue with him on the spot, and then he was arrested for assaulting a policeman, and was also charged with carrying an illegal killing weapon. Hearing what Feiyang said, Carl couldn't help but laugh and cry. This Fatty Jack was too noisy. In the police station, Fatty Jack Black was walking around in the temporary detention room. "Just wait, man, I'll be out soon." "Yes, soon," he said to his black cellmate. The black man bit on a toothpick. "Hey, man, I believe you're fine now. Please don't move around anymore. You know, with your body shape swaying in front of me, I feel like I'm locked up in a zoo." "Yes, it's that damn zoo. Especially since you look so much like the panda that I hate the most. You're such a heartless guy. So many people like pandas, but you hate them." "Man, I don't hate them. I'm jealous, you know," the black inmate said. "The US dollars spent on raising a panda are enough for me to live a happy life, or even more. Also, you only know that pandas eat bamboo, but that's not the case. Those guys with black and white eye circles also eat fresh meat, pork, beef. They have such a good appetite that makes people jealous. If people have a next life, I, a black man, would rather be reborn as a panda. Yes, the kind that has many people serving me, no worries about food and drink, and when I'm full, I can lie on the ground and roll around to act cute. When it is mating season, I don't need to go to nightclubs to pick up girls. Naturally, someone will send beautiful girls to you for you to have sex with. If you can't have a baby, they won't stop. This is a life I dream of." The black cellmate was intoxicated. Fatty Jack shook his head. "Now I believe what you said. I'm not locked up with people, I'm locked up with an animal. Jack Black, come out, someone will bail you out." Suddenly, a policeman shouted, "Hey, man, oh no, you who want to be a panda, I'm leaving. You can continue to dream. Yes, please continue. Remember to call me when the mating season comes, and I will ask them to bring you a few more female pandas. Don't thank me, thank God." Jack stuck out his tongue at the black cellmate and left the detention room. "You can leave after signing," a policeman said. The fat man picked up the pen and signed it in a very cool way. Then he saw Feiyang and high-fived Feiyang to show his goodwill. "Hey, boss, I knew you would come to save me." These damn policemen simply thought I was a terrorist. What else can I say? You just got a little impulsive. Why did you hit the police? Don't mention this. I'm so angry when I mention it. That son of a bitch actually said that I was carrying a dangerous weapon. Damn, he is so stupid. He can't even distinguish between props and weapons. The fat man said indignantly. Now that you have said this, I have to ask, where are our props? Oh, it should have been confiscated by that shitty policeman. Wait for me, I'll get them. The fat man rolled up his sleeves and then went to find the shitty policeman. Soon, he saw the other party. Hey, man, where are my props? The fat man said rudely. The white policeman with a beard saw the fat man yelling at him, but he pretended not to hear it. He held his coffee, turned his face away, and continued to chat and laugh with his colleagues. The fat man felt ignored or despised. He thought he was being treated as a good boy without getting angry. I'm talking to you, damn guy, where are my props? The fat man rushed to the guy and asked angrily. The bearded man pretended to see him. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turned out to be you, the fat man. What? You were released on bail, and you should have a good trip on bail. Why are you running over here? Do you want me to kiss my ass? Ha ha ha. The policeman next to him laughed. Damn it. Fatty Jack grabbed the policeman's collar, but the policeman twisted the fat man's arm with his backhand. Let go, you bastard. The fat man's arm hurt. Ha, beg for mercy. I'll let you go if you beg for mercy. The bearded man said arrogantly, relying on the fact that this was a police station. But before the bearded man could finish his boast, he felt a huge force coming from his arm, and someone grabbed his wrist. Feiyang held the bearded man's wrist and simply said, let go. Shit, you said to let go. I will let go. Before the bearded man finished speaking, an irresistible force lifted his wrist. The pain was so piercing that his wrist seemed to be crushed by the other party. The bearded man was trying to endure it like a brave man, but it was too painful. He couldn't bear it anymore, and finally said, oh, shit. Just as his colleague next to him was about to pull out his baton, Feiyang reached out and grabbed the man's arm. So the unlucky guy was in the same pain as the bearded man. Feiyang's hand grabbing was not covered, and the feeling of breaking bones was not pleasant. Who would have thought that an outsider would dare to be so arrogant in the police station? Oh god, who are you? Let them go, quickly. Several policemen drew their guns at the same time. The situation became more and more difficult to control. Feiyang didn't seem to take this situation seriously. He pushed the bearded man and his colleague forward. The two unlucky guys flew out like dogs eating shit and bumped into the guys who had drawn their guns. They all rolled on the ground in a mess. The whole police station was alarmed. Just when the police wanted to rush to arrest Feiyang's private lawyer Louis Carl stood up, showed his lawyer's license and said, please don't panic, dear friend, I'm this gentleman's private lawyer. I can prove that everything he did just now was completely self-defense. Louis Carl's words undoubtedly ignited the fire in the police station, letting everyone know that this matter had become a big deal. To be continued, Chapter 146. The Great Magician. The United States is a country that pays great attention to the law, so those unlucky policemen were unable to accuse Feiyang of assaulting policemen because they attacked Fatty Jack first. Besides, Feiyang only grabbed their wrists and did nothing else until the police drew their guns. Feiyang pushed the bearded man. In the words of Louis Carr, that was a normal reaction of a normal person in special circumstances. In this regard, those policemen were very upset, but they were helpless, because compared to reciting legal clauses, they were definitely not the opponents of the damn lawyer in front of them. Fatty Jack didn't expect that Bossy would rescue him so bravely and almost go to war with those shitty policemen. Wow, he was so moved that he almost hugged Feiyang and kissed and nibbled him, treating him as a hero. In this regard, Feiyang didn't care about the fat man's admiration or respect. What he cared about was what to do in the future? Exclamation mark. Apart from anything else, what Feiyang was worried about now was that the batch of customized props would not be returned from the police station until tomorrow, because they looked too real. America is a very free and peaceful country, but this is conditional. The condition is that you live a peaceful life and don't do anything stupid. Obviously, Feiyang did not abide by this legal provision and made a big fuss about the props being seized. The police officers in the police station were not just there to eat and do nothing. After being humiliated by Feiyang, they thought of ways to seize this batch of props. The reason and excuse was, these things don't look like props, but like real mechanical weapons. What are props? Mechanical tools used for filming. What are weapons? Special tools used to kill criminals. Now the police insist on doing so, treating the poor props as weapons for trial, and making statements saying that the police worked so hard and could solve a shocking murder case in a basement through clues from informants and capture the criminals and the tools used to commit the crime. Faced with this kind of rhetoric, or excuse, Feiyang had no choice but to ask Win Louis Carr helplessly if he had any solution. Louis Carr smiled and said, "Boss, have you ever played animal chess?" What? Feiyang didn't hear clearly. It's the kind of animal chess where tigers eat wolves, cats eat mice, and mice eat elephants. You mean? Feiyang understood something. Yes, now we just need to lure out the mice that these police are afraid of. Then I'll call a few reporters I know. No need, I've already called them for you. Carl smiled. I've called them since I first came here, and I guess they should be here by now. Feiyang smiled and suddenly felt that Cole was really a very good partner. Hey, man, we want to go in for an interview. Yes, we are reporters and we have the right to interview and report. Please don't stop us. I'm a reporter from the Hollywood Journal. We heard that you seized the props of the Saw crew for no reason. What? Are those props real? Are you still trying to tell whether they are real? Your police station's efficiency is too low. You can't even tell the real from the fake. A large group of reporters and paparazzi heard the news and blocked the door of the police station, insisting on interviewing the parties involved, Feiyang and others. The excuse that the police were proud of, the props are too realistic, was simply weak in front of reporters. Yes, which fool can't tell the real from the fake, unless the parties involved deliberately conceal the truth. The police were in a state of panic when faced with these paparazzi reporters who could write any report. The reporters' guns were much more powerful than those damn police regulations. This incident even alarmed the top brass of the police station. The bearded man who caused the incident was called to the office by his boss. He closed the hinged window and was scolded. The content of the scolding was nothing more than, "You are looking for trouble for nothing. Why do you want to provoke these guys? Solve all the problems immediately and get those reporters out. Do you understand? If you can't handle it, then you get out." The boss spoke at last. What could the bearded man do? Things had come to this point, and it was no longer a matter of saving face, but a matter of getting out or not. So he cleverly admitted to those reporters that it was all a misunderstanding. Feiyang was not the kind of person who would not let go, so he took a group photo with the police. Those media reporters certainly would not let go of this opportunity, and just when Feiyang was about to ask everyone to retreat, a microphone was handed to his mouth. "Dear Yi, I'm Joseph, a reporter from Hollywood Entertainment Express. Can I interview you?" Feiyang looked at the reporter in front of him who was probably over 60 years old, nodded and said, "Go ahead. Will this misunderstanding with the police hinder the progress of your new play?" Joseph asked. "Of course there are obstacles, but the filming of my play has been relatively smooth so far, so the impact will not be too great," Feiyang answered confidently. "Then how long will it take to shoot your play, and when are you going to meet everyone?" Joseph continued to ask. "It will take about 2 weeks to shoot. As for when we will meet with everyone, it depends on the editing and the later stage," Feiyang said in detail. "What? 2 weeks? 14 days? Exclamation mark. Dear Yi, you are not kidding." Joseph looked at Feiyang in amazement at this moment, and the microphone in his hand was shaking a little. "Yes, you heard it right. It's 14 days. Feiyang looked at Joseph with a smile on his face, who was shocked by his own words. "Okay, do you have any other questions?" Feiyang looked at Joseph and said, "Yes, of course. How much is the box office of this movie do you expect?" Joseph quickly came back to his senses and asked. Feiyang laughed and said unceremoniously, "At least 50 million is a must." "Oh my god, 50 million? Or at least." Joseph was stunned again. Joseph's continuous days made Feiyang feel embarrassed, as if he was bullying a rookie reporter, but what he said was all true, not bragging at all. "Ahem, dear Yi, I have one last question. Why are you so confident in your play?" Joseph finally woke up again. Yi Feiyang raised a finger and said seriously, because I'm Magic Yang. Magic Yang. Hollywood magician. Confidence comes from the legends he continues to create. In a moment, under the spotlight, Yi Feiyang, with a smile on his face, led his team and walked away from the police station with his own murder props. A very bad farce seemed to have ended just like that, but in fact it was not, because starting from the next day, many media began to have very fresh revelations. Saw encountered a prop crisis because the killing machine was too realistic and was detained by the police station. This is the headline of the entertainment section of the Hollywood Times. Magic Yang makes a scene in the police station, and Chinese Kung Fu intimidates the armed police. This is the front page news of Entertainment Weekly in today's report section. In addition, there are many miscellaneous reports. Terror is approaching. China Yi brings a killing machine to the Los Angeles Police Department alone. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Chinese-American director Yi Feiyang changes his face in the police station, shows off his boxing skills, and the horror film is in a difficult situation. Magic Yang defies the sky again, and brazenly says that it only takes 14 days to shoot. China Yi is very bold, and the box office is expected to exceed 50 million. In short, Saw, which was not much concerned by the American media when it was first filmed, became a hot topic for the media to report because of this unexpected police station in distress. So, it is unpredictable, and no one can say when a bad thing will suddenly turn into a good thing. Ignoring those rumors and gossips, the crew of Saw continued filming without any hindrance. Inspired by Yi Feiyang, the young actors Ray Wilner and Ann Sidwen began to show their potential. The two characters began to act in front of the camera. Both of them were not old, and the communication in the past few days was quite pleasant. They secretly had the mentality of competing in front of the camera. During the crew's break and meal, the two of them memorized the lines by heart. Often, when they were eating with their lunch boxes, one of them suddenly said a line, and the two immediately held their knives and forks and confronted each other, like two warriors who had traveled from ancient times, and started a war of words. The guys holding lunch boxes around were in trouble. With their saliva flying, they shouted loudly, "Cover, find cover," using all their strength to protect their lunch from being contaminated by saliva. Yi Feiyang was even more amused and confused when he saw how excited they were. He really didn't know how much stimulation his horror story had on them. Seeing that even the young actors were so awesome, old Maximum, as the leading actor of this play, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Yes, the pressure was very great. He wondered, he had just retired from the world not long ago, how could these new generations be so crazy? Look, they were comparing their acting skills even when eating, which was unimaginable in the past. Under such strong pressure, the old man also burst out with fiery passion and began to show his old acting style in the play. Originally, the actors of this play had never rehearsed in reality, and their acting skills were unfamiliar and sluggish, but now it is different. Changing the actors and replacing them with better actors directly made the play qualitatively different. In just 1 week of shooting, Yi Feiyang led James Wan, Bill the Rabbit, Fatty Jack and others to work at full capacity and gradually turned a horror film into an Oscar-worthy performance at a rapid speed. Such results made Yi Feiyang of course satisfied. Which director doesn't want actors to rehearse and perform hard for his movie? To be continued. Chapter 147. Fighting the Future Dark Horse. Saw, the 8th day of filming. On the set, Yi Feiyang clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone, hurry up and try to shoot more shots." Under Yi Feiyang's order, the already tired crew members immediately took action. At this time, an actor who was about to enter the play shouted to Yi Feiyang, "I'm sorry, director, you asked me to scream loudly in the play later, but I can't find the feeling of fear. I'm afraid I will mess up this shot." Yi Feiyang smiled. "Then man, let me ask you, what are you most afraid of?" "What?" The little actor didn't understand. "I asked you which small animal you are most afraid of, snakes, mice, or toads." "I got, you don't mean." The little actor blinked his eyes. "Then let's say mice. I hate mice. These dogs bit my butt when I was a child." Yi Feiyang ignored the nagging little actor and said to James Wan beside him, "Bring him a snake later, a bigger one." The little actor had sharp ears and heard it. "Don't worry, director. I said I was afraid of mice. Why did you give me a snake? Oh damn, I'm most afraid of snakes. Please, even if you want to scare me, please give me a small one, okay?" Feiyang ignored the little actor's pleading and directed the photographer Cindy to reposition the camera. "Wait a minute to shoot the guy screaming. I want a close-up, understand? It's best to see his wide throat clearly." After arranging everything, he waited for the crew to be ready and started the camera immediately. Feiyang sat in the director's chair and blinked his dry eyes, feeling a little sore. He hasn't had a good sleep for several days. Yes, since the filming began, he has been facing the camera all the time, constantly watching the filming, constantly watching the playback, and constantly making editing changes. But in his opinion, if he can speed up a little bit, it is worth it, even if he is a little more tired. After all, Hollywood's summer vacation is about to begin. In Hollywood, there are only two periods that are known as the golden period of box office explosion. That is, the Christmas period and the summer vacation period. In particular, the summer vacation period is the most ferocious period in North America. Over the years, many excellent big budget movies have often emerged. For example, Mission Impossible in 1996, North American box office $180 million, overseas box office $276 million. The performance of this film and the action scenes is very outstanding. Tom Cruise breaks the goldfish bowl to escape the pursuit, hangs in the air to steal computer intelligence, and the life and death struggle on the bullet train at the end have become classic scenes in film history and have been imitated by countless later generations. The Fifth Element in 1997, North American box office $63 million, overseas box office $200 million. The film's stunts were at the cutting edge level at the time. The future New York City with taxis flying all over the sky was built beautifully, and the dazzling battle scenes were quite eye-catching. Coupled with the rich jokes as a seasoning, it was a feast for the eyes of the audience. The scene in the film where the alien actress sings conveys a mysterious supernatural feeling in both visual and sound effects, which can be called a stroke of genius. There is also Saving Private Ryan, released in North America last year, with a North American box office of $216 million and an overseas box office of $265 million. Needless to say, this movie is hailed as a milestone in modern war movies, and even Feiyang's previous movie imitated the essence of this movie. In addition, several blockbusters such as The Last Tyrant followed last year and swept Hollywood together, making the total box office revenue in North America from May to August last year exceed $3.2 billion, accounting for nearly half of the annual revenue. It can be said that the summer vacation is the most valuable time in North America, and almost all the most exciting entertainment movies of the year will be released in the summer vacation. This is not only a fierce period with many powerful actors, but also a place that production companies must compete for. So, what are the blockbuster movies in this summer vacation? Feiyang just learned a piece of news that was enough to make him tremble in his heart. Warner Brothers is making a big effort to create a science fiction film and is preparing to launch their new film The Matrix in this period together with the previously unknown Wachowski brothers. Others may not know, but Feiyang knows very well that The Matrix in 1999 is a shot in the arm for the science fiction film industry and has epoch-making significance. Visually, the martial arts moves designed by Ewan Hepping are sharp and elegant, which fascinates Western audiences. He pioneered the bullet time special effects, combined with stop-motion photography and wire stunts, making the action scenes present fascinating characteristics. In terms of ideological connotation, the film constructs a huge and complex worldview with its own philosophical theory, which has aroused the tireless discussion and research of movie fans. The Matrix made the previously unknown Wachowski brothers become Hollywood super directors, and the leading actor Keanu Reeves also ushered in the second spring of his career. The film was not favored by the producers, and the production budget was only $60 million. However, after its release, it not only earned nearly $500 million in global box office, but also led a hacker craze that swept around the world, becoming an absolute super dark horse. When thinking of this, Feiyang felt a little flustered. Yes, he felt more flustered than ever before. What should he do if his chainsaw and hackers collided? Surrender? Or fight to the death? Exclamation mark. Can his small production compete with hackers, the future dark horse? Just when Feiyang was thinking about his worries, he suddenly heard a gentle voice behind him. Hey, Yi, are you tired? Do you want me to massage you? Feiyang looked back and saw Anne Hathaway standing behind him. Her face was full of sweet smiles, and her eyes had a unique look of love, making her look even more charming. Feiyang pretended to frown and shouted to the fat man in the distance, "Hey Jack, what's the matter with you? Who told you to bring such a beautiful girl in? How can we concentrate on work?" Annie laughed and said playfully, "How can you concentrate on work with such a big director? With such a sexy and beautiful woman standing next to you, any man will lose his mind." Feiyang looked at Annie and suddenly exclaimed, muttering softly, "Ha, why does this person in front of me look like Anne Hathaway, the new factory flower of dream pictures?" Annie rolled her eyes and smiled. "Do you want me, the factory flower, to accompany you tonight?" Feiyang pretended to be shocked and said excitedly, "Really?" James 1, the apprentice standing behind Feiyang, looked at the two people flirting with each other and couldn't help but admire Feiyang again. It would be fine if the master was good at filming, but look, even picking up girls is so classy. Today's work is over. Shall we go on a date? Annie looked at Feiyang shyly and expectantly and said in a low voice, "We haven't been alone together for a long time, since I came back from New York." Feiyang thought about it, then shook his head apologetically. "Annie, I'm sorry, I still have to discuss the script with Bill, Maximum and others in the evening. There are some company matters waiting for me to deal with." Annie waved her hand and said, "Oh, it's okay. I was just talking casually." She smiled and said, "Then you have to work harder. I will definitely support you." Annie. Feiyang couldn't help but grab her hand and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, you originally wanted to shoot this movie, but, really, this movie is too bloody. I don't think it's suitable for you. Yes, you are too pure. I don't want you to be stained with any blood, even in the filming. Haha, you know to care about me now. What about before, when you asked me to shoot Paranormal Activity?" Annie joked. "That movie is just scary, not bloody." Feiyang defended himself. "Okay, no need to explain, I understand." Annie held his hand back and smiled sweetly. Feiyang looked around, then smiled rather sneakily. "Annie, don't worry, the filming period of this movie will not exceed days, and we will go on dates every day after the filming is finished." After a pause, he quietly put his ear to Annie's ear and whispered, "When the time comes, you have to dress more sexy. Don't always dress so old-fashioned. Learn from Jessica. The little girl is so fashionable. Either a miniskirt or a belly-bearing outfit." And listen to Feiyang's lewd request. Her pretty face immediately flushed, and she said angrily, "Bad guy, if you like Jessica, go find her." Feiyang smiled foolishly at Anne and said, "I was joking. You know that the little girl seems to have a grudge against me. When she sees me, she cares about her cheeks. I'd better stay away from her." And Hedwig rolled her eyes at him. "I hope you will do what you say, and don't run over, just because Jessica beckons you." Anne Hathaway has always had an indescribable premonition about Jessica Alba. That premonition is not good, as if someone is going to snatch her doll away, especially Jessica's dazzling youth and sexiness. Even if Anne is a girl, she will be attracted to her. But fortunately, Jessica doesn't seem to get along with Yi, which makes Anne feel a lot more relieved. "Okay, dear Anne, don't let your imagination run wild. I have to go to work too." After that, Feiyang let go of her hand and walked towards the camera in front. Anne stood there and took a deep breath, watching Feiyang's back as he left. She suddenly felt very happy, but also a little worried. She was afraid that, if she really left Los Angeles to go to New York to study, Feiyang would be seduced by other women. Right now, she heard a lot of news that Natasha and Stormy were very interested in him. Anne Hathaway looked at Feiyang, who was working hard, but she couldn't help but feel troubled. To be continued. Chapter 148. Father's love is like a mountain. The filming site of Saw. The environment is gloomy and the light is dim. The camera slid on the track with a rustling sound. Full shot. An abandoned factory is gloomy and terrifying. It is filled with various human models. A terrifying doll sits in it. This is the hiding place of Jigsaw. This scene is that the black detective Ted took Sheen to find the hiding place of Jigsaw. They saw Jigsaw torturing a white old man. They were ready to arrest him, but they didn't expect that Jigsaw turned on the switch and calmly faced the two people. In the movie, Ted, as a policeman, made a choice between saving people or not saving people. In the movie, this shot is very gloomy and terrifying, and the tense atmosphere shrouded the entire film. Cut. Feiyang, who was hiding behind the camera, suddenly shouted to stop the camera. Everyone stopped and looked at him. Feiyang frowned and shouted to Maximum, who played the role of Jigsaw in the camera, "Oh my god. What's going on? Maximum, your performance just now was terrible." On the set, Maximum, who played the role of Jigsaw, didn't expect that he would be criticized by Feiyang, and shrugged helplessly. Seeing his appearance, Feiyang frowned even harder and shouted, "Remember, Maximum, you are now a high IQ criminal, kind on the surface, but cold on the inside. You are Jigsaw, you play with all the stocks, you are cold, you are ruthless, so don't show that warm smile. Maybe he didn't rest well last night. Look at him, how depressed he is." James Wan next to Feiyang helped explain. Feiyang shook his head. "Didn't rest well. Who has rested well during this period? Even if he was really tired, it was not a reason for Maximum to perform poorly. You know, he is an old actor who has played in countless blockbusters and should be able to adapt to this kind of shooting intensity. Okay, everyone, get ready, take your positions, and start filming." Feiyang announced the restart of filming. In the camera, Maximum continued to perform this set of shots, but before he finished his two lines, he heard another stop. Everyone in the crew stopped, and Feiyang pushed the camera away from him. Looking at Maximum in front of him, he spread his hands and walked up, saying helplessly, "It's exactly the same as before. God please, Maximum, don't show that kind of heartwarming smile. Give me a sense of coldness and planning. Got it? Because every crime you commit is carefully planned and carefully prepared. Director, I'm sorry." Maximum listened to Feiyang's scolding, a little at a loss, and his heart suddenly became more anxious. He has tried several acting methods, but none of them can express the effect that Feiyang wants. Feiyang suppressed his dissatisfaction and looked at Maximum's head full of white hair. He recalled the first time they met in the grocery store. An old man who was so pitiful that he was on the verge of death. Feiyang let him play the important role of Jigsaw without hesitation, and old Maximum did not disappoint. His previous performance could be said to be very good and was well received, but now, Maximum's performance was so bad that Feiyang didn't even know what words to use to describe his performance just now. "I'm really sorry," Maximum said. "I know the acting feeling you need, but I just can't do it. Yes, I can't do it. I don't know why. I seem to be possessed by a ghost. These lines and plots make it difficult for me to adapt." Feiyang sighed. The reason why he valued Maximum's performance so much was because Maximum had an impressive record of more than 30 years in Hollywood. So this time Feiyang boldly let Maximum play the role of Jigsaw in Saw. He hoped that this old man could go further and further on the road of movies, but Feiyang obviously forgot a fact, that is, Lion Po is old. No matter how hard he tried, he would only get repeated end shots. Old Maximum was obviously a little overwhelmed. He was too tired and exhausted. Feiyang's efficient crew was simply his nightmare. They started shooting before dawn every day, and every shot had to be the best. Feiyang certainly understood Maximum's sadness. He knew that the old man was not like the young man. He could stay up for 4 or 5 consecutive days, so it was inevitable that unexpected situations would occur. Thinking of all this, Feiyang gave Maximum an encouraging smile and said, "It's okay, Maximum von Sydow, you can do it." Then he clapped his hands to everyone, stepped back behind the camera, and said, "One more time." Feiyang sat behind the camera again. The lighting engineer held a soft light board to light the lights, and the sound engineer also held a long microphone and leaned towards Maximum. The script supervisor held the script board and shouted loudly, "Abandoned factory scene, third group of shots, 6th time, start." This is the 6th time, but it still needs to be reshot. In this scene, the other groups of shots were shot smoothly, but the remaining group of shots, that is, the calmness of Jigsaw facing the fate of being arrested, and the feeling of everything being under control, are always not in the state. Feiyang even asked Downey, who was watching the show next to him, to demonstrate it once, but it didn't work. It has been 8 days since Feiyang said in school that he would finish shooting Saw in 14 days, and within 8 days, the media has pushed this movie to the forefront. You know, since the filming of Saw began, there has been a lot of news about it, and people can see the latest news about this movie in the newspaper every day. Until the 14-day crazy talk came out, the whole United States was shocked. Whether it was office workers or students, they all knew the news. Now they all wanted to see whether this 14-day movie could be completed on time. During these filming periods, the leading actors also withstood the huge pressure from the outside world and progressed faster than expected. First, the leading actors' acting skills are superb. Second, the complete storyboard script was prepared early, and there was no scene where they didn't know how to proceed. But now, Feiyang is troubled by the poor performance of old Maximum in these sets of shots. He didn't understand what happened to the old actor in his mind. Why did he act out of character? Therefore, during the break, Feiyang found old Maximum and asked him what happened. At first, old Maximum was reluctant to say. Finally, he couldn't help but tell the reason. It turned out that Maximum's father, who was over 80 years old, lived in a nursing home. Not long ago, Maximum received a call from the nursing home, saying that his father was too difficult to deal with, and asked him to come and take him away. Maximum was very distressed. To be honest, he had a hard time taking care of himself, so how could he take care of his father who was over 80 years old? After listening to Maximum's distress, Feiyang called Bill Rabbit and James, and asked them to shoot other parts of the movie first. Then Feiyang drove to Maximum's side, honked the horn and said, "Let's go, man, let's go." Maximum didn't understand. Where are we going? Of course, we are going to the nursing home, to visit your old father. Maximum. In the Green Olive nursing home, a burly black male nurse was knocking on the door. "Mr. Conlon, hurry up, let me in." The black male nurse knocked on the door and said. A voice came from the room, "No, go away." Feiyang and Maximum came over, and Maximum asked, "Hey, what's going on? What happened?" "This room is his old father's room." The black male nurse knew Maximum, so he said, he locked himself with his motorcycle. "This is the second time this week." "Second time? Oh, sorry, man." Maximum shrugged helplessly, then walked to the door, knocked on the door and said, "Conlon, it's me, what happened?" "The pervert outside. He replaced the female nurse Mariah who was responsible for taking care of me." Maximum understood that his father must not like being taken care of by this male nurse, and wanted the female nurse Mariah who used to take care of him. "Hey, don't say that, Conlon, you don't even know this friend. He looks like a good person." Maximum smiled apologetically at the black male nurse. "No, Mariah will give me a sponge bath. I don't want this person. His hands are like 80 grit sandpaper." The old man in the room roared. "The friction of his hands is too strong, if you know what I mean. God, I have never been so clean in my life." "Hey, I'm just doing my job," the black male nurse explained to Maximum. "I know." Maximum apologized again. Inside the room, that's what my scoutmaster said. "Oh, I'm doing my own job. Damn excuse. I don't want to hear it anymore." The black male nurse spread his hands and said to Maximum, "Sir, you can see that he is very uncooperative, right? The nursing home hopes you can take him away." "Yes, he is not suitable to live here anymore. I'm really sorry, but he is going through a difficult period now. Believe me, give him some time, he can get through it," Maximum said pleadingly. The black male nurse shrugged. "I hope so." Maximum turned around and said to Feiyang, "Yi, can you help me?" "Yes, you say. I'm going to sing a song now. Can you beat the rhythm for me?" It's very simple, just like this." Maximum simply beat a few beats. Feiyang will be able to do it immediately. In a moment, Feiyang started clapping the rhythm and old Maximum began to sing. "I'm a little monkey, living in the beautiful forest. My tail is long and shiny, and I have many friends. The one that crows is the rooster, the one that meows is the cat, and the one that whines is the donkey. The gray-haired old Maximum was singing and making all kinds of funny movements. Sometimes he tiptoed to pretend to be a monkey, sometimes he raised his arms to pretend to be a rooster, and then he turned into a cat stroking its beard. Looking at the singing and jumping old Maximum, performing the funny nursery rhymes hard in order to lure his old father to open the door, Feiyang felt warm in his heart. People say that father's love is great, profound, and unknown, allowing you to enjoy the warmth and love all the time. Father's love is infinite, vast, and selfless, making your heart warm and sweet forever. Father's love is deep, long-lasting, and real, allowing you to spend your life with endless happiness and warmth. In short, Father's love is a light that illuminates you when you are lost, allowing you to find the right path. Father's love is a spiritual pillar when you are working hard, allowing you to keep moving forward and towards success. Then on the other hand, after we enjoy the selfless father's love, how should we give back? Let me ask, how many people in this world can do what old Maximum did, with his hair already grey, and in order to make his old father happy, he still sings nursery rhymes and pretends to be little animals? Exclamation mark. As Maximum sang and danced, the door of the room finally opened, and an old man's head popped out from inside. He had skinny cheeks and an old face. He was riding a children's electric motorcycle. After seeing Maximum, he said, "Hey, Maximum, your singing is still so bad." Maximum stopped and panted and said, "Yeah, not as good as you used to sing. I remember when I was a kid, whenever I got angry, you would sing this song to comfort me, right? Ha, that was in the past. Now I can't sing or dance anymore. Is this young man your friend? Come in." The old man glanced at Feiyang and said. Feiyang and old Maximum entered the room together. The old man glided around the room on an electric motorcycle. Maximum said, "Do you really want to change the nurse? Of course, he's a pervert. How could a normal man find a job washing people's balls?" The old man said sullenly. "But in my opinion, he is a hero." "Okay, Maximum, you didn't come here to argue with me, did you? I came here after receiving a call from here. They asked you to leave here. Ha, this is the best news. I've long been tired of this damn place. It's better to go home. I'll pack my things right away." The old man got off the electric motorcycle with difficulty and was about to pack his clothes. Old Maximum grabbed his hand. "Don't, Conlon, you know, I can't take care of you." His tone was a little reluctant and sad. The old man was stunned for a moment. "It's okay, I can take care of myself. Yes, I can. Don't worry, Maximum, I will make breakfast and lunch for you as before, and wait for you to come back from filming. I will also weed the lawn and nail the fence. Do you remember the swing I built for you? You loved it the most when you were a child. Conlon, that's in the past. Now, you are old, and I'm old too. The swing fell apart last year, just like your age and my age. It is about to fall apart." Maximum grabbed his old father's hand and said deeply. The old man, who was about to pack his clothes excitedly, was stunned for a moment, then sat down on the bed weakly. "Yes, you are right. I'm old, and even you, my dear child, you are old. It's good that you understand. Conlon, stay here well, listen to the nurses here, let them take good care of you, and don't let me worry anymore," Maximum said to his old father. "But, I want to go home. I want to go back to take care of our lawn, and I want to fix the broken swing." The old man Conlon's eyes were a little wet. "Don't, dear Conlon, you will make it very difficult for me to do this." Maximum kissed him on the forehead. "You are a strong old man, aren't you?" The old man Conlon nodded. "Yes, I'm very strong. I will continue to live here, let the male nurse bathe me, take medicine on time, and stop pouring the damn pills into the toilet. Those pills are very expensive. They said that, as long as you take them on time, you can live a few more years, maybe 1,000 years. Ha, I don't hope to live that long." The old man laughed. "Are you still making movies now, Maximum?" The old man suddenly asked his son. "How do you know?" "Because I smell the director's scent from him." The old man pointed at Feiyang, who had not spoken much. Feiyang was surprised that he could smell the director's scent. Seeing Yi Feiyang's surprise, the old man laughed. "Oh my god, I was just kidding. In fact, I like to read some entertainment magazines, so I know you are a director." Yi Feiyang smiled. "You really scared me just now." But young man, I want to thank you very much." "Ah, what? I mean thank you. Thank you for giving Maximum another chance. He loves to make movies, but his luck is a little bad." The old man looked at his son, who had grey hair like himself, kindly. "I don't know how long I can live, but what I hope to see most is that my son can stand up again. You too, Kunlun, let's stand up together. Yes, let's stand up together." Looking at this pair of white-haired father and son who encouraged and inspired each other, Yi Feiyang had an indescribable feeling, and a warm current quietly flowed in his heart. To be continued, Chapter 149. The final shooting of Chainsaw. Green Olive Sanatorium. Old man Kunlun and his son Maximum were happily chatting about their past lives. Maximum is almost 60 years old this year, and old man Kunlun is over 80 years old. The combined age of the two is over 150, but they laugh from time to time like children. While Maximum and old man Kunlun were talking, Yi Feiyang didn't want to disturb them, so he quietly went out to do something. About half an hour later, Maximum was driven out by his old father. "Go back quickly, don't delay the filming. If you are too busy, don't come to see me, just call me." Before leaving, old Kunlun told his son this, and Maximum just smiled. Before leaving the sanatorium, when Maximum was going to pay the next month's nursing fee, he was told that someone had already paid for 3 months of his expenses. Without guessing, Maximum also knew that it was Yi Feiyang who paid for him. After getting in the car, he said to Yi Feiyang, "Thank you." Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't thank me, I just want you to be at ease filming, and this money will be deducted from your dividends." After returning from the sanatorium, Maximum finally adjusted his state. The former drama queen is back. Whether it is the lines, eyes, or body movements in front of the camera, they are all performed very exquisitely. In a very short time, he successfully completed all his performances. As the shooting time passed day by day, the plots of several major actors were shot. This was all thanks to the outstanding performances of Maximum, Lei, and Dant. They didn't need Yi Feiyang to spend any thoughts. During the shooting process, every look and every movement of the two of them were ordinary, and seemed to be full of stories. They were actors sandwiched between realism and freehand brushwork. Movies are actually a reproduction of life. You have to be careful when performing. Sometimes, you think you are just right and have never failed, but often on the screen, with music and editing, it is fatal that a very ordinary look may fail. This kind of professional skills still needs some. It doesn't matter if you don't have experience and training, the camera can help you a lot. But what you play may become your personality in the end, or it may become your failure case. As a director, Yi Feiyang is undoubtedly very competent. As a master, Yi Feiyang is also not vague. James Wan, the future Hollywood genius, has learned a lot of shooting experience from Yi Feiyang during this period. As a mentor, Yi Feiyang must of course be a role model of excellent teacher. It can be said that everything he knows, he has passed on to his apprentice James Wan. During the filming process, Yi Feiyang told James Wan the shooting techniques of many great directors he has worked with. James Wan learned a lot of valuable knowledge from Yi Feiyang's explanation, such as how to make actors enter the play faster, how to shoot to make actors more comfortable and natural, etc. These are not things that can be learned by reading books or listening to teachers' lectures. You need to understand and feel them in actual work. Only when you make progress and your mind changes, can the movies you make improve and be more touching. For example, the great director Spielberg once said that the reason I made movies was that I watched a lot, and when I saw it, I felt that I could make it, so I started making it. There is also handling the chores of the entire crew and maintaining the operation of the crew, which also made James understand the difference between a company and an individual. In addition to these, Yi Feiyang also taught James Wan how to deal with some special things faced by the crew. However, there are also some things that are very difficult for James Wan, such as conflicts between the crew members for some reasons, and Yi Feiyang wants James Wan to learn how to deal with them. Because the emergence of conflicts is caused by friction between people, or incompatible personalities, and disagreements. It often leads to tension between the two parties and unhappiness, which makes it impossible to carry out work. James Wan has to learn how to resolve conflicts and resolve them. Dealing with conflicts is not simple. You can neither compromise nor forgive others, and you have to maintain self-esteem. These are all important lessons in James Wan's life. And these things can't be exposed to the media, because now Saw is at the forefront of the storm, and every small incident may be magnified countless times by the news media. These messy things happen almost every day. As a director, Feiyang, for the purpose of training, threw all these chores to poor James Wan, hoping to mature him. James Wan was almost driven crazy by these things. Although he was eager to learn, and full of enthusiasm for everything about making movies, he sometimes felt very tired these days. This caused great torment to his body and mind, and he often couldn't sleep at night. James Wan now began to understand why entertainment magazines often said that a certain director was a devil on the set and didn't treat actors as human beings. He used to think that these were just news hype, but now he, the assistant director and the deputy director next to Feiyang, has the urge to become a devil. The last set of shots of Saw. Cut. Perfect. Feiyang's voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker, and the colleagues around him couldn't help but applaud. Old Maximum even said jokingly, "Oh my god, our performance definitely has the potential to win an Oscar." The other actors finally relaxed after hearing this, and Feiyang also breathed a sigh of relief. The last scene of Saw was finally shot. He stood up and shouted excitedly, "Now I declare that Saw is officially finished." Everyone cheered immediately, and all the crew members and leading actors laughed and applauded continuously. The entire abandoned underground factory suddenly boiled. "It's over. The shooting is over." Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. The 14-day filming of Saw was finally completed. His mood was indescribable, and he danced with excitement. This was his third movie. Feiyang looked at Old Maximum, Ray Wallner, Dan Seton and others, nodded to the three most important actors in the play, and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your hard work these days. You too." Old Maximum threw away the cigarette in his mouth, walked over, patted Feiyang on the back, and said with a smile, "You are a talented director. Hollywood will be your world in the future, haha." The two patted each other on the shoulders. Feiyang smiled and said, "Maximum, you are praising me again. I'm just one of the smallest few among all the directors in Hollywood. I can be considered talented because I just have a little luck." Maximum smiled and said, "Really? Sometimes luck is also a manifestation of strength, but if he doesn't have a little strength, even the best luck will probably be wasted. So, keep it up, my great director." Feiyang let go of him and patted his butt with a smile again. During these 10 days, he and the old man Maximum really became good friends who could talk about anything, and Maximum also taught him a lot of life experience. He was really grateful to this old boy. Feiyang walked towards Ray Wallner again, hugged him and said with a smile, "Thank you Wallner, you will definitely be the next Hollywood actor." He turned his head and looked at the others standing beside him. Feiyang smiled and said, "Thank you, my friend, you played the last scene really well." Everyone applauded. Feiyang saw the strange yet familiar faces, and he couldn't help but stand up straight and bow 90 degrees to everyone. "Thank you for taking care of me these days." At this time, Rabbit Bill handed him a bottle of champagne. Feiyang smiled and nodded to take it, shook the champagne, and said with a smile, "Wow, do you want to make a champagne rain like a racing driver?" Haha, everyone around laughed, some applauded, some whistled, and Fatty Jack even said, "Boss, you are the best, we love you." In an instant, everyone shouted together, "We love you, Yee." Then, the champagne rain sprayed out. Not far away, Anne Hathaway, who came to visit the set, looked at the scene of the filming in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Anne saw enthusiastic and cheerful smiling faces, faces that were working hard for their dreams. Maybe their dreams were not to win an Oscar, maybe their dreams were just to make a high-grossing movie, or to earn more money, to buy a good car, but the excitement of the dream coming true appeared on their faces, and inadvertently touched Anne Hathaway's heart. In the past, Anne's first wish was to become an excellent nun and serve the holy god. Then her dream was to become an excellent dancer and show her charming style on the bright big stage with her toes. But now, she was attracted by the magical art of performing, and she vaguely felt that being an excellent actor seemed to be good. Yes, at this moment, Hathaway's mentality changed subtly. Anne Hathaway's beautiful eyes floated across the smiling face of Feiyang, and across the faces of Bill Rabbit, Fatty Jack, James One Old Maximum and others. This is a group of people who are together for their dreams. On the way to find their dreams, everyone tied their dreams to Dear Yi. Dreams all come together. He is the dreamer of all of us. Anne Hathaway looked at Feiyang, who was holding up a glass of champagne, and the light in her eyes unconsciously changed, becoming gentle and unwilling to leave for a moment. He is mine, and I must follow him well, yes, forever. To be continued, chapter 150. Realistic version of a little thing called first love. On the night of the final shooting of Saw, Hathaway looked at herself carefully in front of the mirror. She was wearing a sexy short white skirt with floral embroidery and a beautiful black belt that tightly bound her small waist, making her curves in all directions. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were picturesque. She wondered if this was herself. She always dressed conservatively, but she was so fashionable and bold. "Hi, my dear baby, you are so beautiful." "Oh yes, I'm almost fascinated by you." Mrs. Lawrence looked at her beautiful granddaughter with a smile. "But I always feel that this kind of dress is a little." Hathaway pulled the super short skirt unnaturally, trying to cover her snow white and tender thighs a little bit. "You have to be confident, honey. Girls now dress like this." "Yes, you are so beautiful. You should show your sexiness, just like I did when I was young, walking on the street and blinding the men's eyes." Mrs. Lawrence laughed. "Besides, you are going to date Dear Yi. He is a very picky man. If you don't dress up a little, I think he might dump you." "He dares." Hathaway laughed. "It's almost like I dumped him." "Haha, don't be stubborn, honey. You dress so beautifully for him. I'm very good at judging people. Dear Yi will definitely be very famous in the future, so you must hold on to him. He is a good man." Hathaway felt shy because her grandmother saw through her thoughts. "Did he?" Someone was honking the car horn. Hathaway looked through the window and saw Feiyang driving his newly bought car and waiting for him downstairs. "Go, my Annie. Remember, come back later," Mrs. Lawrence said to her granddaughter with a smile. Hathaway blushed and kissed Anne on the face. "I love you forever." Then she went downstairs. Downstairs, Feiyang was stunned for a moment after seeing Hathaway, then blew a beautiful whistle and praised her without any concealment. "Annie, you are really beautiful tonight." Since the filming of Saw was completed, Feiyang took a comfortable bath, and then according to the agreement with Anne Hathaway, the two of them would have dinner together tonight, and then go to see a good movie. Anne was so happy to be praised by her beloved man, but she still said politely, "Thank you, you are also handsome tonight." Of course, inviting a beautiful woman like you to watch a movie, of course it can't be too shabby. Tonight, Feiyang rarely wore a brand new casual jacket, his hair was smooth and shiny, and his chin was shaved. The whole person changed from the unkempt appearance of a director to a handsome man. Pretentious. Hathaway smiled and rolled her eyes at him, and then got in the car. Time passed quickly with the laughter of Feiyang and Anne Hathaway, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was a little dark. After parking the car and enjoying a delicious dinner at a Mexican grill, it was exactly 7 o'clock. The next arrangement was to go to the movies. Fortunately, the Oscar cinema was nearby, so the two were not in a hurry. After a short rest, they walked over with laughter and chat. Feiyang was very comfortable at this time, thinking that his movie had been filmed and only needed to be edited before it could be released, and there was a beautiful woman by his side. The jealous eyes of countless men made him even more happy. Walking side by side with Anne Hathaway, listening to her sweet voice, and looking at her charming smile, Feiyang suddenly felt like he was in a dream. A few hours ago, he was still working hard for the filming, but now he was happily dating his beloved girl. The changes in this world are really amazing. When they arrived at the theater, Feiyang and Anne Hathaway were both stunned. The theater was showing a remake of a horror movie at this time, Haunted Mansion 1999. The bloody horror scenes in the promotional advertisements were very eye-catching. Feiyang looked at them and felt a little tempted. But when he looked at them again, he saw that Anne Hathaway's eyes were actually shrinking, and her cheeks turned slightly pale. This girl is too timid, but it is indeed not appropriate to watch a horror movie at this time. Feiyang smiled secretly and said, Annie, why don't we change the theater? Anne Hathaway had also heard friends talk about this movie these 2 days. Just listening to them talking about such scary clips, she was already sweating coldly on her back. How could she have the courage to watch it? When Anne Hathaway saw the promotional picture just now, her heart was beating fast. So, when Feiyang made such a suggestion, she wanted to agree immediately. But when she saw Feiyang's gentle and caring smile, she couldn't help feeling that she was a little selfish, because she knew that Feiyang liked to watch horror movies the most, and as a director he used them to find inspiration. What's more, Feiyang's smile gave her another feeling. That is, you dare not watch it, or this movie is not suitable for you. Thinking of this, Hathaway's words suddenly changed. Why change theaters? I think this one is good. It's just a horror movie. Looking at the smile that Anne Hathaway forced on her face, Feiyang was about to persuade her, but she had already walked towards the ticket office. Actually, Anne Hathaway regretted it as soon as she said it, but she was too confident and embarrassed to change it. Most importantly, she didn't want to show weakness in front of Feiyang. Even she herself felt strange. I never dared to watch this thing before. Why am I so angry today? Damn it, why didn't I remember that the theater has been showing this movie these days? Feiyang was quite stunned. This girl's self-esteem is too strong. Don't blame me if she cries later. He touched his head helplessly, came to Anne Hathaway, and paid the ticket first. Couple seat? Hathaway took the ticket from Feiyang and looked at him coquettishly. Feiyang blushed and said, ahem, the ordinary seat tickets happen to be sold out, so I bought this one. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him, said nothing, and walked into the theater door first. Feiyang looked at Anne Hathaway's curvy back, and his heart couldn't help but become active. When a girl is scared, she will most likely throw herself into the arms of the man around her. Looking at the girl's appearance just now, she must be scared to death. Haha, a wonderful movie, a wonderful couple's seat. Yee, what are you thinking about? Coming quickly. Anne Hathaway saw Feiyang standing there with a silly smile on her face, and couldn't help but waved at him. Feiyang suddenly came back to his senses, looking at Anne Hathaway's pure face, and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn, when did I become so despicable? God, please forgive me. Amen. Feiyang hurriedly threw away those tempting and shameless thoughts, restrained his smile, and ran to Anne Hathaway in 2 steps, smiling embarrassedly. Time is almost up, let's go. After sitting down in the seat, it was exactly 7:30, the time for the movie to start. The lights suddenly dimmed, a blood red light flashed on the screen, and then a shrill scream sounded, followed by silence. There was no sound on the grey screen, but it made the miserable sound a few seconds ago seem even more abrupt. Feiyang could almost hear the thump heartbeats and slightly rapid breathing around him. Such an opening really created a bit of a terrifying atmosphere. Feiyang also felt that his heart seemed to be quietly pulled up with the scream. He turned his head to look at Anne Hathaway, but saw that her eyes were closed and her body was trembling slightly. Feiyang felt a little reluctant, moved to sit beside her, and gently held her little hand. A cool feeling came, but her palm was soaked with cold sweat. Feiyang was about to comfort her a few words, when a strange music suddenly sounded, as if a piece of iron was suddenly cut abruptly. The sudden piercing sound made people's nerves tense up all of a sudden. Anne Hathaway could no longer control her emotions. She screamed and jumped up from her seat reflexively, threw herself on Feiyang, and buried her face deeply in his arms. Feiyang didn't expect that the film had just started, and Anne Hathaway's reaction would be so intense. Feeling the warmth brought by her delicate body and the pressure brought by the two soft things on her chest, Feiyang's heart also became warm. His hands went around Anne Hathaway's soft waist. Even through a layer of clothes, he could still clearly feel the smoothness of her skin. Anne Hathaway seemed to have found a safe haven. Her body, which had become a little stiff due to tension, gradually relaxed. Oh god, how could this happen? Suddenly realizing that she was hugging Feiyang tightly, Anne Hathaway was immediately embarrassed. Her cheeks seemed to be burning and suddenly became hot. Anne Hathaway wanted to leave Feiyang's chest, but when she thought of the horrible picture and music, her heart suddenly became timid. After a long time of contradiction, Anne Hathaway still couldn't make up her mind. She comforted herself a few words. It's okay, this movie won't be long, just bear it. Yes, I'm Hathaway, I'm not afraid. As the plot of the movie unfolded, more and more horrible scenes flashed. Hathaway, who originally thought she could hold on, was no longer brave enough to look at the big screen. She just snuggled in Feiyang's arms like a timid kitten. Hey, are you really scared? Why don't we go out and stop watching? Feiyang hugged her and said softly. Hathaway raised her pale little face, feeling the heat coming from Feiyang when he spoke, and the unique masculine breath on him. She couldn't help blushing and said, it's okay, you see, I'll take a rest. Really okay? Feiyang asked with concern. Yes, it's okay, Hathaway said. Looking at the indescribable beauty of the beauty in his arms, Feiyang's heart couldn't help but warm up, and suddenly said, actually, there's no point in watching this movie, why don't we? What? Looking at Feiyang's teasing eyes, Hathaway pretended to be confused. I said I have a way to make you forget your fear. Feiyang licked his hot lips. What method? Hathaway didn't dare to look at Feiyang's fiery eyes. Looking at Hathaway's dodging eyes, Feiyang no longer hesitated and leaned over with a lightning speed to block Anne Hathaway's cherry-like mouth with a kiss. Anne Hathaway's delicate body froze at this moment, and her delicate and charming eyes widened in disbelief. After a second, she finally reacted and struggled to get away from Feiyang's kiss. Feiyang held Anne Hathaway's head with his hands to prevent her from moving, and gently kissed her pearly lips and licked her neat and white teeth. At this moment, his eyes just met Anne Hathaway's eyes. Those heart-pounding starry eyes stared at her like two passionate flames. At that moment, Anne Hathaway seemed to feel that she had been melted. At this moment, she suddenly felt a surge of shame in her heart. Her charming eyes could not help but gently close, and her delicate body could not help but tremble. The reserve in her heart was slowly melted by the hot fire. Anne Hathaway exclaimed softly, and felt warm and lazy all over her body. She was paralyzed and powerless. Her cheeks were flushed, her starry eyes were hazy, her breathing became rapid, and her bright little mouth was slightly open, wanting to spit out hot air. But Feiyang seized the opportunity and pushed slightly towards Anne Hathaway's pearly teeth that were originally tightly closed and slightly relaxed. The deftly sliding tongue pried open Anne Hathaway's pearly teeth and easily probed into Anne Hathaway's warm, fragrant, and moist mouth. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Feiyang's lips and tongue left Anne Hathaway's mouth, but deep in Anne Hathaway's heart, a sense of loss and sadness surged. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked extremely beautiful. She lay limply in Feiyang's arms, but her chest kept rising and falling. She panted and raised her head to look at the elegant and handsome face that was so close. Annie. Feiyang called her name softly. Yi. She responded, like an extremely happy little woman. At this time, no one cared about the damn horror movie anymore. The bloody horror on the screen, but the couple's box was warm as spring. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.